A deafening blast shattered the peace. Warplanes tore through the crimson sky, racing toward a city swallowed by absolute despair. Monstrous calamities were turning the human world into a slaughterhouse. But perhaps it was all just a fragmented illusion. In the depths of his consciousness, a primordial behemoth materialized. Its colossal form eclipsed the very sun, plunging the heavens into eternal night. Strangely enough, no fear gripped his heart. Instead, their souls resonated in perfect harmony. A chilling realization washed over him. He was the apocalyptic Leviathan, and the beast was him. Amidst the crumbling ruins of his mind, a spark of boundless ambition ignited within his chest. He swore that one day, despite the chaos of reality, the entire mortal realm would bow before his feet, worshipping him as their new absolute deity. He imagined himself perched on the edge of the world. Countless mortals groveled below him in absolute submission, while a terrifying, dragon-like sovereign loomed like a mountain at his back. Suddenly, the grand illusion shattered. The harsh static of a television broadcast snapped reality back into focus. A frantic news anchor filled the screen. On June 2nd, 2224, Ning City Zoo was obliterated by an unidentified serpent. The monster measured over 100 meters long, leaving top researchers completely baffled. But the nightmare didn't end there. Panicked citizens captured shaky footage of the northern sky. A gargantuan whale-like phantom was swimming through the clouds, sending shockwaves of pure terror across the nation. To make matters even worse, a syndicate of internationally ranked outlaws had broken through the borders and infiltrated the very heart of Ning City. The grim broadcast echoed hollowly inside a suffocating, trash-filled apartment. Leftover takeout and scattered debris painted the perfect picture of a ruined life. Slumped over a wooden desk lay the motionless body of a battered young man. Crimson stained his clothes, yet his surroundings hinted at a surprisingly wealthy background. Bizarre terrariums lined the shadows of the room. Suddenly, from inside one of the glass cages, a pair of reptilian eyes stared out, only for the creature to realize with creeping horror that it was looking at its own human corpse. A reflection caught his eye, and his blood ran cold. Scaly skin, clawed digits, a slitted gaze. A tidal wave of panic crashed over his mind. He hadn't just died, he had reincarnated into a lowly marine iguana. The soul trapped inside this cold-blooded vessel was Chen Chu. Before this cosmic joke of a tragedy, he was just an ordinary second-year student, attending the prestigious Ning University. Despising the suffocating rules of dormitory life, he had rented this private sanctuary off campus. And yes, against all odds, this unfortunate soul is our main character. Chen Chu always harbored a peculiar obsession with cold-blooded predators. Their merciless nature and violently vibrant scales held an intoxicating allure for him. Earlier that cursed day, a rare shipment arrived at the local exotic pet shop. Like a man possessed, his gaze locked onto the marine iguana. It was a magnificent amphibious beast. Usually these aquatic reptiles were known for their docile nature. But the moment he opened the transport box, disaster struck. The creature lunged with feral ferocity, sinking its razor-sharp teeth into his flesh. Pain flared through his nerves. In a desperate reflex, he smashed his smartphone against the beast's skull. But as the reptile plummeted, its muscular tail whipped out like a steel cable, delivering a devastating strike right across his jaw. Returning to the suffocating present, the human body of Chen Chu groaned, slowly opening his heavy eyelids, only to lock eyes with the very same scaly demon that attacked him. He cautiously lifted his human hand. Inside the glass cage, the iguana instantly mirrored his exact movement. A shockwave of realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Their minds were linked. He could puppet the beast's body. Controlling the cold-blooded creature felt as natural as breathing. This defied all logic of the mortal realm. Was this the legendary Golden Finger? The ultimate cheat code granted to chosen protagonists? His blood boiled with uncontainable excitement. The gears of destiny had finally started turning for his epic saga. In his joy, he commanded the little reptile to do a flawless barrel roll. But then, reality crashed down on him. What ultimate power did an iguana actually possess? Could he become an internet sensation with a dancing lizard? Or perhaps use it to scavenge the ocean floor for premium seafood? The bitter taste of disappointment flooded his mouth. This wasn't the heaven-defying awakening of an absolute monarch. The heavens were clearly playing a cruel joke on him. In every web novel he had ever read, chosen ones awakened as tyrannical demon lords, or evolved from simple seeds into cosmic world trees. Their destinies were written in the stars. Yet here he sat, the supposed main character, bound to a pathetic pint-sized reptile. Before he could curse the heavens any further, an embarrassing rumble echoed from both their bellies. He glanced past the drawn curtains. The city was already swallowed by the inky blackness of night. A ravenous, soul-gnawing hunger threatened to consume him. The clash had knocked him unconscious for a full 24 hours. Staring at his scaly avatar, a crucial question arose. What did marine iguanas even consume? Relying on pure instinct, He figured raw flesh would satisfy any reptilian predator. Storming into the kitchen, he retrieved a premium cut of beef. Flames roared as he unleashed his masterful culinary techniques. The sizzling aroma filled the air, causing his scaly clone to practically drool a river. The little beast tore into the cooked flesh with absolute delight. Chen Chu let out a sigh of profound relief. His gamble had paid off. Carnivorous instincts ruled them all. But right at that moment, the space before his eyes fractured. A glowing azure interface materialized out of thin air. A system prompt declared, "Consumption complete. Clone has acquired 5 evolution points." A surge of hidden power coursed through his human veins. His base constitution had permanently increased by 0.5. Then, the holographic panel revealed his absolute reality. Status level, 0. Constitution, 8.5. Spiritual force, 12. Innate talent, absolute mind control. Beneath that, his dormant traits awaited awakening. Beginner external aura and novice chi perception, both sitting at absolute 0. His martial foundation was laid bare for the world to see. 8 extremities boxing, stuck at the beginner tier, hovering at 48 out of 100 mastery points. Next was the stepping cloud ascendant jump, barely reaching 66 out of 100. Finally, his springing dragon leg technique languished at a pitiful 39 out of 100. But the most crucial detail lay at the very bottom. Avatar, marine iguana. Current evolution stage, 0. Evolution progress, 5 out of 20 points. The breath hitched in his throat. This glowing blue screen was his true, heaven-defying system. As he stared at his trembling hands, a buried memory violently clawed its way to the surface. The ghosts of his childhood training flashed before his eyes. The grueling days of martial arts conditioning. The harsh lectures echoing in his ears. A warrior who chases flashy moves while ignoring their inner foundation is nothing but a fool dancing in the wind. The ancient teachings flowed through his mind. True explosive power does not begin in the fist. It is rooted deep within the earth, surging upward like a geyser from the very thighs. The core must act as an unbreakable iron bridge. Only by commanding the abdomen can that devastating energy be channeled perfectly, exploding outward through the very bones of the fingertips. He remembered his younger self, trembling like a leaf, tears streaming down his face after hours of agonizing stance training. He had begged his strict father for just a single moment of rest, but his father's gaze was as cold as steel. Surrendering halfway was the path of the weak and defeated. Screaming with defiance, young Chu swore he would never be a coward. His reward? A brutal command to sprint until his lungs burned. His tiny legs gave out, sending him crashing into the harsh dirt. Exhaustion threatened to swallow him whole, yet his father simply loomed over him, delivering a harsh truth. In this ruthless world, no savior would descend to carry him when he fell. The memory faded, leaving behind a mysterious echo. Through the fires of that hellish childhood training, a sealed wooden box was finally passed into his hands. Before embarking on a journey of no return, his father handed over every last cent of their life savings. From that day forward, young Chu was destined to walk his path entirely alone. His parting words were a heavy burden. He warned Chu to never abandon the martial arts, promising that true strength would unveil the hidden side of the world. Tears streamed down the boy's face, begging to know how they would ever reunite. The answer was an impossible peak. When you stand at the pinnacle as a martial arts grandmaster, but the unspoken truth lingered in the heavy air. By the time that day came, his father might already be dead. With heavy steps, the man crossed the threshold and vanished into the shadows. Yes, the classic tale of a father going out for milk and never coming back. Just like that, 10 long years slipped by like sand through an hourglass. A loud burp broke the silence, coming from a very satisfied sea iguana. Not only had the creature devoured its meal with terrifying speed, but a strange physical change was occurring. Its scaly body was visibly expanding right before his very eyes. Summoning the system interface, he realized that single meal had granted a massive 15-point boost, but out of the corner of his eye, a reflection caught his gaze, freezing him in pure shock. The scrawny teenager in the mirror was completely gone. In his place stood a shredded warrior with chiseled abdominal muscles. The truth hit him like a lightning bolt. The beast's stat gains were flowing directly into his own physical vessel. His mind raced with infinite possibilities. If merely eating granted stats, then hoarding enough points would definitely trigger a massive evolution. Visions of his tiny pet transforming into an earth-shattering mythical behemoth flashed through his mind. And if their bodies were linked, he would ascend to the legendary realm of a true martial arts grandmaster. Wasting absolutely no time, Chu sprinted to the local meat market. He completely emptied his wallet, securing 10 pounds of premium boneless beef and 20 pounds of lean pork. The butcher tossed the massive haul onto the counter, grunting as he asked for the payment method. Chu swiftly pulled out his phone, scanning the quick response code to finalize the transaction. Shoving the mountain of flesh into his trunk, he slammed it shut and floored the gas pedal. A few intense hours later, He was back in his sanctuary, eagerly preparing the grand feast. He laid out a mountainous, mouth-watering banquet fit for a king. Every bite the iguana took was a stepping stone on Chu's path to absolute martial supremacy. Saliva dripped from the beast's jaws as it tore into the feast with savage delight. Yet, a quick observation revealed a funny truth. Even cold-blooded reptiles preferred the rich taste of beef over simple pork, and maybe the seasoning was slightly off. He made a quick mental note to sprinkle some extra cumin into the marinade for their next evolutionary banquet. While the gorged beast slipped into a heavy food coma, Chu marched straight into his training dojo. His eyes sharpened with lethal focus as he unleashed a devastating barrage of strikes upon the heavy bag. A glorious blue panel materialized before his eyes. His relentless sweat and blood had been rewarded, bumping his extremities' boxing proficiency up by 5 solid points. The synchronization with his pet was working miracles. With his vastly enhanced constitution, his bodily limits had shattered, accelerating his training speed to terrifying new heights. 2 days later, the dojo echoed with his ragged, heavy breathing. Drenched in a pool of his own sweat, a wild grin stretched across his face. The intoxicating rush of raw, unadulterated growth fueled his very soul. He shifted his stance, grounding his weight as spiritual energy coiled around his leg like a compressed spring. Boom! The explosive whip kick snapped the heavy leather bag completely in two. Pulling up his system interface, the golden text confirmed his breakthrough. His extremities boxing had officially evolved to the intermediate tier. In the ancient world of traditional martial arts, this terrifying display of force had a specific name. He had successfully conquered the absolute peak of the Ming realm. Memories of his father's old teachings suddenly flooded his mind. The path of a martial artist was divided into 3 legendary stages: the Ming realm, the Dark realm, and the mythical transformation realm. Standing at the apex of the Ming realm meant transcending ordinary human limits. It forged a top-tier warrior perfectly capable of slaughtering 10 armed opponents without breaking a sweat. Stepping into the elusive Dark realm birthed a true, first-rate master, a monster who could annihilate 100 foes single-handedly. Such supreme experts were usually guarded secrets, hidden deep within the sprawling estates of legendary bloodlines. But the ultimate pinnacle, the transformation realm, who was a domain of pure gods, granting the terrifying might to wipe out 1,000 men. These were the history-defining grandmasters recorded in modern texts, entities possessing an invincible, diamond-like physique that sounded like utter fiction from ancient scrolls. Little Chu had innocently asked how strong his father truly was. The man had smiled bitterly, confessing that he had merely touched the edges of the Dark realm for a fleeting moment. A dark shadow of regret had crossed his father's face as painful memories resurfaced. But before the man could dwell on his tragic past, Little Chu's eyes sparkled with sheer admiration, praising his incredible power. The boy's naive curiosity pushed him to ask if they secretly belonged to an ancient, legendary family. The innocent question struck the man like a physical blow, forcing a heavy, exhausted sigh from his lips. "We are just ordinary folks from Luotan," he had answered softly. Snapping back to reality as the sunset painted the sky blood red, Chu walked into the living room, freezing in absolute awe at his iguana's monstrous growth spurt. Only one massive feast stood between them and a terrifying metamorphosis. He silently prayed to the heavens that this awakening would shatter all his expectations. With every ravenous bite, the digital progression bar surged forward. The gauge violently ticked up to 198 out of 200. The fateful moment was merely seconds away. His heart hammered against his ribs in sheer anticipation. The beast swallowed the final chunk of meat, and the golden numbers locked in at a perfect 200. Ding! The system chimes rang like a heavenly bell, confirming the requirements were fulfilled. The primordial sequence of evolution had officially commenced. Suddenly, a scorching agony flared up the creature's arm. A terrifying torment that violently mirrored straight into Chu's own nervous system. Bone-crushing pain tore through their spines as razor-sharp spikes violently erupted from their flesh. Driven mad by the hellish transformation, the beast thrashed around, turning the entire apartment into a war zone. When the chaotic storm finally settled, Chu was left collapsed in a pool of sweat on the ruined floor. He gasped for air, completely unprepared for the agonizing price of ascending. Suddenly, a terrifying low rumble echoed through the debris. Dragging his aching body up, he stumbled toward the containment room. He needed to witness the sheer magnitude of their new devastating power. Without warning, the creature whipped its newly armored tail, instantly vaporizing a reinforced punching bag into absolute dust. An overwhelming, oppressive aura now radiated from the scaled beast. Summoning his personal status window, Chu's jaw dropped. While he remained at level 0, his base constitution had violently skyrocketed from 28 to a monstrous 56. His spiritual force had surged from 16 to 18. Meanwhile, the proficiency of both his core traits had instantly doubled from 10 to 20 points. His martial mastery was scaling out of control. The extremities boxing technique proudly sat at the intermediate tier, loaded with 48 out of 100 experience points. The stepping cloud jump art had climbed to 66 points at the beginner tier, while his springing leg technique hit 39. As for the majestic sea iguana, its status now proudly displayed its first successful evolution with 0 residual points. The revelation struck him like a tidal wave. He never dared to dream that every time his soul-bound clone evolved, his own mortal body's attributes and physical supremacy would directly multiply by 2. He pondered the mystery of his surging power. Was this explosive growth merely filling the void of his previously weak vessel, or did his own constitution permanently double with every single evolution of his clone? If it was merely the former, his power would naturally scale at a steady, predictable rhythm during these early stages. But if it was the latter, the implications were absolute nightmare fuel. By the standards of orthodox martial arts, he had just crossed the threshold into the legendary Dark Realm. With a mere thought, he could now activate his innate traits, projecting devastating external aura into the physical world. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. He was finally standing among the ranks of true martial arts masters. However, his human limits still bound him, capping his daily training gains at exactly 100 experience points. Because his physical vessel mirrored the beast's growth, breaking past this bottleneck meant relying entirely on his alter ego, the abyssal sea iguana. To his absolute shock, the reptilian clone had also awakened to aura projection. The sheer killing intent rolling off its scales was incredibly fierce. Boom, boom, boom. A violent pounding suddenly shattered his focus. Waiting on the other side of his apartment door was a massive, extremely agitated neighbor. Chu swung the door open, completely forgetting to retract his blazing martial aura. He casually asked what the problem was, completely unaware of the terrifying sight he presented. The burly neighbor froze in absolute horror. To him, this ordinary-looking kid felt like a primordial beast, an apex predator that could snap his neck in a heartbeat. Uncontrollable shivers racked his muscular frame. His fiery annoyance instantly melted into fearful obedience. Sweating bullets, he politely stammered out a question, asking if the apartment was undergoing heavy renovations. Chu scratched his head and confessed that his recent martial arts training had gotten a bit intense. He honestly had no idea the noise was bleeding through the walls. The neighbor's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What kind of human training shakes the entire building like a localized earthquake? He dared to peek past Chu's shoulder, and his blood ran cold at the sight of the utterly obliterated living room. His jaw practically hit the floor. Taking a very careful step backward, he nervously waved the whole thing off as a misunderstanding, merely begging Chu to adopt a slightly quieter workout routine. The main character offered a reassuring nod, promising to dial back the destruction and keep the volume down. Bowing in frantic gratitude, the neighbor scrambled toward the elevator like his life depended on it. From the shadows of the ruined room, the reptilian beast coldly watched the man flee. Stepping back into the rubble, Chu finally accepted reality. The clone's monstrous growth spurt made it impossible to hide in a tiny apartment anymore. Destiny was calling the beast back to the boundless deep. Wasting no time, he drove straight to the desolate coastline under the cover of darkness. It was time to unleash his second life. He released the scaled predator into the crashing waves, watching it thrash with primal joy. The aquatic beast had finally returned to its true domain. It vanished beneath the surface in a flash. Instantly, Chu triggered his spiritual perception. His awakened senses expanded rapidly, forming a perfect spherical radar that mapped out a 10-meter radius. The underwater world flooded into his mind's eye. But something was horribly wrong with the marine life here. He recoiled in disgust upon spotting a grotesque, mutated fish blinking back at him with 5 distinct eyes. Prey acquired. The clone locked onto the cursed creature, slicing through the currents like a torpedo. The 5-eyed monstrosity sensed the incoming death too late. A vicious aquatic struggle erupted in the freezing depths. But it was a totally one-sided massacre. A cloud of chaotic bubbles and blood erupted as the iguana ruthlessly devoured its prize. Licking its chops, the apex predator's gaze instantly snapped to its next victim. It lunged with terrifying velocity, swallowing the oblivious sea creature whole before it even knew what hit it. A sweet notification rang in his mind. The mutated flesh granted the beast a massive bounty of 10 evolution points, while directly blessing Chu's human body with an extra point in pure physical constitution. The system logic was flawlessly clear. After its recent evolution, ordinary prey only yielded a pathetic single point, but these tainted, mutated monstrosities were literal gold mines, offering 10 times the reward. Between the alarming news broadcasts and these twisted creatures swarming the coastline, Chu realized the era of peace was rapidly crumbling. Driven by urgency, the sea beast resumed its bloody hunt. Its next target emerged from the gloom. A massive, freakish leviathan sporting a razor-thin whip-like tail. The slaughter continued until the familiar chime of the system interrupted his focus. The clone had completely maxed out its daily harvest of 100 evolution points. The gluttonous feast had to pause for the day. To the fragile eyes of a human, the midnight ocean was an abyss of suffocating darkness. But peering through the avatar's primal vision, the aquatic trench exploded into a mesmerizing, vibrant wonderland of glowing life. Though this supreme amphibious form could conquer the depths for staggering periods, it still lacked the gills of a true fish, ultimately binding it to the surface for oxygen. Knowing it would need to cycle its breath soon, the beast scouted the rocky seabed and gracefully slithered into a hidden fortified crevice. It was the perfect natural fortress. With his second body safely anchored in the trench, Chu finally severed the sensory link and prepared for the drive home. Cruising along the desolate midnight highway, his sharp eyes caught something entirely out of place. A lone, battered van parked outside an abandoned shed. Nobody in their right mind would live in this wasteland, and, as if answering his suspicions, a blood-curdling feminine scream pierced the silence. The main character instantly killed his headlights and slipped into the shadows. He possessed the cold patience of a seasoned hunter, waiting for the perfect opening. Inside the shed, paranoid thugs peered through the cracked wooden slats. Seeing only darkness, they foolishly assumed the passing car had driven off. 3 wretched scumbags surrounded a helpless, bound woman in the grim hideout. The bald ringleader delivered a vicious kick to his lackey, furiously cursing him out for letting their prize make a sound. The idiot henchman had completely failed his one job, carelessly allowing the filthy cloth gag to slip from their hostage's trembling lips. Clinging to his bruised ribs, the lackey pathetically whined that the pitch-black darkness made it impossible to see during the struggle. Meanwhile, tears of absolute despair streamed down the captive woman's face. The vicious boss grabbed her hair, barking a vile threat. If she dared to make another peep, he promised to let his pack of animals tear her apart for their own sick amusement. Outside, the Reaper was approaching. Chu silently closed the distance, activating his martial perception. The shed's interior mapped flawlessly in his mind, right down to the cheap liquor bottles resting by the criminals. He sensed the hostage convulsing in sheer terror, while the third, scrawny thug was casually scrolling on a burner phone. Chu's mind raced with deadly calculations. Was this a standard ransom grab, or a sinister human trafficking ring? His radar picked up the cold glint of steel. 2 of these scumbags were heavily armed with combat knives. The strategy was simple: annihilate the threat in under 60 seconds. Any longer, and the hostage's life would hang by a thread. Crash! He completely obliterated the reinforced wooden door with a single, godlike kick. The 2 armed thugs instantly drew their blades in panic. But Chu moved like a phantom. Before they could even blink, his foot connected with the first target's chest. A sickening crunch echoed through the shed as the thug was launched through the air, slamming into the solid brick wall with a bone-shattering scream. The bald thug unleashed a cowardly curse, lunging at Chu from the blind spot. But our main character's instincts were terrifyingly sharp, landing a devastating blow right to the man's gut. Stumbling back, the bald thug nearly collapsed. Suddenly, his scrawny companion caught him mid-fall, warning his partner to step back and catch his breath. The skinny man shifted into a flawless combat stance. A chilling grin spread across his face as he proudly declared himself a master of the Yue Wang fist, naming himself Ningfu. Chu met his gaze with absolute zero intensity. He answered back, revealing his own deadly heritage. Luotan, the legendary 8 extremities style. The tension inside the ruined countryside house finally snapped. Ningfu exploded forward, initiating this fierce clash of martial artists. He unleashed his first technique, the lethal Tulu strike. Chu caught the incoming arm, ready to counter, but Ningfu fluidly shifted his weight, launching a vicious kick, known as the 2 horses joined tang. The sudden strike cracked against Chu's skull. Stumbling back, Chu realized this was no ordinary street thug. He was facing a true grandmaster. He quickly shifted into an ironclad stance, leaving his opponent visibly stunned. Without a second of hesitation, Chu unleashed his deadly counterattack. He executed the ultimate 8 extremities technique, the legendary Iron Mountain Slam, sending Ningfu violently crashing into the concrete. Coughing up dust, Ningfu burst into maniacal laughter. He wiped his chin, thrilled that his descent from the Martial Mountains had finally led him to a genuine inheritor of the Luotan lineage. He praised the devastating impact of the Iron Mountain Slam, admitting the legendary technique truly lived up to its terrifying reputation. But Chu simply glared down at him. With ice in his voice, he muttered that this entire situation was an absolute disgrace. Ningfu frowned, demanding an explanation. Chu coldly stated he never expected a street rat to possess such mastery over the honorable Yue Wang fist. It disgusted him to see a true martial arts disciple throw away his honor for a life of petty crime. Ningfu simply scoffed, a twisted smirk forming on his face. He mocked Chu for acting like a righteous hero, calling him a naive kid who knew absolutely nothing about the real world. The brutal reality of society had taught Ningfu a harsh lesson the moment he left his master's sanctuary. If you wanted to climb to the top, you had to crush whoever stood in your way. With pure malice, he lunged forward, aiming a lethal strike directly at Chu's eyes. Survival instincts kicked in. Chu launched a blindingly fast counterkick, slamming Ningfu face first into the dirt. As the dust settled, Chu realized just how merciless a true battle between martial artists could be. The suffocating aura this man emitted, it was 100 times more terrifying than fighting a horde of brainless muscleheads. Looking at the devastation around him, Chu felt a twinge of guilt. His mastery over his own monstrous power was clearly lacking, considering the absolute slaughter he had just unleashed on the 3 kidnappers. He swore to himself that he needed stricter training to control this overwhelming strength. Suddenly, a muffled whimper snapped him back to reality. The hostage was still tied up. Our hero quickly shattered her restraints. He offered her a warm, reassuring voice, while she cried tears of absolute gratitude for her savior. Handing her a cloth, he gently told her to wipe away her tears. He instructed her to contact the authorities the moment he disappeared, but he had one crucial favor to ask. Looking her dead in the eyes, he warned her that when the cops interrogated her, she must swear that the shadows hid his face and she had no idea who rescued her. Trembling, she gave him her solemn vow of silence. Exactly 10 minutes later, police sirens wailed outside, but what the officers found inside the shed left them entirely speechless. The kidnapped victim was standing safely on her feet, while her 3 vicious captors were absolutely demolished on the blood-stained floor. Shortly after the terrifying incident, a sharp-eyed security agent named Guan Qing marched into the deputy chief's office, carrying the top-secret forensics report he had requested. Standing before the deputy chief, she dropped a bombshell revelation. The forensic team had discovered a chillingly perfect footprint stamped right into the shattered steel door. Based on the sheer catastrophic damage, someone had front-kicked the barricade with such godly momentum that the heavy door flew 3 meters across the room. The estimated impact force was a mind-boggling 1,000 kilograms, and the kidnappers suffered a fate worse than a nightmare. 2 were killed instantly on impact, while the final thug was left trapped in a permanent coma from a devastating skull fracture. Following up on the survivor's testimony, the victim, Lin Ranga, claimed her savior operated entirely in the dark, his face hidden behind a mask, leaving his true identity a complete ghost story. The deputy chief leaned back in his leather chair, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He simply could not fathom how a human body could generate such monstrous, destructive power. Even the reigning undisputed world champion of boxing could barely push a heavy bag machine to 800 kilograms. In the realm of real-world combat, a striking force crossing that absolute limit was nothing short of a biological impossibility. Guanqing nodded in grim agreement, admitting the suspect's physical limits defied all logic. But she quickly noted that the shadows of their city had been hiding increasingly bizarre, supernatural anomalies lately. Right on cue, a violent crack of thunder shook the heavens. A massive storm was brewing. Meanwhile, cloaked by the darkness of the coastline, a stealthy vehicle sat in wait. From the driver's seat, Chu's hawk-like gaze locked onto an approaching smuggler's boat. 3 shady figures stepped onto the sand. The man leading the pack, clearly the boss, was celebrating their latest massive payday. Yet, his greedy subordinates complained bitterly. They whined that spending a massive $1 million on buying that woman from the Bald Tiger Gang was a ridiculous waste of their hard-earned cash. The second lackey chimed in, grumbling that they had risked their lives diving into the freezing abyss for a sunken shipwreck, only to walk away with a pathetic $2 million in profit. The boss spun around, mocking their pathetic, short-sighted visions. These fools had absolutely no clue about the true astronomical value of the woman they had bought. He declared that with her in their grasp, their bank accounts would soon reach the heavens. The goons cheered up instantly. The boss then turned to a man nicknamed 4 Eyes, asking if the corporate front was fully operational. 4 Eyes adjusted his glasses with a sinister smirk, guaranteeing that their fake maritime shipping company was completely locked and loaded. He bragged about renting out a luxurious high-rise office space to make them look perfectly legitimate. To top it off, he had hired a fleet of jaw-dropping beauties to work the reception and secretary desks. He bowed his head, practically swearing on his life that the boss's grand expectations would be exceeded beyond imagination. The boss let out a booming laugh, his eyes glowing with dangerous ambition. Ever since he had awakened his supernatural underwater breathing ability, the ocean's forgotten treasures were completely at his mercy. Mountains of gold, priceless artifacts. Infinite wealth was finally theirs for the taking. He promised his loyal dogs that as long as they followed his lead, they would feast like kings for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, a harsh rustling sound echoed from the nearby bushes. The boss's aura instantly turned murderous as he roared into the darkness, demanding to know who was spying on them. Chu stepped out of the shadows with a fearless smirk. "I have seen my fair share of degenerates," he mocked, "but you lot are truly a special breed." The boss just sneered, drawing a wicked-looking blade. "You have got a lot of nerve, kid," the boss roared, lunging forward with killing intent. "But arrogant brats like you never live long." Chu did not even flinch. He raised his leg and stomped, completely shattering the ground beneath them. The massive shockwave threw the boss off balance, allowing Chu to follow up with a devastating punch before launching the man into a tree with a brutal kick. The lackeys froze in absolute terror. This was impossible. Their boss had awakened superhuman abilities, making him an unstoppable monster in combat. He was supposed to wipe the floor with 5 men effortlessly. "Run!" 4 eyes screamed in a panic. But before their feet could even move, a phantom-like force struck their backs, bringing them all to their knees. Gasping for air, the boss glared up. "What kind of monster are you?" he choked out. Chu's eyes glowed with an eerie light. "Why do you not look me in the eyes and find out?" It was the perfect moment to test his new mind control ability. "What is your name, and what exactly do you do?" Chu commanded. Instantly, the boss's eyes clouded over, falling deep into the hypnotic trance. "I am Jiang Chongshu," he droned mechanically. "I own a smuggling ship. Exactly 1 month ago, I awakened the supernatural power to breathe underwater." Chu smirked in dark satisfaction. The mind control was terrifyingly absolute. This superhuman thug was now nothing more than his loyal puppet. Chongshu spilled all his dark secrets. He raided sunken ships in the ocean abyss, trading the salvaged ancient treasures to the ultra-wealthy elite. With a simple mental command, Chu deactivated the trance. Suddenly, blinding agony shot through Chongshu's hand. "Boss, what happened to my hand?" he screamed in sheer confusion. "You were careless and broke it by accident," Chu lied with a completely straight face. Still deeply brainwashed into submission, Chongshu instantly accepted the absurd excuse. Chu mentally noted that the hypnosis permanently altered the victim's logic and judgment. "Go rest on the boat," Chu ordered smoothly. "I will join you after I deal with your unconscious friends." Chongshu nodded obediently like a tamed beast. This was exactly what Chu needed. Raising a monstrous lizard required an unimaginable amount of food. Since Chongshu possessed a massive ship and deep ties to wealthy elites, Chu could easily drain his company's wealth to fund his clone's endless appetite. The terrifying power of his mind control was beyond his wildest expectations. While an awakened human like Chongshu showed slight initial resistance, completely dominating the normal lackeys was as easy as breathing. The golden rule became crystal clear. The weaker the target's mental fortitude, the more devastating his psychic dominance would be. Once they boarded the grand vessel, a sharp-looking executive blocked their path. "Who is this kid?" he asked. Chongshu immediately snapped. "Watch your mouth. You are speaking to my boss." The executive broke into a cold sweat and bowed respectfully. Without missing a beat, Chongshu ordered him to draft a binding contract, transferring total ownership of the ship directly to Chu. The legal paperwork was quickly handed over. Chu glanced at the documents, then coldly ordered the man to wait at the main office tomorrow. He then commanded the injured Chongshu to head to the hospital for treatment. By the time the sun rose the next day, his sea iguana clone had devoured yet another massive feast. Chu gazed out at the vast ocean with a triumphant smile. This endless blue expanse was a glorious paradise of limitless food. Back at the gym, his intense training yielded incredible results. A system notification chimed. His evolution points increased by +5, and his constitution rose by 0.5. But he knew he could not just piggyback off his clone's growth. True strength required personal discipline. That was exactly why he pushed his real body to the absolute limit. After those 2 intense battles, his mastery over his explosive strength had noticeably sharpened. Deep inside the mountain cave, the mysterious system chimed again. The raw energy absorbed by the clone had been fully digested during his grueling workout. His evolution points steadily climbed to +6, and by the very next day, the entire ship transfer process was completely finalized. Chu spent an entire day cultivating in absolute isolation, successfully hoarding over 90 evolution points. Meanwhile, his monstrous physical body had grown another 20 centimeters in height. Tomorrow, he would send the mutated lizard into the treacherous deep sea. The encounter with Chongshu was a massive wake-up call. He was definitely not the only awakened superhuman roaming this world. The chaotic era of superpowers had begun. He had to push beyond his limits, especially with the terrifying, unknown leviathans lurking in the ocean's darkest depths. Out on the deck, a lackey complained bitterly. "The fish are completely gone. Our nets are practically empty." 4 eyes adjusted his glasses. A massive pack of sharks probably drove them away. He was not entirely wrong. Sharks were the ruthless apex predators of the sea, hunting in terrifying packs that even killer whales feared. And right now, in the deep abyss, a frenzy of sharks was on the prowl. The sea iguana locked eyes with the deadly predators. A massive shark lunged, jaws wide open. It clamped down hard on the iguana, but its razor-sharp teeth could not even scratch the clone's armored scales. In a brutal twist of fate, the apex predator became nothing more than a midday snack. As the iguana swallowed it whole, the system rewarded it with +10 evolution points. Through their shared soul connection, Chu could literally taste how tender the shark meat was. Then, a golden screen materialized. The clone had finally met the ultimate evolution requirement. The system demanded confirmation. Did he wish to initiate the evolution sequence? Without a second of hesitation, Chu mentally confirmed. Instantly, a bone-crushing agony enveloped the iguana. Miles away in the gym, Chu collapsed as that exact same torment surged through his own veins. He gritted his teeth through the fiery pain. When the torture finally subsided, he eagerly pulled up his status window. He had broken through to level 1. His constitution was now an astonishing 130, and his spirit reached 38. His mind control talent was firmly secured, and both of his traits maxed out at 280 out of 100. His martial arts proficiency had skyrocketed as well. The 8 extremities boxing had reached the intermediate stage, sitting proudly at 370 out of 1,000 experience points. His stepping cloud jump technique also hit the intermediate level, boasting 290 out of 1,000 experience. And his devastating tan leg style was intermediate too, glowing with 390 out of 1,000 experience. But the real shocker was his clone. It was now classified as a scale-armored spiny lizard, a newborn ferocious beast on the terrifying path to becoming a legendary ferocious beast lord. It had successfully evolved 2 times, currently holding 0 out of 5,000 required evolution points, and had miraculously awakened the rare water affinity trait. Drenched in sweat and looking completely exhausted, a wild, victorious grin spread across Chu's face. The grueling pain was entirely worth these god-tier stats. In the hidden realm of traditional martial arts, his physical power was now equal to a grandmaster who had achieved great success in the legendary Dark Realm. He noticed his constitution did not blindly double this time around, but that made perfect logical sense. The only reason it doubled before was because his base stats were pathetically low. Water affinity, he muttered out loud, wondering what godlike abilities that would grant him. But when he switched his vision to the iguana, his jaw completely dropped. The sheer monstrous size of his evolved clone was absolutely terrifying. His avatar's bone density had multiplied to terrifying levels. Its massive frame now weighed a staggering 4 to 5 tons. Its raw strength had completely doubled. Those razor-sharp claws were now as unbreakable as forged steel. Every single movement radiated an explosive new power, allowing it to cut through the water at an astonishing 70 kilometers per hour. This beast was now outrunning massive ships with ease. Gliding silently through the depths, the water resistance simply ceased to exist against its perfected form. He figured this was the absolute peak of water affinity. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, breaking his concentration. He immediately demanded to know if the underground market had any recent treasure leads. His subordinate quickly delivered the disappointing news. There was absolutely nothing. So, he pivoted, pressing for updates on their ocean research instead. The crew reported multiple promising coordinates for ancient shipwrecks. But there was a massive hurdle. Without their top diver, Chong Sha, the sunken riches were completely out of reach. A confident smirk crossed his face. He told them to leave the deep-sea diving entirely to him. Chu understood the geography perfectly. The shallow commercial routes of Country Z, Country H, and Country R were already picked clean. But hidden in the crushing depths lay countless forgotten ships, resting quietly with untold fortunes. Wasting no time, he commanded his sea iguana avatar. He sent the monstrous beast plunging 25 kilometers southeast, straight into the treacherous waters of the Yellow Sea. A sudden realization hit him like a tidal wave. Thanks to his recent evolutionary breakthrough, breathing in the crushing abyss was as natural as taking air on land. His spatial awareness had also undergone a godly awakening. He could clearly sense every ripple within a 20-kilometer radius. Once he wrapped up his affairs on land, the ocean's treasures would be his for the taking. With his daily tasks finally handled, he decided to sit back and savor the absolute thrill of nurturing his monstrous clone. Glancing at the clock, his own stomach began to rumble, signaling dinner time. But out on the neon-lit streets, a strange scene was unfolding. A stunning blonde woman was slumped lifelessly against a street lamp. Meanwhile, Chu treated himself to an absurdly lavish feast. The food was divine, but the bill was a staggering 3,000. That was a heavy blow, considering his entire life savings barely scraped 20,000. Still, he paid without batting an eye. Soon, he would absorb Boss Jang's entire empire. Today was merely a taste of his destined wealth. Stepping outside, however, a commotion caught his sharp gaze. 2 shady figures were circling the unconscious woman like hungry wolves. Without hesitation, our protagonist barked a warning. As his physical power skyrocketed, a primal thirst for combat was rapidly awakening within his soul. Stepping into the fray was second nature to him now. Instantly, the 2 thugs glared at him, their faces twisting in deep annoyance. A cold glint flashed as one thug drew a switchblade. He spat a venomous threat, warning Chu to walk away or die. In response, Chu simply unleashed his terrifying aura. An oppressive killing intent erupted around him like an invisible inferno. Our main character was casually flexing his god-tier presence. The thugs froze, suffocating under the gaze of an apex predator. Absolute terror gripped their hearts, urging them to flee. Suddenly, the mysterious woman giggled, drunkenly mocking the men for their cowardice. Chu raised an eyebrow, genuinely questioning her sanity. It was incredibly rare to meet someone who laughed in the face of death. Her taunts instantly shattered the thugs' fragile egos. Blinded by pride, they convinced themselves the numbers were on their side. Why fear a single man standing alone? Roaring with fury, they decided to slaughter this arrogant fool. They lunged forward with murderous intent. But Chu launched himself into the air, delivering a devastating spinning kick. Bam! The impact sent both men flying like broken ragdolls. And to think, he held back 90% of his power. A full-strength strike would have literally shattered their bones to dust. He lowered his stance, deciding to spare their wretched lives. They were scum, without a doubt, but their petty crimes did not warrant a bloody execution today. The thugs scrambled away in absolute panic. One hauled his groaning partner on his back, screaming that they had just fought a literal demon from the underworld. Stumbling forward, the woman slurred praises about his overwhelming strength. But Chu's sharp eyes caught her erratic twitching. A dark suspicion crossed his mind. Was she drugged? Refusing to play the knight in shining armor, he pulled out his phone. He swiftly dialed the authorities, reporting a compromised civilian outside the Shangtang club. He coldly detailed her suspicious condition to the dispatcher. Meanwhile, she leaned in close, whispering that he should take her to his place instead. Sirens wailed as the patrol cars arrived within minutes. Pouting, she complained that he was hopelessly boring. Chu completely ignored her complaints, professionally handing the scene over to the officers. With the trash taken out, the messy situation was finally resolved. Thank heavens, our main character possessed a mind of absolute steel. Now, it was time to shift his focus back to his monstrous avatar and claim the treasures of the deep. His vision shifted back to the ocean's abyss. The coordinates provided by Four Eyes were spot on. The dark web intel was totally legitimate. A massive, ghostly shipwreck loomed silently in the dark waters. Currently, his spiritual sense was capped at 20 meters. He tightened his focus, realizing he urgently needed to break past this limit. Tearing through the rotting hull, his reptilian eyes widened. He had hit the motherlode, crates upon crates of heavy, gleaming gold bars. Through his earpiece, he commanded Four Eyes to sail 3 kilometers east and lower the cargo net. Curiously, Four Eyes turned to Black Ghost, wondering aloud if they had another aquatic master besides Changsha. Black Ghost shot him, a death glare that could freeze blood. He warned him to bite his tongue, reminding him that questioning the boss's secrets was a fatal mistake. Beneath the waves, the monstrous iguana effortlessly hoisted the heavy gold into the drop crate. As the fortune was slowly winched to the surface, a strange, glowing piece of metal caught his reptilian gaze. The radio crackled as Black Ghost confirmed the secure extraction. The payload was safely on deck, and they were returning to base. The sea beast swiped its steel-shattering claws at the mysterious slab. Sparks flew underwater, but the metal remained completely unscarred. Chu gasped in awe. This had to be a godly, indestructible alloy. An item that could withstand his avatar's power was a priceless artifact. He firmly secured the strange relic, determined to uncover its hidden secrets back on land. Suddenly, the dark waters violently churned. A massive, pale serpentine beast lunged from the shadows to ambush him. But fear did not even exist in Chu's vocabulary. The enemy was twice his size, writhing with terrifying speed. Yet, possessing ultimate confidence in his newly evolved armor and sheer destructive power, Chu knew this oversized snake was simply begging for death. The brutal clash ended in a matter of moments. Only a cloud of blood and floating bones remained in the silent abyss. The mighty iguana swallowed the last bite, mentally noting that deep-sea monster sashimi was an absolute delicacy. Hours rolled by after the violent underwater feast. Back in reality, Chu leaned comfortably against a massive boulder, ready to scheme his next move. For centuries, the relentless crashing of the ocean waves has tempered these coastal reefs into unyielding stone. Under the cloak of night, this desolate beach became the ultimate training ground to unleash his newly awakened power. Physics dictates that every strike delivers an equal reaction, but his mortal frame had transcended limits. His bone density now stood at a terrifying 20 times that of an ordinary human being. Layered with an invisible aura shield that absorbs catastrophic impacts, the recoil of a devastating blow barely leaves a fleeting sting across his knuckles. Even that minor ache vanishes in an instant, devoured by his monstrous cellular regeneration. His physical evolution index had shattered the 200 mark, entering a realm of pure dominance. He had yet to measure his true limits, but a casual strike from his fists now carried a world-shattering force of at least 3,000 pounds. That was a staggering 1.5 tons of raw destruction. Amplified by his surging aura and the legendary 8 extremities martial arts, a single punch could obliterate a human target without breaking a sweat. Our main character unleashed a thunderous strike, pulverizing the massive boulder into dust. The explosive exertion finally left him panting, his muscles drenched in the sweat of absolute triumph. Collapsing onto the cool sand to catch his breath, a realization hit him. The heavy bags back in his apartment would instantly explode under his power, and public parks were completely out of the question. In this era of viral videos and smartphones, exposing his heaven-defying strength to the internet would invite a catastrophic storm of unwanted attention. Stepping into the spotlight as an awakened superhuman would only paint a massive target on his back, drawing endless factions and deadly troubles to his doorstep. Here, hidden by the crashing waves, he could completely let loose and revel in the euphoric rush of his growing might. As he rested, he witnessed the terrifying speed of his own regeneration. Barely 60 seconds had passed, and the jagged, bloody scrapes across his skin had completely vanished, leaving flawless tissue behind. Suddenly, his giant sea iguana familiar emerged from the depths, dragging a mysterious prize ashore. It was an irregular chunk of abyssal black ore, gleaming with a faint and deceptive metallic luster. To his absolute shock, even his monstrous strength struggled to hoist the compact stone. Weighing a staggering 200 pounds, this otherworldly material possessed an unimaginable density. Not even the razor-sharp claws of his mutated beast could leave a single scratch upon its surface. This heavenly material was destined to be forged into a legendary artifact. However, his current forging abilities were far too primitive to tame such a divine metal. Setting it aside, he shifted his focus to a more immediate prize, the mountain of sunken treasure. Stepping aboard his vessel, he demanded a status report from his crew. His loyal subordinates quickly confirmed that the deep-sea loot was safely secured within the hull. Inside the dimly lit captain's quarters, golden radiance illuminated his face. His right-hand man, Black Ghost, peered over his shoulder, his eyes wide as he calculated the jaw-dropping fortune. The subordinate gasped in sheer awe, swearing on his life that he had never witnessed such a blinding mountain of wealth in a single room. Our hero calmly analyzed the stash, noting the complete lack of official minting marks. This shadow-mined bullion carried no historical value, meaning it had to be fenced for pure material weight. Wasting no time, he ventured into the neon-lit heart of the financial district. Pushing open the gilded doors of a high-end jewelry exchange, he casually asked if they could handle a bulk transaction. The polished saleswoman gave a practiced smile, politely asking if he wished to appraise a simple ring or a family necklace. Without a word, he unzipped his heavy duffel bag, revealing the blinding truth. Her professional composure instantly shattered, her breath hitching at the sheer volume of raw wealth. Trembling slightly, she immediately escorted this very important person directly to the executive suite. A sharply dressed executive rushed forward, bowing respectfully as he offered a firm handshake. Sweating under the pressure, he eagerly asked for his esteemed client's name and the exact scale of this massive haul. Pouring the cascade of heavy bullion onto the mahogany desk, the room fell silent. The stunned executive quickly requested a moment, summoning his elite appraisal team to verify the purity of this colossal fortune. While the experts scrambled with their testing acids and scales, our protagonist sank into a plush leather sofa, casually scrolling through his smartphone without a care in the world. Tension filled the air until the manager finally returned, bowing deeply. He nervously reported the final yield, an earth-shattering 11,250 grams of pure treasure. Accounting for the unrefined nature of the underworld bullion, the guild offered a solid market rate of 400 yen per gram. Without batting an eye, our hero sealed the deal. Moments later, his phone vibrated with a glorious notification sound. A staggering 4,500,000 yen had just been wired directly into his bank account. Gazing at the endless string of zeros, a wave of profound disbelief washed over him. While his peers were drowning in college debts and part-time jobs, he was conquering the world and reaping millions in a single night. But reality quickly brought him back down to earth as his current beaten-up sedan violently scraped against the rugged coastal roads. Frustrated by the terrible suspension, he made a split-second decision to upgrade his ride. Striding into a gleaming luxury dealership, he was casually inspecting a pristine white beast of a vehicle. But suddenly, the dealership doors swung open, bringing a wave of absolute nuisance. The obnoxious voices instantly triggered a dark memory in his mind. Turning around, his eyes narrowed as fate dragged his gold-digging ex-girlfriend right back into his orbit. In his foolish past, he had sacrificed everything, starving himself to shower her with gifts. But the venomous snake had discarded his pure heart, running straight into the arms of arrogant and deep-pocketed young masters. Spotting him across the room, she sneered with absolute disgust, whispering to her new sugar daddy about the pathetic loser who once worshipped her. The arrogant heir immediately stepped up, sneering at our hero for daring to breathe the air of a high-end showroom. Murderous intent flared within his shadow as Black Ghost prepared to strike, but a simple raised hand from our boss halted the bloodshed. Misinterpreting this mercy as weakness, the rich boy barked, demanding to know if the truth hurt. With a mocking laugh, the elitist trash pointed a manicured finger, viciously declaring that a filthy and penniless student had no right to stand among millions of yen in luxury steel. Tossing her hair with disdain, the treacherous ex whined, begging her rich toy to ignore the trash and focus on spoiling her. With greedy eyes, she immediately latched onto a blazing red, top-tier sports car. The arrogant young master puffed out his chest, pretending to evaluate the magnificent machine. But behind his boastful facade, his actual monthly allowance was nothing more than a pathetic few tens of thousands. The brutal reality was hilarious. This so-called wealthy heir was just a paper tiger, utterly incapable of affording even the tires on that dream car. Completely unfazed by the barking dogs, our protagonist turned his attention to a domineering, high-chassis off-road titan. It was the perfect mobile fortress to carry his legendary spoils. A nervous sales representative approached, cautiously asking about financing plans or down payments. Without blinking, our hero slapped down his black card, commanding them to process the entire massive sum in one single swipe. The gold digger's jaw hit the polished floor. The vehicle was priced at a staggering $2.38 million. Refusing to accept reality, her arrogant boyfriend screamed that it was all a pathetic bluff from a poverty-stricken faker. Clinging to her fragile ego, the venomous ex nodded frantically, desperately trying to convince herself that this magnificent display of wealth was just an elaborate illusion. They remembered the pathetic boy who survived on cheap instant ramen just to buy her trinkets. With vicious laughter, they loudly mocked him, waiting for the ultimate humiliation when his card would inevitably decline, but the slap of reality was about to hit them like a freight train. With mocking sneers, they warned him to drop the pathetic act. After all, the humiliation of a declined card would be absolutely unbearable. Black Ghost stepped forward, his aura flaring with cold menace. "Mind your own business," he growled. "But tell me, what will you do when his wealth crushes your pathetic pride?" The arrogant fool swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. "If this broke loser can actually pay," he sneered, "I will get on my knees and call him daddy. But if he fails, he bows to me." The manager assumed it was all a desperate bluff. But as the transaction terminal beeped, approval. She handed over the keys with trembling hands, officially declaring the luxury beast as his own. Chu accepted the keys with a calm, king-like grace. Beside him, Black Ghost flashed a wicked, knowing smirk, while the arrogant man's jaw hit the floor in pure shock. As the gold-digging ex stared in sheer disbelief at Chu's hidden wealth, Black Ghost ruthlessly hoisted the man up by his collar. "Time to pay up," he barked. "Bow to the boss and say the word." But Chu simply waved his hand with icy indifference. "Drop it," he commanded. "Trash like them are not worth another second of our time." "You are far too merciful, boss," Black Ghost scoffed, his iron grip slowly loosening. "I would have ground his face into the dirt." The arrogant fool shrunk back, completely humiliated. The roar of the engine echoed as Chu drove off into the horizon. His desperate ex sprinted after the taillights in vain, instantly becoming the absolute laughingstock of the entire dealership. "Talk about poetic justice," a male associate chuckled. "She threw away a hidden dragon just to chase a pathetic, fake millionaire. That is human nature for you," his female colleague sighed. "Fools only realize the true value of a diamond after they have tossed it into the mud." The scene shifts to Cloud Edge, the absolute pinnacle of high society dining in End City. Here, Chu was ushered in like absolute royalty. A stunning server handed him a gold-leafed menu, her voice dripping with utmost respect as she awaited the VIP's command. "Bring me the 5,888 yuan Boston lobster and the 7,888 yuan king crab." Surrounded by gorgeous attendants hand-feeding him delicacies, Chu was living the ultimate emperor's dream. He smiled to himself, totally unapologetic. After grinding so hard to feed his monstrous iguana clone, he had completely earned this taste of absolute paradise. But reality suddenly pinged his phone. A group chat notification from his academic advisor popped up, dropping a harsh reminder. University classes were resuming next week. The irony hit him like a ton of bricks. Despite sitting on untold wealth and terrifying power, he was still just a second-year college student. Time was running out. Pulling up his system interface, his eyes narrowed. With classes eating up his schedule, he needed massive funds immediately to force his lizard clone's breakthrough into the Shadow Realm. Deep beneath the ocean's surface, the rules of nature were simple. The mighty swordfish reigned supreme as the undisputed speed king of the sea, hitting blinding speeds of 60 miles per hour or 90 kilometers per hour. But Chu's monstrous clone was already leagues faster. Devouring a massive sailfish in one bite, the shared sensory link flooded his taste buds with absolute delight. The hunt was never just for food, it was for power. The system chimed, rewarding him with plus 10 evolution points. Now, it was time to scour the ocean floor for sunken gold. Unleashing his terrifying spiritual perception, his senses exploded outward like a massive radar, scanning everything within a staggering radius of dozens of kilometers. But the cruel sea yielded nothing. Even after combing the murky depths for days on end, not a single trace of ancient treasure ships could be found. A dark realization began to creep into his mind. The very fabric of the world was mutating. Were there hidden forces operating in the shadows? Secret supernatural factions run by the global elite? With his heaven-defying abilities growing stronger by the day, a single misstep could paint a massive target on his back. Absolute caution was his only shield. The scene cuts to a towering, high-end corporate fortress in End City. Chu finally stepped into his own empire, visiting the company Jiang Shu had built for him for the very first time. Located in the absolute heart of the financial district, Jiang Shu had spared zero expense, transforming Tianlan Marine Industries into a flawless, intimidating corporate facade. The stunning receptionist immediately snapped to attention at the sight of Assistant Jiang. "Alert the entire floor," Jiang commanded with absolute authority. "Summon everyone to the CEO's office. The true boss is here." Inside the massive executive suite, the air was thick with anticipation. Jiang stood aside with absolute reverence, officially introducing the mysterious main character to his newly minted subordinates. A collective gasp filled the room. The female staff were completely mesmerized by this ridiculously young, insanely wealthy visionary. Even the gorgeous receptionist, Ning Nixon, stepped forward with blushing cheeks. A breathtaking woman gracefully poured him a cup of premium coffee. "Boss," Jiang whispered softly. "This is your personal secretary, Su Longyu." But Chu's expression remained colder than ice. Without sparing her a single glance, he flatly ordered her to set it down. Flipping through the corporate dossiers, he was genuinely impressed. For a mere shell company, the intelligence network was dangerously efficient. However, maintaining an empire comes at a steep price. Bleeding hundreds of thousands of yuan monthly just to keep the lights on, his desperate need to uncover sunken riches had hit a critical boiling point. With a wave of his hand, he shut down the corporate pleasantries. Meeting adjourned, he declared with an alpha presence, "Everyone, get back to your stations and prove your worth." As the room cleared, his eyes locked onto Jiang Shu. "Return to the flagship immediately," he ordered in a hushed, dangerous tone. "I need eyes on our inner circle." He could not afford to get sloppy. While his sinister mind control powers were holding steady, he knew that subconscious hypnosis was never an absolute guarantee against betrayal. Isolating his crew from the outside world was a matter of sheer survival. Suddenly, a surge of warmth flooded his veins. System notification. Constitution boosted twice by plus 0.7. This was the ultimate cheat code. Lounging in his executive chair, he absorbed raw power while his oceanic clones did all the slaughtering. A wicked grin crossed his face. Meanwhile, down in the abyss, his sea iguana was out for fresh blood. Bam! A devastating tail whip shattered the skull of a massive predator. At first glance, it looked like a terrifying barracuda, but its mutated proportions were completely off the charts. This aquatic nightmare measured a colossal 4 to 5 meters in length, an absolute anomaly for a species that barely reaches 2 meters. Moving at logic-defying speeds, its jaws snapped with fangs completely harder than forged steel. The beast had lunged with murderous intent. Had Chu not activated his impenetrable external force field in the nick of time, those jaws would have shredded his clone into ribbons. A chilling realization washed over him. The darkest trenches of the ocean were rapidly becoming breeding grounds for mutated monstrosities. And as he took a bite, the spiritual energy within the flesh was dangerously potent. Pure, unadulterated power coursed through his monstrous form. Ding! The system went wild, announcing that this epic struggle had granted him a massive 90 evolution points. His constitution skyrocketed by a staggering plus 9. But as the overwhelming power settled in, Chu's mind raced. This was no ordinary mutation. This beast carried the horrific scent of an unnatural awakening. His very bones cracked and refined, experiencing a godly enhancement 10 times greater than any previous hunt. What a pity, he thought, realizing this monster was likely a rare, lone apex predator. The scene seamlessly transitions back to the cold reality of the Tianlan Marine Industries office. Whispers filled the office air as the female staff gathered around in a tight circle. They simply could not stop gossiping about their mysterious, handsome boss, dying to know if a certain someone had already stolen his heart. Nixian was practically swooning, her eyes sparkling with pure adoration. But the giggles came to a sudden halt when a chillingly calm voice pierced the room, asking why they were still loitering after hours. It was none other than Chu himself. Startled, Lang Yu quickly scrambled for an excuse, stammering out that they were just wrapping up a few final tasks for the company. Of course, with his superhuman senses, he had heard every single word of their fangirling all the way from the elevator. But playing the cool boss, he decided to act completely clueless to spare them the absolute embarrassment. A gentle smile crossed his face as he proposed a company dinner to reward their relentless hard work. The girls instantly lit up like fireworks, their earlier panic completely washed away by excitement. The destination? An ultra-exclusive dining pavilion known as Above the Clouds. Stepping out of his jaw-dropping luxury vehicle, the women were utterly spellbound by the sheer opulence surrounding them. And when the astronomical bill of $48,888 arrived, our main character did not even blink. He casually slid his premium black card to the waiter like it was absolute pocket change. Nixian felt her heart threaten to burst from her chest. Just what kind of ancient, ultra-wealthy lineage did this man belong to? Meanwhile, Lang Yu watched in absolute disbelief, completely stunned by his terrifyingly casual display of wealth. The rest of the staff exchanged knowing glances, hitching their wagons to a boss with such unfathomable resources practically guaranteed them a golden ticket to the absolute top of the corporate world. But the night was far from over for him. He smoothly excused himself, claiming urgent business matters, and arranged a secure convoy to escort the ladies safely back home. Far from the dazzling city lights, the chilling sea breeze howled under the pale moonlight. There, on a desolate, jagged coastline, Chu stood completely alone, pushing his body beyond its absolute limits in secret training. His physical specs had reached monstrous levels. Boasting a terrifying constitution over 20 times that of an ordinary mortal, a single casual punch from him could obliterate a solid 2 tons of steel. But that was not all. Once he unleashed his crushing external aura field, his destructive power doubled instantly, launching devastating strikes that easily approached the 5-ton marker. However, such godlike power came with a dangerous price. The immense strength was growing wildly chaotic, threatening to slip from his grasp. Just as he focused on mastering this violent energy, a sudden noise shattered the coastal silence. His sharp eyes pierced the thick darkness. At this ungodly hour, in a forsaken wasteland where no soul should wander, shadows were moving ominously in the distance. A gruff voice echoed across the crashing waves. A sinister figure standing on the rocks spat at a suspicious crew aboard a docked speedboat, demanding to know why they still lacked trust after countless underworld trades. The rival boss on the deck sneered in response, refusing to break their golden rule of the shadows. Cash up front on the table, and only then would the illicit cargo see the light of day. Crouched invisibly behind a massive boulder, Chu narrowed his eyes dangerously. The heavy scent of danger confirmed it was a high-stakes narcotics deal. Spotting the deadly steel of firearms in their coats, he knew rushing in blindly would be a fool's errand. The tense standoff finally broke as briefcases clicked open. A sinister transaction concluded under the cover of darkness, sealed with a treacherous handshake between the 2 crime syndicates. The shoreline boss shot a deadly glare at his partner, whispering a grim warning to keep his head down. The authorities had been tightening the noose lately, and one wrong move would drag them all into hell. Flashing a wicked grin, the smuggler confidently assured his leader that their tracks were flawlessly hidden. They relied strictly on absolute, untraceable ghost channels to move their poison. They boasted that even if the heavens fell, the authorities would never find a single breadcrumb, but they never factored in the grim reaper lurking in the shadows. Moving like an absolute phantom, Chu instantly snapped the consciousness of 2 heavily armed guards. Sensing the sudden bloodlust, the mob boss roared in panic. His hand desperately clawed at the cold metal of his pistol. But Chu vanished, reappearing right before him and delivering a devastating blow that shattered the villain's defenses. Looking down at the groaning scum, our main character felt zero remorse. These monsters had long surrendered their humanity for blood money, and wiping their stain from the earth was nothing short of divine public service. The land forces neutralized, he unleashed his absolute terror upon the waters. With a silent command, his monstrous, mutated sea iguana surged from the abyss. The colossal beast slammed into the fleeing speedboat, snapping the vessel like a fragile twig and plunging the screaming crew into the freezing waves. The nightmare had only just begun. The demonic reptile circled its prey, its dorsal spikes slicing the water like a terrifying shark. Absolute hysteria erupted as the gangsters thrashed helplessly, their arrogant smirks replaced by desperate, throat-tearing shrieks for salvation. Driven mad by the encroaching doom, one gangster realized that outswimming this prehistoric leviathan was an absolute impossibility. With trembling hands, he drew his waterproof firearm, cocking it with a desperate click. Screaming like a madman, he ordered his drowning comrades to empty their clips and go all out. In his frantic mind, no flesh and blood creature could ever outrun a barrage of hot lead, and a deafening hail of gunfire illuminated the pitch-black ocean. A lucky bullet ricocheted violently off the thick, armored scales right beside the beast's glowing eye. The shooter froze, the color draining from his face in pure, primal terror. The sea iguana slowly turned, its draconic gaze burning with apocalyptic fury. The ocean quickly silenced the last of their agonizing screams. As lifeless bodies bobbed in the blood-stained surf, the triumphant beast dutifully retrieved the silver briefcase in its jaws. Hours later, safe in his private domain, Chu stood over a literal mountain of recovered underworld wealth. He systematically flipped through the crisp, dirty money. Every single bundle held 10,000 in pure cash, and staring back at him was a staggering total of 3 million, neatly arranged in 300 breathtaking stacks. Running his fingers over the paper, the raw, physical weight of this absolute fortune hit him infinitely harder than a soulless digital bank balance ever could. Fast forward to the brilliant sunlight of the very next morning, inside an upscale coffee shop. An enchantingly beautiful figure stepped through the doors, instantly paralyzing every male patron in the room. It was his capable subordinate, Long Yu. Bending forward with elegant grace, she respectfully presented a stack of corporate documents for his seal of approval, leaving the onlookers absolutely green with envy. Though the spectators remained dead silent, their widened eyes practically screamed the exact same question. How could such a supreme, commanding boss, be this absurdly young. Signing the last page, Chu ordered Long Yu to immediately rally the entire executive board back at headquarters. As he casually strolled past the eavesdroppers, a suffocating, kingly pressure washed over them, chilling them straight to the bone. Later, seated at the head of the corporate boardroom, Chu swept his sharp gaze over his team, demanding absolute perfection in their upcoming conquest. He promised them eternal glory as the founding pillars of his rising empire. If they pushed the company's metrics into the stratosphere, the year-end bonuses raining down upon them would shatter their wildest financial dreams. Suddenly, a sharp vibration from his pocket broke his tyrannical CEO mode. Glancing at the glowing screen, his imposing aura flickered for a brief second. An urgent system notification flashed, stating it was the absolute final deadline for university enrollment. The message revealed he was literally the last missing student on the academic roster. Dragged violently back to reality from his billionaire mafia-crushing double life, he nonchalantly cleared his throat, casually informing his top-tier executives that their boss actually needed to go attend homeroom. With the grand corporate strategy already set in motion, he officially declared the high-stakes meeting adjourned. Leaving the company's fate in the capable hands of his gorgeous secretary, he fully delegated his empire to Lang Yu during his academic absence. Nixian's jaw practically hit the immaculate floor, her brain completely short-circuited trying to process the absolute absurdity that their terrifying, omnipotent leader was still buried in college textbooks. Meanwhile, her stunned co-workers speculated wildly, convinced he must be the secret golden child of a legendary Chibol family. How else could a mere student walk the prestigious grounds of N University with the overwhelming composure of an ancient king? Stepping onto the bustling campus grounds, the sound of his aggressively sleek supercar echoing in the air, Chu instantly became the absolute center of the universe. A freshman casually rolling up in a mechanical beast worth over $2 million was enough to completely shatter reality. In a matter of seconds, paparazzi shots of his dramatic entrance nuked the university's online message boards. The explosive thread racked up 748 frantic shares and a staggering 2,822 mind-blown comments before lunch. Scrolling through the trending viral post, a breathtaking upperclassman suddenly froze, her heart skipping a treacherous beat. Those fiercely captivating eyes, blazing with a cold starlight brilliance, triggered an electrifying sense of destiny within her soul. Frantically swiping into the chaotic comment section, the digital sleuths had already unmasked his true identity. The terrifying underworld conqueror and legendary billionaire boss was simply registered as a humble sophomore wandering the halls of the finance department. Strolling across the campus grounds, Chu marveled at a terrifying realization. His physical strength was skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. Yet, his martial arts foundation was severely lacking. He only possessed the 8 extremities fist, the cloud stepping technique, and the tan leg method. To master this overwhelming, monstrous power, he desperately needed to awaken new martial arts skills. Just then, his eyes fell upon the university's taekwondo club in the middle of their practice. It was almost laughable. With a single, casual slap, he could instantly crush ordinary fighters like bugs. To truly harness his monstrous physical might, he had to push his training past human limits. Wasting no time, he arrived at the Longtang Steel Corporation. He needed custom-forged metal. The estimated weight? A staggering 100 tons or more. A receptionist quickly escorted him into the luxurious VIP lounge. She bowed respectfully, promising to immediately summon their top sales manager for such a massive order. Inside the VIP room, the manager arrived, curiously asking what kind of specialized steel this young master required. Chu's demands were utterly insane. He requested a colossal steel pillar, 2 meters thick and 5 meters tall. Add to that, pure steel training blocks, weighing 1, 5, 10, and a mind-bending 20 tons each. Calculating this absurd order, the total weight came out to a monstrous 200 tons of pure, unyielding steel. The estimated cost was a heavy $700,000, with the final price pending the actual forging process. Without batting an eye, Chu agreed and prepared to sign the binding contract. The very next morning, at Jiang Chengshu's rugged makeshift dock, Jiang humbly bowed, offering this entire massive area as Chu's personal warehouse. Preferring the silence of solitude, Chu dismissed his subordinate to inspect the territory alone. Suddenly, a familiar chime rang in his mind. The system notified him. His beast clone had devoured its way to 8 new evolution points. However, he was still far from reaching the legendary transformation stage. The path to absolute supremacy was still a long and grueling road. He visualized that colossal steel pillar dominating the center of the warehouse. Once it arrived, this abandoned dock would become his ultimate, flesh-tempering training ground. The system's daily limit capped at exactly 100 evolution points. To push his boundaries, he needed to squeeze out at least one more drop of potential. Compared to his giant lizard clone's terrifying growth rate, his human vessel was evolving far too slowly. Meanwhile, across the city, the authorities were cordoning off a blood-soaked crime scene. The victim was none other than Luo Hua. The notorious underworld boss Luo, a man who ruled a local bar and commanded a ruthless gang of thugs. The detective stared in absolute horror. The mobster's right arm was obliterated by a blunt weapon, struck with such devastating, inhuman force that it hung by a mere thread of torn flesh. His enforcer, Iron Liu, had his chest completely caved in, dying the moment the crushing blow landed. Even more terrifying, all three seasoned thugs were slaughtered in under a minute by a single phantom-like assailant. The forensics team was sweating bullets. They concluded that the killer's strength and speed had completely shattered the limits of ordinary human capability. What kind of monster could pull off such an absolute massacre? Suddenly, the police radio crackled to life. More corpses had just washed up at the Tianlan Maritime Company's coastal borders. Back at headquarters, Chu casually reclined in a massage chair. Ling Yu approached, anxiously reporting that their new company had absolutely zero business, leaving the newly absorbed gang members to just slack off. She desperately suggested hitting the streets to hand out flyers. But Chu merely opened his eyes. "There is absolutely no need for such trivial methods," he replied coolly. His lips curled into a confident smirk. "Business," he explained, "is exactly like hunting in the deep sea. You simply cast the net and wait for the fat fish to bite." Ling Yu bit her lip, drowning in anxiety. If they did not actively advertise, wouldn't this shell company bleed cash and completely collapse into bankruptcy? But as if dictated by fate itself, Naikin burst through the doors. A VIP client had suddenly arrived to negotiate a major deal. Ling Yu stood utterly paralyzed by shock. She could not believe her own ears. Did a massive bag of money really just deliver itself straight to their doorstep? An imposing figure stepped into the office, aggressively demanding to see Boss Jiang. Chu's aura spiked instantly. "Jiang and his entire crew answer only to me now," he declared with absolute authority. The man's eyes widened in profound respect. Taming that wild dog was no small feat. He quickly introduced himself as Wang Tianhua. Chu immediately recognized the name of the notorious Boss Wang. Projecting the aura of a true mastermind, Chu motioned for the man to sit and speak his piece. Snapping out of her daze, Ling Yu hurriedly scrambled to brew some high-grade tea. Leaning in close, Boss Wang dropped a massive bombshell. He had the coordinates to a centuries-old sunken treasure ship, worth tens of millions. He desperately needed a crew powerful enough to haul it up. Chu's gaze sharpened like a blade. "And how exactly do we split this heavenly fortune?" Wang confidently proposed providing the map, claiming 70% for himself, leaving Chu with a mere 30%. Wang defended his greedy proposal, claiming even top-tier international salvage squads accepted these terms. Chu simply smirked, exuding a chilling pressure. "Then I suggest you go hire an international squad," he retorted. Sweating under Chu's overwhelming presence, Boss Wang stammered, asking what his price was. 50-50, Chu commanded, leaving absolutely zero room for negotiation. Boss Wang was backed into a corner. With maritime laws being enforced with an iron fist, private salvaging was practically a death wish. This mysterious young boss was his absolute last hope. Trembling slightly, he asked if Chu could actually guarantee success. Chu's eyes gleamed with absolute supremacy. "I have plenty of men far more ruthless than Jiang," he promised. He challenged the frightened boss to come witness their raw power firsthand if he dared. Intimidated by his terrifying confidence, Wang swallowed his pride and agreed to the 50-50 split. Their hands clashed in a firm handshake, sealing a destiny-altering contract. Meanwhile, deep inside the police precinct, the chief stared blankly at the gruesome photos. What kind of monstrous beast could leave such exaggerated, nightmare-inducing claw marks? A chilling thought crept up his spine. This was not the work of human hands. They were dealing with a heavily mutated, abnormal creature. Suddenly, a top-secret ping lit up his secure terminal. It was classified, high-clearance data regarding a string of bizarre, bloody massacres out at sea. The higher-ups suspected a terrifying marine beast was on the prowl. Elite professional hunters were being dispatched immediately to track and exterminate the threat. Back at the dock, Chu's earth-shattering iron pillar finally descended from the cranes. Staring at the metal behemoth, Ling Yu asked about its purpose. Chu smiled mysteriously. "It is a sea-calming pillar, buried to suppress the violent energy of the waters and force the dragon kings of the deep into submission." Ling Yu's heart fluttered in awe. Her boss's knowledge of ancient myths and profound secrets was simply breathtaking. But reality hit hard when Chu checked his banking app. Wealth truly burned faster than dry paper. He was down to his last 321,800, a dangerously low balance for a man of his sky-high ambitions. Later that night, under the moonlight at the Bixie Garden Complex, Chu escorted the beautiful Ling Yu back to her building. Blushing deeply, she shyly looked away. "Would you like to come downstairs to my place for a glass of water?" she asked, her voice filled with heart-fluttering tension. Chu politely declined her invitation, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Long Yu flushed red with embarrassment, kicking herself for inviting him in when her apartment was a complete disaster zone. But Chu's hasty retreat was not about her messy room. He sped off into the night because of a terrifying realization. Earlier at dinner, he had accidentally snapped his solid chopsticks like mere twigs. His rapidly mutating body was becoming a hazard. He desperately needed to master this overwhelming physical power. Arriving at the desolate shoreline, he immediately unleashed a barrage of explosive punches against the massive boulders. His ultimate objective? Absolute and flawless mastery over his awakening abilities. As he trained, his invisible aura shield flared to life, now expanding to an impressive radius of 30 meters. Within this domain, he possessed godlike awareness of every shifting blade of grass and whispering breeze. Fast forward 3 days. In the ocean depths, his sea iguana avatar feasted endlessly, racking up a staggering plus 210 evolution points and plus 21 constitution points. Through his aquatic eyes, he spotted a menacing, red-eyed, mutated fish. It was the exact same rare species he had encountered once before. Back on the surface, Wang Tianhua's massive vessel finally killed its engines. Realizing they had reached the coordinates, Chu dialed his partner, smoothly bluffing that his mysterious salvage crew was already in position. He coolly asked when the operation would commence. On the other end of the line, Tianhua showered him with praise for such terrifying efficiency. The wealthy magnate confirmed they would strike under the cover of darkness. Meanwhile, Chu's relentless physical conditioning paid off, triggering a system prompt, plus 15 aura control experience. Thanks to this aura enhancement, his raw combat strength skyrocketed exponentially. Later, when Tianhua arrived at the rendezvous, he looked around in confusion, noting that the legendary crew of Chu was nowhere to be seen. Chu offered a mysterious smirk. He claimed his elite divers were already waiting in the pitch-black depths, simply awaiting the exact coordinates. Tianhua was utterly blown away by this level of professionalism. The target was pinpointed 200 meters off the port bow, buried deep in the crushing abyss, roughly 700 to 800 meters below sea level. Switching his consciousness, Chu dove into the trench. Even with his superhuman constitution, the monstrous water pressure felt like a mountain crushing his chest. But when he reached the ocean floor, the seabed was completely empty. He relayed the disappointing news back to the surface. Instead of being angry, Tianhua was absolutely flabbergasted by the lightning-fast scouting speed of Chu. Scanning the abyssal zone in a mere 20 minutes? It defied all maritime logic. Stepping in, the seasoned assistant of Tianhua deduced the problem. Over hundreds of years, shifting ocean currents must have swept the wreck away. The expert advised recalculating the search grid roughly 1 kilometer to the east. Receiving the new orders, Chu immediately propelled his avatar through the dark waters. Pushing his enhanced perception to the absolute limit, he combed the murky depths. Finally, the silhouette of a sunken galleon appeared. Working flawlessly, they hauled the ancient treasure back to the surface. Inspecting the ancient hull, they found 8 fragmented artifacts and 3 perfectly preserved masterpieces. The preliminary appraisal? A jaw-dropping 30 million. But if they funneled these relics through underground private auctions, they could easily squeeze out an extra 20 million. Tianhua gleefully shared the lucrative prospect with his young partner. Unbothered by the logistics, Chu gave him full authority to handle the black market sales. He was only here for the payout. True to his word, a few days later, Tianhua slammed heavy briefcases of cash onto the table. The final auction tally had skyrocketed past 23 million. Split down the middle, the cut of Chu was a cool 11.5 million. Tianhua casually nudged the briefcases forward, inviting him to verify the stacks. Chu did not even bat an eye. He simply stated that a man's word was his bond, and he trusted his partner completely. Tianhua burst into booming laughter, deeply respecting the bold and straightforward nature of the young man. The magnate swore to contact him the second another shipwreck rumor surfaced. In a flash, the earthly financial woes of Chu were completely eradicated. Yet, in the realm of true power, he knew he was still agonizingly weak. Money could not buy invincibility. He vowed to temper his flesh until heavy sniper rounds and point-blank grenades bounced off him like rain. Only then could he embrace truly terrifying risks. The very next morning, back at the headquarters of Tianlan Marine Industries, a junior clerk rushed in holding a newly submitted resume. The bold applicant made an outrageous claim. They promised to lure in 200 high-paying fishing enthusiasts every single month, all for a demanding base salary of 50,000. The eyes of Nixing lit up upon seeing her elusive boss return. She presented the arrogant application to Chu, who barely glanced at the paper before tossing it in the trash, instantly recognizing the blatant scam. The beautiful manager could not hide her radiant smile. Chu had been ghosting his own company for days, and her relief at his safe return was palpable. Leaning back in his chair, Chu casually dropped a bomb, mentioning he was out closing a massive deal that netted him a few million. Nixing gasped in awe. Remembering his earlier promise, she eagerly reminded him of the victory dinner. Being a man of his word, Chu declared he was treating the entire office to the luxurious Yunshangtian Club that very night. The female employees erupted into delighted cheers. They felt like they had struck gold with this job. The workload was a breeze, the salary was generous, and most importantly, their young boss treated them with absolute dignity. It was a far cry from the toxic corporate world filled with predatory managers. In fact, a blush crept up one girl's cheeks as she secretly wondered, if their handsome boss cornered her at the VIP club tonight, would she actually surrender to his charms? Oblivious to her staff's daydreaming, Nixing shook her head in sheer disbelief. She never imagined the deep-sea fishing industry hid such astronomical profits. The brown-haired assistant chimed in, her eyes wide with shock at the realization that just a few days on the open ocean could literally mint millions in cold, hard cash. Playing the humble card, Chu smoothly lied through his teeth. He brushed it off as insane beginner's luck, claiming they had snagged an ultra-rare bluefin tuna, a legendary prize that auctioned for hundreds of thousands on its own. Suddenly, the casual atmosphere was interrupted. An impeccably dressed man confidently strode up to Chu, respectfully inquiring if he was the mastermind behind Tianlan Marine Industries. The newcomer flashed a charismatic smile. He introduced himself as Li Tianrui, the high-ranking deputy general manager of the colossal Tianhong Group and a close associate of Wang Tianhua. Without hesitation, he extended an exclusive invitation for a deep-sea fishing expedition. The eyes of Chu narrowed with calculating interest. He bluntly stated he was game, provided the money on the table was thick enough. He smoothly directed the VIP to schedule a formal meeting at his office, as Long Yu efficiently handed over their premium gold-embossed business card. Accepting the card, the elite executive promised to drop by tomorrow. As soon as he left, Xiao Yi let out a breathless gasp, utterly stunned that a corporate titan of his caliber was so incredibly young. Nixing frowned, asking if the Tianhong Group was truly that intimidating. The voice of Xiao Yi trembled as she revealed the horrifying truth. Their chairman commanded a net worth of tens of billions. A monstrous entity far wealthier than even the richest overlord of N City. Connecting the terrifying dots, she pointed out that Li Tianrui shared the exact same surname as the almighty chairman. This was not just a manager. This was the crown prince of a corporate empire. The entire office fell into a stunned silence. Even Chu was internally taken aback. To think the heir to an unfathomable fortune possessed such a dark obsession with sunken maritime treasures. A wicked smirk played on the lips of Chu. Talk about divine irony. He had just been spinning lies about catching a massive fish, and now fate had literally delivered a legendary whale right to his doorstep. But in the vast depths of the ocean, the reality was even crazier. Not just one, but two colossal sea beasts had been conquered. His monstrous sea iguana avatar flexed its terrifying might, pinning one beast with its razor-sharp claws while crushing the second inside its massive jaws. Later, hidden away in his secret warehouse, Chu grilled up the flesh of his multi-million-dollar oceanic conquest. Taking a bite, he could not help but sigh. For a mutated delicacy worth over 10 million, the taste was frustratingly ordinary. He sealed the massive catch inside an ice-filled chest. A confident smirk crossed his face. To him, this wasn't just an ordinary fish. It was a literal mountain of wealth swimming freely in the ocean. His plan was simple: secure a high-rolling buyer by tomorrow. But right in the middle of his intense physical training, his phone buzzed. Young Master Li had been waiting at the office, and his patience was slowly wearing thin. Without missing a beat, he promised to head over immediately. His destination? The grand headquarters of the Tianlan Marine Company. The moment he arrived, Tan Rui dropped an absolute bombshell. He had secured the exact coordinates of a lost sunken shipwreck. Chu narrowed his eyes in suspicion. The Tianhong Group was already swimming in unimaginable riches, so why would they suddenly care about old sunken scraps? A sly, knowing grin appeared on Tan Rui's face. His answer was incredibly simple, yet profoundly true. In this ruthless world, absolutely no one ever complains about having too much wealth. Chu immediately laid down his non-negotiable terms, a strict 50-50 split of the retrieved cargo. Surprisingly, Tan Rui agreed without a second of hesitation. In that instant, Chu's razor-sharp instincts flared. The young master definitely wasn't after the gold. He wanted something entirely different. Shifting the gears of the conversation, Chu decided to leverage his new connection. He casually asked if Tan Rui had any deep ties to elite, high-end seafood establishments. The revelation dropped like a heavy anchor. Chu calmly shared that he had caught a legendary 4-meter bluefin tuna. Tan Rui's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated disbelief. To reel in an ocean emperor like that required impossible, heaven-defying skill. Seeing the golden opportunity flash before his eyes, Tan Rui eagerly confirmed his elite connections. He smoothly suggested they share a lavish meal, setting the perfect stage for a highly profitable introduction. Later at the massive dock warehouse, a frantic buyer sprinted through the heavy iron doors. Chu simply crossed his arms, radiating calm authority. He advised the panting man to catch his breath, reminding him that the aquatic treasure certainly wasn't growing legs and walking away anytime soon. Manager Lin inspected the colossal beast with trembling hands, hastily reporting the unbelievable findings to his superior. The quality was absolute perfection, flawlessly meeting grade A standards across the board. The suited boss looked at Chu with absolute reverence, declaring the catch to be an unparalleled, top-notch masterpiece. Playing the brilliant card of future alliances, the boss laid down a staggering friendship-priced offer of 7 million. A faint smile touched Chu's lips. It was a fortune worthy of his effort, and he confidently sealed the monumental deal on the spot. Standing beside him, Ling Yu was practically frozen in shock. A single fish had just been traded for an earth-shattering 7 million. With their pockets suddenly overflowing with cash, they headed straight toward the opulent doors of Marriott International. Flush with an ocean's glorious ransom, Chu decided it was time to fiercely taste the high life. Ling Yu's jaw nearly hit the pristine marble floor. They had just stepped into an untouchable paradise reserved exclusively for the world's absolute elite luxury brands. Watching him browse with zero hesitation, she couldn't stop her racing thoughts. Chu was the absolute pinnacle of indulgence and power. To him, astronomical wealth just seemed to effortlessly fall directly from the heavens above. On the other side of the gleaming glass counter, the sales associate's eyes sparkled with unhidden dollar signs. Serving an absolute whale of a spender like Chu was a glorious, once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. The extravagant shopping spree finally wrapped up back at the gloomy dock warehouse. Ling Yu kept stealing awestruck glances at Chu's wrist. Wrapped around it was a breathtaking, master-crafted timepiece worth a staggering 2 million alone. But that luxury watch was merely the tip of the iceberg. He had easily blown another 2 million on a mountain of high-end designer gear. Turning to her, Chu casually dropped his next grand ambition. He needed an extravagant villa, tasking her to hunt down the perfect sanctuary tailored to his exact tastes. His strict requirements were absolute. The grand estate had to be incredibly massive, tucked safely away in a completely isolated haven, and capped at a comfortable, sprawling budget of 30 million. Still reeling from his casual display of overwhelming wealth, Ling Yu respectfully bowed her head, accepting the monumental real estate task without a single breath of hesitation. Meanwhile, down in the crushing abyss of the ocean, his consciousness violently shifted into the eyes of his monstrous sea iguana. A metal leviathan glided through the dark waters. A human submarine. Frustration bubbled within his soul. If only his avatar possessed the godlike strength required to rip that steel hull into useless shreds. Gliding deeper through a jagged underwater canyon, his primal instinct suddenly screamed in terrifying warning. A suffocating aura of pure danger bled outward from the shadowy depths ahead. Rationality quickly took over, and he turned his heavily scaled body away to avoid a pointless, fatal deathmatch. But the treacherous ocean had other plans. A colossal, nightmarish mutant crab violently burst from the gloom, instantly igniting the iguana's absolute, unstoppable battle fury. The intense underwater clash erupted with earth-shattering violence. Claws violently met scales in a brutal, bloody dance of survival. He instantly felt the terrifying pressure. This heavily armored behemoth made the previously defeated mutated ribbon fish look like absolute child's play. He violently whipped his massive tail, dodging a deadly, skull-crushing pincer strike by a mere fraction of a millimeter. His terrifying realization hit like a sinking anchor. The devastating, crushing force behind that monstrosity easily exceeded 10 tons of raw power. Pushing his absolute evolutionary limits, he darted forward like a blinding bolt of underwater lightning. A devastating, high-speed impact completely shattered the crab's natural defenses. The beast finally fell, but consuming this colossal mountain of flesh would require a slow, agonizingly glorious feast. Back on dry land, in the quiet, undisturbed safety of his room, Chu scoured through highly classified marine reports. The oceans had been acting incredibly erratic over the past few years, and the hidden data was deeply unsettling. The restricted headlines screamed of impossible, nightmarish monstrosities. Titanic ribbonfish, colossal triggerfish, and the horrifyingly massive spider crab that was currently dragging its way into global reality. A cold chill violently ran down his spine. The world as humanity knew it was undergoing a terrifying, unstoppable mutation. He read the darkest military secret of them all. An elite American nuclear submarine, the SSN 698, had completely vanished without a trace 600 meters deep in the Pacific abyss. The highly classified updates painted an incredibly grim picture. It wasn't a simple equipment failure. The massive steel beast was hunted down and violently torn apart by an unknown apocalyptic leviathan of the deep. And the waking nightmare didn't stop there. Up in the freezing, desolate Arctic, another nuclear submarine supposedly rammed blindly into an underwater iceberg. All 127 unfortunate souls on board were instantly and tragically wiped out. All these catastrophic, earth-shattering anomalies had violently exploded within just 2 short years. Chu fiercely clenched his fists, realizing that the deeper his avatar descended into the abyss, the further he horrifyingly evolved past the boundaries of anything familiar to mankind. Back in the shadowy, crushing depths, the sea iguana had completely devoured the fallen crab king. A massive, euphoric surge of energy flooded his system. Plus 290 evolution points. Plus 29 raw base body stats. But the generous system's bounty wasn't finished. Another golden notification beautifully chimed in his mind, rewarding an explosive, unbelievable bonus of 280 evolution points and a jaw-dropping 280 directly to his base body stats. His aquatic form underwent a horrifyingly magnificent, godlike transformation, violently expanding to a monstrous 18 meters in length. His physical attributes wildly skyrocketed past the 100-point threshold, forging his bone density and muscle fibers into absolute, indestructible weapons of nature. This godly, otherworldly evolution bled perfectly into his frail human body. He threw a devastating full-powered punch straight into a solid iron pole. The thick metal violently groaned and warped, but his knuckles didn't feel a single pathetic ounce of pain. His physical human form had beautifully transcended mortal fragility. Even if a highly trained assassin fired a handgun point-blank at his bare chest, the lethal projectile would only leave a pathetic, shallow scratch on his godlike skin. Armed with impenetrable natural armor and god-tier reaction speed, ordinary bullets were nothing more than annoying mosquito bites. Seeking to master this rapidly shifting world, Chu spent the quiet afternoon buried deep in ancient texts at the Grand Xinhua bookstore. A burning, insatiable hunger for supreme knowledge completely consumed him. The fragile veil of reality had been violently pulled back, revealing a world far more dangerous than he ever dared to imagine. Absorbing every piece of crucial information was his absolute greatest weapon for survival. Lost in his profound, world-shaking thoughts, he unknowingly became the absolute center of attention. His chiseled, otherworldly aura completely captivated the nearby women. They helplessly whispered and stared with flushed, heated cheeks, yet absolutely none possessed the courage to approach a man who radiated such overwhelming, kingly presence. He easily ignored their wandering eyes, remaining completely focused on his path to supremacy. Chu understood one absolute, undeniable truth. In a ruthless world awakening to monstrous, world-ending powers, endless learning was the only path to climb to the apex. Armed with his newfound knowledge, he returned to the desolate, shadowy warehouse. The very air cracked as he unleashed his martial arts training. The ancient, highly revered styles of Baji and Xingyi looked deceptively simple on the surface, but refining them into lethal, bone-shattering mastery required sweating buckets of blood. Suddenly, his sharp phone ringtone violently shattered his intense, meditative focus. Tan Rui was urgently on the line. The elite expedition team had finally breached the treacherous coordinates of the lost, sunken shipwreck. His eyes fiercely gleamed with absolute, unyielding determination. He ordered them to lock down the location, promising his elite extraction crew would arrive in exactly half a day. Hours later, the first glorious update came through. Gleaming underwater gold and priceless, shattered ancient porcelain had finally been pulled from the abyss. But amidst the glittering, overwhelming treasure, Tan Rui's voice dropped to a dead serious, chilling whisper. He demanded to know if a very specific, mysterious box had been found. Boss Li's heavy promise echoed in the dark. Deliver that single, enigmatic container, and absolutely every other piece of fortune on that sunken vessel would belong to Chu alone. Chu agreed to poke around for some answers. After all, that treasure box alone held a staggering value of over 20 million. But that so-called special box? It was nothing but worthless mud. He honestly couldn't fathom why Li was so desperate to crack it open. Speaking of Li, bitter disappointment washed over him at the ruined state of his precious elixirs. Meanwhile, a chilling investigation unfolded at a local crime scene. The horrifying pattern continued. Just like the previous victims, this corpse had been entirely drained of blood, leaving behind nothing but shriveled, mummified muscle. Despite the victim being dead for a mere 10 hours, the terrifying nature of the crime forced local authorities to freeze. They had no choice but to wait for top brass investigators to take over. The police chief quickly connected the dark dots. Every single victim was a street thug with no family ties, yet they all possessed formidable physical strength. Barking orders at Officer Zhao Zheng, the chief demanded a full report and immediately ordered a citywide lockdown on all nightlife and entertainment venues. But the darkness held its own plans. Deep into the night, a mysterious woman feasted on another man's lifeblood. The chief was left in absolute shock. Despite the strict lockdown, 4 more lives had been claimed. The police force was completely baffled by the phantom killer. Completely unaware of the rising chaos, Chu buried himself back into his brutal training regimen. Days of relentless sweat and grinding paid off in spades. His mastery over both the devastating Bajiquan and the fierce Xing Yichuan had reached a terrifying new level. Suddenly, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind, announcing the birth of a brand new martial technique. Given the honor to name it, he crowned his deadly creation, the explosive fist. This ultimate fusion combined the relentless 8 extreme stances of Bajiquan with the lethal half-step Banquan of Xingyi. A single step unleashed a devastating shockwave, turning his fists into literal cannonballs of pure destruction. Far out on the open ocean, a seasoned fisherman roared with absolute triumph. He had finally trapped the massive school of fish he had been hunting for days. But the thrill of victory came with heavy anxiety. He had to tread carefully, as this single expedition cost him an absolute fortune. With just one high-tech net priced in the millions, failure simply wasn't an option. But disaster struck without warning. A panicked deckhand screamed that the reinforced net was torn wide open and their precious catch was fleeing. Frantic, the captain bellowed at his crew to hoist the massive net immediately. Yet his subordinate stammered out a terrifying truth. The net was anchored by an invisible force, even though the sonar detected absolutely nothing. Deep beneath the crashing waves, the true culprit was having an absolute feast. Chu's monstrous sea iguana avatar was happily devouring the entire trapped school. Chu couldn't help but smirk through his aquatic connection. Swallowing dozens of fish in a single, terrifying gulp was wildly satisfying, and thanks to his absolute mastery over the water element, those primitive human sonars were completely blind to his massive presence. With his monstrous appetite finally sated, the great beast flicked its massive tail and vanished silently into the dark depths of the abyss. Above the surface, the ruined captain stared in pure disbelief at his shredded $1 million net. A cold sweat broke out as he wondered what kind of deep-sea leviathan could have caused such terrifying destruction. Back on solid ground, Chu was casually enjoying the dockside breeze when his phone buzzed. It was Tian Rui, excitedly announcing his grand return to N City. The young master insisted on treating Chu to an unforgettable night of luxury as a token of deep gratitude. Never one to turn down a free feast, Chu smoothly accepted the invitation. As night fell, they arrived at the dazzling Mengluo elegant pavilion. A breathtaking host, draped in a crimson traditional dress, greeted them with a sultry smile, while Tian Rui demanded access to the exclusive Yunxiao Hall. With a sweet bow, the lady purred that the VIP room was eternally held just for him. Settling into the lavish Yunxiao Hall, the duo was instantly mesmerized by a troupe of elegant, graceful dancers. Sipping his drink, Chu smirked to himself. He finally understood why this spoiled young master was constantly dodging his real-world responsibilities. Surrounded by intoxicating beauty, delicate music, and absolute luxury, reality simply faded away into a beautiful dream. Hours drifted by in this heavenly bubble before Chu finally hit the road for home. But the peaceful night shattered instantly. His razor-sharp instincts flared. A sinister, heavy aura was tailing him, crawling up his spine with a suffocating, sickening pressure. It didn't feel human at all. It felt like being hunted in the dark by a colossal, cold-blooded reptile. Was he dealing with an enraged monster or some vengeful urban ghost? Instead of fear, a dangerous grin spread across Chu's face. He had been itching for a real fight. But before the clash could begin, an arrogant street racer in a blazing red sports car suddenly pulled up, revving his engine for a petty challenge. Chu clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. With a heavy stomp on the gas, his engine roared to life, instantly leaving the arrogant amateur choking in a cloud of burning rubber and dust. The cocky street racer slammed his steering wheel in total disbelief. Watching Chu's taillights vanish into the night, he muttered that the absolute maniac was driving straight into an early grave. But even at those breakneck speeds, the sickening aura clung to Chu's bumper like a shadow. The predator was shockingly fast. Reaching the deserted seaside, Chu slammed the brakes, stepping out into the moonlight to call out his uninvited guest. Emerging from the coastal shadows was a familiar face. It was the breathtaking host in the crimson dress from the elegant pavilion. Playing the innocent victim, she claimed some thief had stolen her clothes while she took a midnight swim in the sea. With a seductive pout, she begged him to step closer and lend her his jacket. Chu flashed a charming smile, promising to warm her up, before instantly exploding forward with a devastating strike. His fist connected with terrifying force, but as the dust cleared, a horrifying metamorphosis had taken place. The beautiful host was gone, replaced by an absolute nightmare. A grotesque mermaid tail whipped the sand, multiple wicked arms thrashed in the air, and a vile, elongated tongue slithered from her jaw. She craved Chu's flesh, completely intoxicated by his overwhelming golden life force. Chu stood his ground, calmly demanding to know what kind of hellish freak she was. The abomination simply cackled, boasting that she was still a woman, just an infinitely superior, ultimate evolution. Introducing herself as the deadly Yin Xiao, she greedily licked her lips. Devouring a premium human like him would grant her more power than draining hundreds of ordinary, pathetic mortals combined. His potent blood was the final key to unlocking her first stage of monstrous evolution. Chu took a tactical half-step back to ground his energy. Then, like a compressed spring released, he launched himself straight into the jaws of death. Yin Xiao's eyes widened in absolute terror at his godlike speed. Before she could even blink, his cannonball fist smashed into her chest, sending her cratering violently into the cold earth. Coughing up dark blood, she was paralyzed with shock. How could a mere human without a single trace of awakened aura completely overpower her? Ignoring her disbelief, Chu tested his terrifying strength, shattering a massive tree trunk with a casual backhand. He didn't stop there. His fists became a blur of pure destruction, obliterating every tree in sight. Yin Xiao desperately tried to use her camouflage, fusing her body into the rocks and timber, but each explosive shockwave from Chu's strikes viciously chipped away at her life force. With the coastal forest reduced to absolutely nothing but splinters and dust, Chu finally turned his chilling gaze toward the trembling monster. He coldly mocked her cowardly camouflage, admitting it was a decent trick for a weakling. Unfortunately for her, she had crossed paths with the absolute worst predator imaginable. Towering over her broken body, he offered a final, merciless deal: spill all her dark secrets, and he would grant her a swift, painless death. But Yin Xiao flashed a blood-stained smirk, spitting back a defiant challenge. "Do I look like a creature that fears the grave?" She tilted her head toward the moonlit sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "How beautiful," she whispered, her voice carrying a chilling calmness. "But it matters not. My vengeance is already complete. Just one more month," she gasped, her tone laced with regret. "If I had just one more month to perfect my shadow transformation, even a war god descending from the heavens wouldn't have made me tremble." Chu's gaze was cold as he finished her thought. "Your biggest mistake," he stated, "was crossing paths with me in a place like this." Before his very eyes, her physical form began to dissolve into dust, scattering into the night wind. Suddenly, a crisp chime echoed in his mind. The blue holographic system window flickered to life. Target eliminated. Corruptor. Reward granted. 10 attribute points. Chu furrowed his brows. Attribute points? This was entirely uncharted territory for him. The system immediately provided an explanation. These precious points were the ultimate catalyst. They could dramatically enhance his martial arts techniques, forge his weapons into legendary artifacts, and push his mortal limits beyond imagination. But the true prize lay in elemental awakening. Lightning, frost, inferno. The primal forces of nature were now at his fingertips. A realization struck him like a thunderbolt. If he could wield these divine elements, then his beast clone could too. A wild, ambitious thought sparked in his mind. What if his humble sea iguana clone could undergo an apocalyptic evolution, transforming into a real-life king of the monsters? A literal Godzilla! Retreating to the safety of his warehouse, Chu scoured the dark web for any mention of corruptors or awakeners. Dead ends. The screen reflected his frustrated gaze. The authorities had thrown an impenetrable firewall over the truth, burying these secrets from the public eye. But Chu simply smirked, leaning back in his chair. Knowledge was a privilege of the strong, and right now, he was still just a big fish in a small pond. He would tear down the veil of this hidden world, but only when he possessed absolute power. Perhaps. "When my physique shatters the 10,000 mark," he muttered with burning determination. Right on cue, the system interrupted his thoughts, demanding he select his first elemental affinity. A dazzling wheel of attributes appeared. Gale, Inferno, Abyss, and Radiant Light. Yet, bound by his mortal statistics, the system restricted him to the foundational forces of nature. Without a second of hesitation, his finger tapped on the icon of crackling thunder. Boom! The path of lightning mastery unlocked. A surge of pure electrical energy rushed to his brain, permanently boosting his mental control by 1 point. He raised his hand, focusing his newfound intent. Snap! A faint dancing spark of azure electricity flickered at his fingertips, humming with raw potential. It was just a tiny ember of lightning, but Rome wasn't built in a day. The system's experience gauge meant limitless growth through relentless training. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he summoned his status window. Host level 1. Physique 465 points and rising. Mental control 57 points and sharp. Under techniques, external chi at the beginner stage, sitting at 570 out of 1,000 experience points. Chi sense, also a beginner, at 480 out of 1,000 points. Moving to skills. Collapsing punch, beginner stage, a mere 26 out of 500. Sky step had broken through to intermediate, holding steady at 412 out of 1,000 points. Spring kick matched it flawlessly at intermediate, 412 out of 1,000. And finally, the crown jewel. Lightning mastery, beginner stage, currently at a humble 10 out of 10,000 points. His attribute points were drained to 0, but the investment was completely worth it. Shifting his consciousness, he checked on his avatar. The heavily armored scalethorn lizard, a majestic creature that had already conquered 2 grueling stages of evolution. It had successfully transcended into the realm of a mature beast. But complacency was not in their vocabulary. The next stage of its monstrous destiny? The terrifying and legendary rank of Beast Lord. Current evolution value: 3,190 out of 5,000 required points. Abilities acquired: the formidable observation and armament hockey. Innate talents: deep water affinity, and now, the newly synchronized lightning mastery. Deep within the unforgiving abyss of the ocean, his avatar was already putting its new gifts to the test. Bam! A devastating punch, wrapped in crackling high-voltage electricity, smashed into a colossal deep-sea predator. This was no ordinary prey. It was a nightmarish mutant, radiating an aura just as suffocating as that giant demonic spider from his past battles. But before the Avatar's absolute power, it was nothing but food. Tearing the beast apart, the system chimed again. Devour successful. 980 evolution points absorbed. With the synchronization complete, the gargantuan lizard now wielded the power of thunder. In terms of raw destructive might, the clone had completely eclipsed its human master. Far away from the bloody waters, the atmosphere at End City International Airport was heavy with tension. Chief Officer Guande stood at strict attention, waiting to receive the elite operatives from the highly classified Special Affairs Bureau. A sharp-eyed man stepped off the plane. Huang Junfeng, he announced, flashing a badge with a polite but commanding nod, thanking the chief for his local support. But it was the man trailing right behind him who carried true authority. Nangong Jian, the second man declared, his voice cold as steel. Lead investigator for classified case number 9007. Wasting no time on pleasantries, his first command was absolute. Take me to the corpse. Now, sweating under the pressure, Guande hastily escorted the elite agents into the heavily guarded morgue. He briefed them nervously, explaining that the gruesome remains had been discovered under the cover of last night's darkness. The situation was escalating into a full-blown nightmare. 4 victims, the chief whispered, his voice trembling. 1 casualty every single night for the past 4 days. Hearing this, Junfeng's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, activating his unique tracing ability directly over the mangled remains. A phantom-like projection materialized into the air, causing the chief to stumble back in sheer terror. But Junfeng simply sighed, letting the projection fade. The spiritual residue is completely severed, he deduced sharply. Whoever, or whatever did this, has already been eradicated. While the authorities chased ghosts, Chu was locked inside his warehouse sanctuary, pushing his mortal limits. His internal energy was expanding at a terrifying rate. It was surging so violently that he was struggling to rein in his own monstrous strength. Earlier that evening, when he escorted the beautiful Nuo Xin to her doorstep, she had offered him a sweet, inviting smile, asking him to come in. But he had to force himself to decline. The reality was completely absurd. With his rapidly climbing physique, he was genuinely terrified he would shatter her living room couch into splinters just by sitting down. One wrong move, one accidental flex of his muscles, and he could severely injure her. Distance was the only way to protect her from his awakening power. Knowing he needed a proper stronghold, Chu arrived at the luxurious Villa number 88 the very next morning, accompanied by a frantic real estate agent. The property was a fortress of extravagance, a massive main building spanning 560 square meters, guarded by a sprawling 70-meter front courtyard. That wasn't all. It boasted a lush 200-meter private backyard and a stunning 80-meter indoor pool pavilion. The agent wiped his brow, stating that the original owner had paid entirely in cash, stuffing the place with designer furniture worth well over $1 million. The asking price? A staggering $34 million. Chu didn't even bat an eye. His aura flared with absolute confidence as he ruthlessly countered. I'll take it off your hands, for $25 million flat. But before the agent could gasp at the bold negotiation, a frantic ringing shattered the silence. Chu checked his phone. It was an emergency call from one of his loyal subordinates, and the tone screamed desperation. High above the bustling streets, the 2 elite investigators stood on a towering skyscraper, the city lights reflecting in their eyes. Junfeng reported his findings to his superior. The night was completely silent. No demonic anomalies detected. The evidence was undeniable. The corruptor has definitely been wiped off the face of the earth. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in Junfeng's mind. But it makes no sense, he muttered, crossing his arms. To kill a corruptor in its semi-ethereal state? No ordinary martial artist or low-level awakened could possibly achieve such an impossible feat. He urged his superior to extend their stay and hunt down this mysterious powerhouse. But Jian's response was like a bucket of ice water. Forget the anomaly. Focus your energy on your own cultivation. If you don't strengthen yourself now, Jian warned, his tone grave, when the great apocalypse descends, you'll be nothing more than cannon fodder scattered in the wind. Junfeng scoffed lightly, still struggling to accept the terrifying prophecy of a world-ending catastrophe. Jian's gaze hardened, piercing through the city skyline. The Grand Professor's divinations are never wrong, he revealed grimly. The next dimensional spatial fluctuation is rapidly approaching, and its destructive force will be 10 times more catastrophic than the tragedy 20 years ago. The clock was ticking. The absolute priority for every awakened agent was to break past their limits and hoard power before the heavens tore open once more. It was a burden they all carried, surviving the impending doom and standing as humanity's final shield. That was the only way to repay their motherland for the grace and resources bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, shifting back to the ocean floor, Chu's monstrous avatar was prowling the dark trenches, his sharp senses locked onto a hidden treasure buried deep beneath the seafloor. But in his eagerness to unearth the prize, his massive, lightning-infused claws clumsily shattered a colossal pile of ancient, priceless porcelain. His fingers flew across the keyboard, scouring the web to uncover the true worth of his salvaged treasures. Jackpot. One surviving artifact hailed from the legendary Song dynasty, easily commanding several million, perhaps even tens of millions. A bitter wave of regret washed over him for his earlier recklessness. Had he not shattered the rest, he would have been sitting on a fortune exceeding 100 million. Later, amidst the clatter of a local diner, his sharp senses picked up a disturbing scene unfolding nearby. A terrified young woman desperately accused a greasy thug of groping her, though the scum vehemently denied the foul play. Then, wearing a sickening smirk, the trash boldly declared that since his reputation was already stained, he might as well make the accusations a reality. Righteous anger flared as a brave bystander stepped up, swearing he had witnessed the entire disgusting act. The thug merely scoffed, challenging the hero to a brutal fistfight right then and there. Chu finally broke his silence. His voice was laced with icy contempt as he marveled at the absolute sheer audacity of the trash before him. The arrogant fool barked back, daring our main character to throw the first punch if he had the guts. Looking down his nose, the thug dismissed Chu as nothing more than a naive, hot-blooded brat, spewing empty threats. Ignoring the barking dog, Chu calmly shifted his gaze to the trembling waitress, inquiring if the diner's security cameras were currently active. Catching the dangerous glint in his eye, she read the room perfectly. With a swift yank, she killed the power to the monitors, loudly declaring that the system was unfortunately completely broken. A devilish smirk curved Chu's lips. Cold dread suddenly gripped the harasser's heart. In a flash of overwhelming speed, our main character delivered a devastating slap that nearly separated the pervert's soul from his mortal body. The impact echoed like a gunshot. The scumbag collapsed, a brutal crimson handprint seared into his flesh, while white foam bubbled past his lips. Standing like an untouchable king, Chu chuckled at the utter absurdity of a man practically begging for his own destruction. Without looking back, he vanished into the night, retreating to his quiet warehouse. Ding! A system alert echoed in his mind. Thunder control increased by 10 points, mental strength enhanced by 1 point. Sinking into his worn couch, the glow of his newfound power sparked a deep reflection on the fleeting frailty of mortal existence. A human lifetime was merely a spark fading against the eternal blaze of the cosmos. Yet, a fiery determination burned within his soul. He swore that one day he would shatter the very boundaries of life and death itself. When dawn broke, he issued a new directive to Lang Yu. He commanded her to master the art of accounting, grooming her to become the absolute master of their future empire's sprawling wealth. To sweeten the deal, he promised to double her salary on the spot. Her loyalty secured in a heartbeat, she curiously pressed him about his upcoming shadowy agenda. With a mysterious half-smile, he casually mentioned he had some legendary wares to offload. Soon after, he crossed the threshold of a high-end antique emporium, greeted by the calculating gaze of an appraiser named Gao. Chu slammed the ancient porcelain plate onto the counter, demanding a true master's valuation. Sensing the explosive potential of the artifact, Gao hurriedly ushered him into a heavily guarded VIP room upstairs. The heavy briefcase clicked open. The sharp, unmistakable scent of deep ocean brine flooded the room, instantly tipping off the veteran appraiser that this treasure had been ripped from the watery abyss. Magnifying glass in hand, Gao's eyes widened. It was an authentic masterpiece. However, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Because this divine relic was merely a solitary fragment of a grander set, its market value plummeted drastically. A pang of bitter irony struck Chu's heart. Down in the murky depths, a horde of identical relics had surrounded this piece, but his overwhelming power had reduced the rest to useless dust. What an absolute tragedy. Shaking his head, the shrewd merchant dealt the final blow, offering a measly 4.5 million for the orphaned masterpiece. Masking his disappointment, Chu coldly stated he would consider the offer. Later, as they strolled through the bustling streets, Lang Yu naively praised the appraiser, convinced he was the most honorable merchant they had encountered. Our main character's instincts screamed otherwise. But money was money, and since the sly fox had presented the highest bid so far, the deal remained on the table. Yet, the image of Gao's shifting gaze haunted Chu's mind. There was a venomous glint hidden behind those spectacles. The merchant was definitely burying a dark secret. Meanwhile, hidden within the walls of an opulent, shadowy villa, the deceitful Gao knelt before a terrifying blonde syndicate boss. He whispered of a golden lead pointing straight to an untouched, sunken galleon. Presenting the porcelain prize, Gao's trembling finger traced an imperial crest. The very seal the underworld had been hunting for. He swore the mysterious youth who delivered it held the key to the entire underwater vault. A predatory grin stretched across the blonde kingpin's face. He ordered the intel forwarded to their top intelligence broker, demanding a flawless background check on the boy within 30 minutes flat. The digital underworld moved with terrifying speed. Before long, Gao's encrypted phone buzzed with the highly anticipated dossier. The files painted a deceptively mundane picture. The target appeared to be a mere university student who had miraculously dropped 3 million on a luxury beast and recently vanished overseas alongside the enigmatic Tianui. Fearing an unseen powerhouse pulling the strings, Gao cautiously proposed an alliance. But the ruthless boss, Du Hong, threw his head back and roared with mocking, villainous laughter at such cowardly advice. As midnight cloaked the city, Chu lay staring at the ceiling, analyzing every microscopic detail of the transaction. The paperwork was spotless. The exchange had flowed far too perfectly. But the primal instincts of a predator warned him that a storm was brewing. A shadow of unease settled over him, praying his paranoia wouldn't birth a bloodbath. Morning broke, but the lingering aura of danger refused to fade. Shoving the merchant's deceit to the back of his mind, Chu marched straight toward his campus, ready to face whatever lay ahead. His body was no longer mortal. Ever since devouring the primordial essence of the abyssal sea python, his raw strength, bone density, and explosive power had skyrocketed to an unbelievable 50 to 60 times that of an average human. He casually pondered if modern firearms could even scratch his monstrous flesh anymore. But as the elevator doors chimed open, the cold reality of his thoughts manifested into a shadowy figure lying in wait. The instant Chu's foot hit the floor, lethal intent flared. A gruff voice hissed a death threat as the icy barrel of a pistol dug deep into his spine, forcefully escorting him into a heavily tinted phantom van. Activating his absolute flawless poker face, Chu feigned pathetic terror, his voice trembling as he begged to know his destination. He played the innocent victim, swearing to the heavens he hadn't offended the underworld. The stone-faced driver merely grunted, stating he was summoned for a special audience. Tires screeched as they hit an abandoned warehouse, the hounds dragging their supposed prey right to the feet of their master. A terrifying aura suffocated the room. The kingpin sat in the shadows, a jagged, gruesome scar ripping across his cold eyes and cheek. His gravelly voice echoed, mocking the boy who dared to keep a monster waiting all night. The illusion of fear instantly shattered. Chu lazily scanned the room, a profound wave of utter disappointment washing over his face. Seriously? Was this pathetic squad of weaklings truly the best they could muster? A chilling realization paralyzed the kidnappers. The trembling lamb from the van had vanished. In his place stood an apex predator, radiating an unnatural, terrifying calm that froze their very souls. The psychological pressure became unbearable. Panic infected the ranks until the scarred boss roared the command to execute. Steel rasped. Safeties clicked. A deadly barrel locked dead onto our main character's skull. But Chu was already a blur of absolute violence. Before a single synapse could fire in the gunman's brain, a devastating kick shattered his guard, and the weapon was seamlessly snatched from his helpless grip. The remaining thugs raised their weapons, locking their sights on Chu. The boss barked a final warning, a smug grin spreading across his face. He mocked Chu's desperate situation. Just one bullet left in the chamber, standing against 3 armed men? It was supposed to be a dead end. But panic never touched Chu's eyes. Instead, a chilling smile curled his lips. He looked at them with pure pity and asked a simple question. Hadn't they realized it yet? He wasn't trapped with them. They were trapped with him. His piercing gaze locked onto the boss. The air grew heavy with killing intent as Chu demanded the name of their mastermind. The deal was simple. Spit out the truth, and he would grant him a swift, painless death. Bang! The single bullet found its mark. A flawless, devastating headshot. The boss crumbled to the ground. Total silence consumed the alley as the remaining lackeys froze in absolute terror. Desperation kicked in. With the main character's weapon empty, they foolishly thought they had the upper hand. But Chu casually tossed his useless firearm aside. As they unleashed hell, he moved like a phantom, plucking their speeding bullets right out of thin air. Their minds shattered at the impossible sight. A trembling voice branded him an absolute monster. Honestly, even Chu was deeply amazed by the sheer magnitude of his newly awakened power. The one-sided massacre resumed. Bodies dropped in a matter of seconds, until only a single, shivering survivor remained. Looming over the broken man, Chu demanded the name of the one pulling the strings. Terrified for his life, the thug spilled everything. The man behind the curtain was Chong Du-hong, the infamous director of the Longha Group. He babbled out every detail, right down to his target's shop on Guan Street and his private sanctuary at Guanvia No. 3. Snatching the dead leader's phone, Chu dialed the director's personal number. The message was cold and absolute. He told Du-hong to prepare himself because the Reaper was coming for a visit tonight. Miles away, in the lap of luxury, Gao was throwing a bitter fit. He complained that a 20 million bounty was absurd overkill. Why waste such a massive fortune on a nobody? But Du-hong's expression remained perfectly dark. He ordered Gao to prepare the mountain of cash immediately. To him, if it bought the bloody deaths of dozens of capable men, every single penny was worth it. He sat back, morbidly curious to see if this arrogant kid could actually claim the prize. Meanwhile, Chu had already blasted off. Tearing through the city streets, his monstrous speed shattered the wind, clocking in at a terrifying 120 meters per second. Inside the heavily fortified villa, the tension was suffocating. Gao scoffed. suggesting the foolish kid had finally realized his place and fled with his tail between his legs. But Du Hong wasn't a fool. His voice dripped with grim certainty. Anyone who could slaughter 7 heavily armed men without a scratch was far beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Taking no chances, Du Hong assembled an ironclad defense. Dozens of elite gunmen and fiercely loyal enforcers locked down the perimeter, but then, click. The blindingly bright mansion plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness. Emergency generators roared to life, bathing the halls in an eerie red glow. But the security cameras revealed a chilling truth. The main gate's surveillance was completely smashed, and the massive reinforced front door had been blown wide open. Rage and fear twisted Du Hong's face. He roared at his army to shoot anything that moved. No hesitation, no mercy. The deafening roar of automatic gunfire erupted, but his elite guards were instantly slaughtered by an unseen phantom. The survivors aimed their trembling weapons at the main entrance, their hearts hammering in their chests. The silence was agonizing. Then, the shattered remnants of the door slowly creaked open. Du Hong screamed the order to fire, but Chu exploded into the room like a force of nature. Weaving through the hailstorm of lead with godly precision, he decimated the last line of defense in the blink of an eye. With the room painted red, he casually strolled toward the trembling boss. The horrifying truth finally struck Du Hong. This wasn't a man, this was an awakened. Sweating bullets, the billionaire fell to his knees, desperately begging for his life. He offered a staggering $500 million to buy his and Gao's pathetic lives. Chu paused, his cold gaze piercing through the terrified director. It was certainly a king's ransom, he admitted. But leaving survivors behind after wiping out an entire personal army? That wasn't just careless. It was a fatal mistake he refused to make. Dragging a chair across the blood-stained floor, Chu took a seat. Money didn't matter right now. He wanted answers about the awakened. Du Hong swallowed hard, his face pale with deep-rooted terror. Trembling, the boss unveiled a buried secret. It happened back in 1999, deep within the borders of Tiger Mountain Town. What started as a petty turf war among a dozen gang members quickly escalated into an apocalyptic nightmare. Without warning, the heavens split open. A godlike figure, completely wreathed in raging hellfire, descended upon the mortal realm. In a mere heartbeat, an inescapable inferno swallowed the entire town whole. When dawn finally broke, the settlement had vanished from the face of the earth, replaced entirely by a massive body of water. The government classified the tragedy as sunken lake. Hearing this legend, a thrill of shock raced down Chu's spine. The absolute destructive ceiling of an awakened was terrifyingly high. A rare bead of sweat formed on his brow. He realized just how incredibly lucky he had been. Flying under the radar of supreme beings with that level of catastrophic power was the only reason he was still breathing. Sensing a brief lapse in attention, Du Hong drew a hidden pistol. But he was completely outmatched. Moving faster than a viper, Chu slapped the barrel aside. In one fluid, devastating motion, his fist shattered Du Hong's chest, while a brutal kick sent Gao flying into the afterlife. Sirens eventually shattered the night's silence. But the police arrived far too late. The luxurious villa had been reduced to a smoldering mountain of ash and rubble. Sifting through the destruction, investigators pulled out exactly 31 charred corpses. The dental records confirmed the worst. One of the blackened bodies belonged to the untouchable Chong Du Hong. Staring at the horrific scene, the grizzled police chief clenched his fists. His instincts screamed that Chu was the architect of this massacre. The puzzle pieces began falling into a terrifying picture. The chief connected this slaughter to the recent bloodbath in the Red Forest. A dark storm was brewing over the city, and he could feel the imminent threat vibrating in his bones. He wanted to pull the young man back from the edge, to give him one last chance at redemption. But staring at the absolute carnage, the chief knew the bitter truth. Chu had long surrendered his human morality to become a ruthless, cold-blooded predator. Meanwhile, a bizarre mystery was unfolding back at Chu's hidden warehouse. A strange void lay upon the dining table. The roasted chicken he had saved for later had completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a greasy, mocking stain on the wood. His sharp eyes analyzed the tiny clues left behind. No forced entry, no human footprints. Whatever supernatural thief had invaded his sanctum was definitely not of this world. Ding! The system's familiar chime echoed in his mind, rewarding him with 67 evolution points and a massive plus 6.7 boost to his physical stats. Simultaneously, deep within the ocean's crushing abyss, his monstrous underwater avatar snapped its jaws shut on a massive fish, but its beastly instincts flared. Something ancient was lurking ahead. Driven by insatiable curiosity, the Leviathan avatar swam deeper into the abyss. Plunging 1,200 meters below the ocean waves, the dark waters began to boil. Right there, hidden in the pitch-black depths, loomed an active, roaring submarine volcano. The crushing oceanic pressure was becoming absolute hell on his scales. Back on the surface, inside the warehouse, Chu's main body snapped to attention. A seemingly ordinary man clutching a mundane shopping bag strolled past his perimeter. Slipping into the shadows like an apex predator, Chu trailed his mysterious target. He didn't hesitate. Exploding from the darkness, he unleashed a devastating ambush, pouring every ounce of his terrifying strength into a single, fatal strike. Boom! But as the smoke cleared, his fist struck nothing but empty air. The man had vanished like a ghost. The realization hit Chu like a truck. Dimensional powers. Suddenly, the concrete beneath his feet began to rot into a pitch-black void. Warning! Blaring red alarms flooded his vision as the system detected an aggressive invasion of highly polluted dimensional energy. Thankfully, his brutally leveled physique acted as an iron shield, violently resisting the dark corruption trying to eat away at his flesh. But his immunity wasn't infinite. A deadly countdown began ticking in his mind. 5 hours until total cellular collapse. Before he could react, space warped violently, spitting Chu out into a desolate apocalyptic wasteland. He had been dragged into a parallel dimension. Pushing open the heavy doors of a ruined building, he stepped into suffocating darkness. A grotesque silhouette twitched near the entrance. Without making a sound, the nightmare-inducing creature launched itself straight at his throat. Was it a rotting zombie? Or a mutated demon spawned from the abyss? Chu didn't care. His body reacted purely on killer instinct. His fist rocketed forward like a cannonball, obliterating the monster's skull into a shower of black gore. Ding! The system coldly confirmed the kill. Target eliminated, defective demon corpse. Reward granted, 2 stat points. Brushing the foul blood from his knuckles, his eyes locked onto a rusted, blood-stained sign hanging above the doorway. Welcome to Tiger Mountain Town. The faded letters struck him like a bolt of lightning. The dead billionaire's legend instantly rushed back to his mind. The cursed settlement from 1999. The very same town that was supposedly vaporized into Sunken Lake. A chilling epiphany washed over him. The history books were a complete lie. Tiger Mountain Town was never burned to the ground by an awakened. It had been ripped from reality itself, swallowed whole, and dragged into this nightmarish dimensional rift. Knowing the immense danger lurking nearby, Chu decided to make a tactical retreat. But little did he know, a mysterious woman was tracking his every move from the shadows of a nearby tree. Devouring a whole roasted chicken in absolute silence, Chu did not waste a single second. He immediately allocated 2 stat points to supercharge his lightning attribute. A sweet system notification chimed in his mind. Plus 20 experience, and plus 2 spirit points. Retreating to his warehouse base, he plunged into deep research regarding the cursed Tiger Mountain Town. The dark truth sent an absolute chill down his spine. A staggering 30,000 people had vanished into thin air. A wicked realization suddenly dawned on him. If every single one of those lost souls had mutated into bloodthirsty monsters, wiping them out would yield an unimaginable mountain of stat points. He dialed Tianran and tasked him with tracking down the true fate of those 30,000 victims from 20 years ago. Tianran promised to dig up the intel by the very next day. When morning broke, Chu marched straight to a specialized forge. He dropped a massive custom order for a reinforced steel shelter and a colossal decorative blade. His weapon requirements were absolutely insane. He demanded a 2-meter-long greatsword that was ridiculously thick, virtually indestructible, and terrifyingly sharp. The nervous shopkeeper hesitated, warning him that forging such a monstrous weapon completely violated strict weapon production laws. Chu smoothly brushed off the concern. He argued that no sane human could possibly swing a 60-kilogram hunk of steel to go on a mindless rampage, but deep down, Chu was hiding his true motives. Demon corpses harbored sinister properties, and he desperately needed a weapon that would never succumb to demonic infection. To complete his ultimate survival kit, he also ordered a heavy-duty set of tactical armor to pair with his impenetrable steel house. Shortly after, he regrouped with Tianran. The grim-faced informant revealed that the official survivor records for Tiger Mountain Town were completely fabricated. The authorities confidently claimed the disaster was contained, yet all the detailed files had been conveniently wiped from existence. Chu's darkest suspicions were confirmed. Over 30,000 innocents had been buried alive with the town. Meanwhile, miles beneath the crashing ocean waves, his sea iguana avatar was busy feasting, devouring over 40 mutated fish. He was agonizingly close. Just 300 evolution points away from a groundbreaking breakthrough. Shifting back to reality, Chu toured a luxurious villa and met its elegant owner, Lin Qing. Qing gracefully praised his impeccable taste in real estate. Without blinking an eye, Chu casually dropped the payment. 20 million in cold, hard cash. Qing was left completely speechless by the mountain of physical currency. At that exact moment, the system echoed in his mind. Plus 29 evolution points. A triumphant smirk crossed his face. He had finally hit the absolute maximum points for his current stage. The system coldly asked the ultimate question. Initiate evolution sequence? 1,500 meters below the dark ocean surface, Chu gave the mental command. The massive sea iguana curled into a tight sphere and erupted in a blinding, yellow inferno. The violent surge of power instantly flooded back to his human body. His senses ascended to a terrifying new realm. He could vividly hear tiny ants marching 100 meters away. Expanding his absolute domain, he could sense a grumpy security guard patrolling 300 meters away, muttering about his miserable shift. Even though his raw power and speed had multiplied exponentially, his body felt lighter than a feather. He had officially broken through to the legendary Earth tier. His physical constitution skyrocketed to 1,000, while his spirit shattered the 200 mark. The perfect fusion of his water and lightning affinities awakened a devastating new racial skill: electric fire breathing. He deduced this was the glorious reward for devouring countless mutated tigerhead fish. Down in the abyssal depths, his sea iguana avatar had expanded to 40 meters long, looking exactly like a legendary prehistoric titan. However, despite its colossal godlike exterior, its internal organs remained dangerously fragile. And his flashy new electric fire lacked the raw, destructive output he truly craved. Gliding through the pitch-black waters, his predatory instincts violently flared. A gargantuan silhouette loomed in the deep. Pure ambition burned in the eyes of Chu. If he could just devour that colossal beast, his jaw strength might evolve enough to snap an aircraft carrier completely in half. He was fiercely powerful now, but still leagues away from his ultimate goal. The memory of his last evolutionary feast fueled his hunger. Consuming the tiger-headed fish had granted him over 2,000 evolution points and a raging torrent of fiery energy. Pushing forward, he discovered an ominous underwater cavern radiating a terrifying aura. But as he swam closer, his blood ran cold. A heaven-piercing pillar was brutally impaled right through the skull of an unfathomably massive ancient leviathan. The sheer scale was mind-bending. Suddenly, a mysterious residue on the bone violently resonated with the internal energy of Chu. The system immediately flashed red. Unidentified ancient factor detected. Do you wish to absorb this legendary essence? Without a single second of hesitation, he smashed the yes button. As the ancient factor surged into his veins, a heaven-defying evolution process ignited. The dormant lineage of an ancient beast awakened. He obtained the catastrophic power of the Crimson Flame. Apocalyptic energy threatened to tear his avatar apart. Opening its monstrous jaws, the iguana gathered an ocean-boiling sphere of unstable energy. And then, the sheer pressure of continuous absorption triggered a catastrophic detonation. The resulting blast was absolutely devastating, instantly erasing an entire island from the map. Back in the human realm, Chu gripped the hilt of his newly forged weapon. It tipped the scales at a staggering 120 kilograms, yet in his enhanced hands, the weight felt absolutely perfect. He proudly dubbed it the Heavenly Sword. His heavy-duty titanium alloy armor was equally flawless. Thanks to his earth-shattering evolution, he had unlocked an absolute radar to detect the life force of any living being. Armed to the teeth, he crossed over into the shadowy alternate dimension, but was instantly caught off guard by a wandering little girl. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if she was a tragic survivor of Tiger Mountain Town or a bloodthirsty monster hiding in human skin. Within seconds, the horrifying truth revealed itself as more twisted figures crawled from the darkness. The cursed town had awakened for its nightly hunt. Without a hint of mercy, Chu cleaved the closest abomination in two. The cold system voice confirmed his kill. Demon corpse exterminated. 5 stat points acquired. A confident grin spread across his face as he commanded the system to enhance his heavenly sword. A dazzling holographic menu materialized. He could pump points into raw durability, razor-sharp edges, absolute armor piercing, or devastating bonus damage against monsters. Or, he could enchant the blade with primal elements, like piercing wind, hellish fire, or roaring lightning. Playing it smart, he dumped 3 points into unbreakable durability, and 2 points into lethal sharpness. With his newly upgraded weapon, he instantly dashed toward the next abomination. His movements were an absolute blur, but his battle-hungry soul still craved even more godlike speed. Tapping into his reserves, Chu burned 5 points to harden his titanium armor to an indestructible state and dumped another 5 to push the sharpness of his blade to its absolute limit. His aura blazing, he locked eyes with the endless sea of monsters, ready to paint the town red. The moment the monster horde swarmed into view, he didn't hesitate. He launched himself directly into the slaughter. System notifications flooded his vision. Attribute points skyrocketed with every beast he butchered. He moved like a phantom until a massive nightmare creature blocked his path. But with his newly upgraded stats, he felt absolutely invincible. The monstrosity swung a fist the size of a boulder, but he didn't dodge. He met that crushing blow head-on with his own bare hands. The impact sent shockwaves through the air. Its raw physical strength rivaled his own, but its movements? They were painfully sluggish compared to his lightning speed. With a final, bone-shattering strike, the beast collapsed. The system chimed, confirming the death of a Tier 5 armored demon corpse, rewarding him with a massive bounty of 100 attribute points. But the real prize was the glowing drop. It was the demon armor element. For a mere 10 attribute points, he could absorb its absolute defensive power into his own body. Knowing it was a Tier 5 threat explained its insane durability. It took over 10 full power strikes just to put it down. He gritted his teeth. His raw power was great, but he desperately needed a lethal finishing move. Suddenly, a small voice shattered the silence, desperately screaming for him to run. Peeking out from under a shattered table was the exact same little girl who had stolen his chicken earlier. Her trembling eyes held zero malice, only genuine terror for his safety. His hardened gaze softened. He knelt down, gently patting her messy hair, and softly told her his name. In that chaotic wasteland, little G officially became his little sister. Looking into her innocent eyes, he swore a silent oath to protect her against the world. His first mission? Get her out of this hellhole. Under the warmth of the bright sun, they cruised through the city streets, determined to leave the nightmare behind and buy her some decent clothes. As the luxury car hummed along, a burning question crossed his mind. He asked her if she knew any dark secrets about that terrifying black lake in the flooded ruins. She shivered, whispering that it was called the Black Tide, a place of pure, deadly danger. Pushing the dark thoughts aside, they finally returned home. G was now beaming, wearing a pristine white dress adorned with a cute ribbon. To complete the adorable transformation, she sported shiny new pink shoes, perfectly tied with a little bow right in the center. The moment dinner was served, her eyes sparkled like stars, and she sprinted toward the feast. While she happily stuffed her cheeks, Chu brought up his glowing status window, reflecting on the intense battle from earlier. The demonic armor had acted as a perfect seal, suppressing the violent nature of his crimson flame. Had he unleashed that fiery aura at full throttle, that Tier 5 monster would have been incinerated instantly. Without hesitation, he dumped his remaining 80 points straight into his armor defense. A surge of golden energy washed over him. He broke straight through the intermediate bottleneck, multiplying his overall strength 3 times over. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the peaceful grounds of Ning University. 5 elite students sat tensely inside a cozy lounge, the air thick with anticipation. One of the students leaned in, breaking the heavy silence. He whispered that their upcoming secret training was scaled for absolute monsters, at the very least, lieutenant rank. Gasps echoed around the coffee table. A wide-eyed girl swallowed hard, asking if they had somehow been scouted by the government's hidden shadows. Exactly, a stern voice echoed as a commanding figure stepped into the room. He revealed the shocking truth. A highly classified military department had just taken root right in their city. The stakes were laid bare. Survive this brutal training, and they would instantly awaken as high-ranking lieutenants. But the path to power? It would be paved with lethal, unforeseen dangers. The instructor's gaze pierced through them. Would they walk through hell, or turn tail like cowards? A fire ignited in their eyes. In perfect unison, they pledged to face the darkness. Back at the abandoned warehouse, Chu's solitary training had reached a terrifying peak. Using his armor to seal the energy, he compressed the volatile crimson flame deep within his core before letting it detonate outward. The destructive shockwave shattered the concrete. This was the lethal finisher he desperately needed. Packing a devastating 150 tons of raw, unadulterated kinetic force into a single strike, he christened this terrifying technique the exterminating flame. Sweat dripped from his brow as he threw his 100th consecutive punch, mastering the deadly art. A confident smirk played on his lips. If he faced that armored demon now, 3 strikes would be overkill. Later that day, the roar of an engine echoed across the Ning University campus. As Chu cruised by, gasps of admiration followed his shadow. A girl blushed at his godlike visuals, while the guy next to her gaped, realizing the absolute fortune the sports car was worth. Jealousy whispered through the crowd. They figured he was just an arrogant young master, born with a silver spoon, driving around without a care in the world. Inside another vehicle, a bespectacled student asked their beautiful teacher why she was staring so intensely. Teacher Roya's answer dropped a bomb. She revealed that this so-called rich kid had single-handedly slaughtered her kidnappers a month ago. The students were completely dumbfounded. Roya's eyes held absolute reverence. She knew Chu was an absolute monster in human skin. Miles away, Chu sat peacefully on a park bench with little G, while his consciousness connected to a terrifying beast deep within the ocean. Sharing the vision of his monstrous sea iguana familiar, he spotted a heavily armed submarine. It was crawling with ruthless foreign mercenaries from kangaroo country, trespassing in his waters. A wicked grin spread across Chu's face. What better way to test his familiar's evolution? Inside the enemy sub, klaxons blared. The sonar operator screamed in pure terror, tracking a colossal lifeform rocketing up from the abyss. Panic erupted in the control room. The massive blip on the radar was on a direct collision course, and it was moving way too fast. Screech! The sea iguana's diamond-hard claws tore through the reinforced steel hull like wet paper. Chaos broke out as the crew reported a catastrophic hull breach, with the rear cabins flooding rapidly. The impact had completely fried their sonar systems. Sweating bullets, the captain barked desperate orders to seal the bulkheads and pump the invading water out. In a blind panic, The captain activated the emergency deep-sea imaging systems. He triggered the multi-beam flash, desperately trying to capture a single image of their underwater executioner. The screen flickered to life, revealing an apocalyptic nightmare. It was a reptilian leviathan stretching over 40 meters long, dwarfing even the largest blue whale. The captain's mind shattered at the impossible sight. "Seal the aft hatches!" the captain roared, ordering an emergency blow to breach the surface. But the crew wept in despair. The flooding was unstoppable, and the aquatic titan was circling back for the kill. Pushed to the brink of insanity, the captain slammed the red button. He ordered a full spread of torpedoes fired, pushing the nuclear turbines past their breaking point to escape the watery grave. Through the eyes of the beast, Chu watched the deadly metal cylinders carve through the water. Instead of fear, a wild thrill sent electricity racing down his spine. The sea iguana was a bullet in the water, easily shattering speeds of 200 kilometers per hour. He scoffed mentally. Those clunky human weapons didn't stand a chance of tagging him. He locked onto the fleeing submarine with apex predator instincts. In a display of terrifying intelligence, the monstrous familiar coiled around the sub, dragging the iron coffin directly into the path of its own homing torpedoes. A devastating underwater explosion vaporized the vessel. Watching the catastrophic shockwave, Chu's smile faded slightly. If that blast had caught his familiar head-on, it would have definitely left a mark. That realization sparked a brand new hunger within him. The world was still full of lethal threats, and he needed to evolve further. But for tonight, he pulled back his consciousness, stepping out into the sparkling lights of a high-society evening gala. The student beside him whispered in awe. The new girl gracefully pirouetting on stage was ranked among the top 4 campus goddesses. She danced as lightly and nimbly as a heavenly bird. Chu immediately recognized her. Even Cece had to admit her flawless beauty. She stood under the spotlight, a stunning blonde radiating pure allure, but the mesmerizing performance was abruptly interrupted. A bold suitor marched onto the stage, thrusting a bouquet of flowers and loudly declaring his undying love. The audience erupted into displeased murmurs. The icy beauty, Qian, didn't hold back. She coldly rejected him, stating neither the crowd nor she had any interest in his antics. The moment the event wrapped up, she made a beeline straight for Chu. Her voice dropped to a whisper, reminding him of their fateful past. She was the helpless woman he had saved from being drugged on the neon-lit streets. Chu simply nodded, his expression unreadable as he asked if there was a problem. Qian stayed silent, her eyes locking onto his with a dangerously seductive gaze. Having no time for games, Chu turned on his heel to leave. But her sharp eyes quickly appraised him. A luxury car worth at least $2 million, and custom Gucci shoes costing no less than $30,000. In her mind, the verdict was set. He was just an arrogant young master born with a silver spoon, completely unlike the rugged hero, Wei Xiong. But while she judged him, Chu was already preparing for a different world. The prophetic warnings from Shiki echoed in his mind. The apocalyptic black tide was rapidly approaching. He needed to secure an underground sanctuary, because soon, the Earth as they knew it would be completely wiped away. Deep in the wilderness, he discovered a hidden cavern. It plunged 30 meters into the earth, with towering walls reaching 5 meters high. The perfect stronghold. The slaughter began immediately. His blade pierced a second-tier mutated bone spear demon, reaping 20 attribute points. Next fell a third-tier blazing demon corpse, adding another 20 points to his growing system. But the battles were intensifying. Searing heat washed over him as he clashed with a demonic monstrosity. This creature had evolved to control the devastating power of flames. Panting, Chu opened his system interface. He needed to know if he could reinforce his combat gear to withstand this hellish demonic fire. With a flash of light, 10 attribute points were consumed. Demonic essence forcefully fused with his armor, triggering an incredible ascension into the extraordinary realm. The transformation was absolute. His newly forged extraordinary demon armor was now completely immune to ordinary flames. He was becoming an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, his consciousness shifted. Through the eyes of his sea iguana avatar, he gazed across the vast rolling Pacific Ocean. The deep waters were agonizingly barren, making mutated prey incredibly scarce. Forced to adapt, the beast set its sights on human fishing farms. Gliding through the murky depths, it effortlessly devoured 20 plump farmed fish, securing enough nourishment to sustain it for half a day. Back in the cavern, Chu was locked in a deadly dance. This new monster was terrifyingly fast. Its glowing eyes locked onto Chu, seeing him not as a threat, but as its next meal. Chu's martial instincts flared. He quickly analyzed the demon's blinding swordplay. Every time it gripped its cursed blade, its arms would subtly twitch twice, dangerously altering the weapon's deadly trajectory. But a trick revealed is a trick defeated. Having completely seen through its attack pattern, Chu's eyes turned cold. It was time to end this. He exploded forward like a cannonball. The demon flashed a twisted, wicked grin and unleashed a torrential pillar of fire. Without hesitating, Chu raised his sword, meeting the inferno head-on. The beast's eyes widened in absolute shock as Chu emerged completely unharmed. In one fluid motion, a silver arc flashed. The burning flame demon was sliced in two, rewarding Chu with a massive 100 attribute points. Amidst the fading ashes, a radiant fusion core element materialized. The system prompted him. For just 10 attribute points, he could extract this rare treasure. The moment he initiated the extraction, pure demonic materials melded with his heavenly sword. The blade hummed with a terrifying resonance as it successfully ascended to the extraordinary tier. He gave the newly forged weapon a test swing. A surge of exhilaration washed over him. He could now fuse the devastating powers of roaring flame and crackling lightning, unleashing cataclysmic energy blasts with a single strike. Meanwhile, on the desolate outskirts of town, a towering, nightmarish spider monster lurked in the shadows. Chu spotted the gargantuan beast from afar, but his survival instincts screamed at him to hold back. The surrounding forest was suffocatingly quiet. This eerie silence was a massive red flag. Deciding to play it safe, he retreated back to his warehouse sanctuary. As he arrived, Z offered to seal the entrance. Chu watched in absolute awe as she effortlessly closed a formless, invisible spatial rift. A chill ran down his spine. The terrifying depth of her spatial manipulation abilities was far more mysterious and profound than he had ever imagined. Having her seal the rift was a tactical masterpiece. It completely severed the connection to the dimensional space, ensuring no wandering demon corpses could ambush them. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. He could now expand his dimensional storage. 10 attribute points for 1 square meter of void space. Without hesitation, Chu eagerly accepted the upgrade. It was an absolute godsend. He was just about to complain about the heavy burden of carrying his massive broadsword everywhere. Now it could vanish with a simple thought. Concurrently, beneath the ocean waves, the sea iguana was indulging in an absolute feast. The human-farmed fish possessed a surprisingly delicious flavor that the beast thoroughly enjoyed. Chu sensed his avatar's incredible progress. The monstrous reptile had already grown to a terrifying 6 meters in length, hoarding over 500 precious evolution points. On the ocean surface, a commercial fishing crew spotted floating tuna. The seasoned fishermen exchanged confused glances. The waters were rich with oxygen, so a mass die-off made absolutely zero sense. But as their boat drifted closer, the horrifying crimson stain spreading through the water revealed a chilling truth. This wasn't a natural death. It was a massacre. Before they could even scream, a massive shadow erupted from the depths, instantly shattering their sturdy vessel into splinters. Meanwhile, back in the safety of his luxurious villa, Chu began distributing his hard-earned attribute points. Power violently surged through his veins. He funneled 40 points to expand his chi sense and slammed another 60 points to forcefully evolve his signature spring kick technique. The breakthrough was legendary. His spring kick miraculously transformed into the mythical moonstep, granting him the power to walk on air. Simultaneously, his chi sense vastly expanded, covering a staggering 500-meter radius. Later, while gently combing Zixie's hair, an urgent breaking news broadcast caught his attention. A sinister, impenetrable black fog had suddenly swallowed the city center. The ominous mist had already consumed hundreds of kilometers, and the chilling report confirmed that over 50 people had vanished without a single trace. Chu's eyes narrowed dangerously. The symptoms perfectly matched the apocalyptic black tide. He clenched his fists, realizing their fragile days of peace were finally coming to a devastating end. Concurrently, deep within the treacherous waters of Outing Island, a high-tech submarine glided through the abyss. Inside, an eccentric professor stood beside a hulking, heavily muscled operative. The muscular man crossed his massive arms. His deep voice echoed in the steel cabin as he demanded a progress report on their top-secret research. A manic grin spread across the professor's face. He proudly declared they had successfully extracted a miraculous substance from a colossal leviathan's body. They had finally unlocked the terrifying secret behind the giant beast's instantaneous regeneration. The muscle-bound behemoth grinned with a predator's confidence. He declared that with this power, they could forge humans into absolute gods. Not only that, but even the most colossal beasts of the abyss would bow to their will. Hauling a mysterious cargo, the squad finally marched out of their submarine and descended into the cavern's depths. Their prize was a state-of-the-art miniature reactor. As they stepped into the cavern, a breathtaking sight awaited them. A magnificent dragon, pinned down by a massive blade through its gut, laid dormant inside a colossal stasis capsule. The comms crackled to life. The engineering team confirmed that the installation was an absolute success. The reactor was fully primed and surging with energy. A researcher gasped in awe, reporting that the core's raw power was already flooding the dragon's veins, forcefully healing its catastrophic wounds. But they weren't worried about a rampage. This ancient terror possessed enough intelligence to understand one thing. The reinforced metal collar around its neck could obliterate it in a heartbeat. With a lethal leash tightly secured, they expected the mythical beast to act like an obedient hound. The crew gazed at the monster in sheer reverence, heavily praising the mastermind behind the operation, Professor Kant, a genius whose intellect supposedly rivaled the greatest minds in history. A sinister smirk crept across Khan's face. He declared the experiment a flawless victory, eagerly awaiting the dragon's violent awakening. But lurking in the shadows, Chu watched their pathetic attempt to revive the ancient terror. His verdict was absolute. These fools needed to be erased from existence. As he emerged from the darkness, the researchers froze in pure, unadulterated horror at the sight of his avatar. An apex predator built like a god of destruction. Fear shattered Professor Kant's composure. He completely lost his mind, screaming at his men to open fire. Without missing a beat, he grabbed his lackey Sugimoto, cowardly ordering an immediate retreat to the submarine. Meanwhile, the guards unleashed a storm of lead, but the bullets simply bounced off Chu's impenetrable scales. Kant and Sugimoto bolted for the sub, their faces pale with an absolute, gut-wrenching terror. The relentless barrage kicked up a massive cloud of dust, but as the smoke cleared, the behemoth stood without a single scratch. The mercenaries were paralyzed with shock. Not even 24mm armor-piercing explosives could leave a dent. Those very same weapons were meant to turn the tide of actual civil wars. Looking down at their trembling forms, Chu scoffed at the overwhelming fragility of mankind. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed an earth-shattering ultrasonic roar, instantly vaporizing the squad with a devastating wave of hellfire. At the same time, Sugimoto desperately threw himself into the submarine's hatch. Chu's piercing gaze locked onto the fleeing cowards. A blazing inferno erupted from his maw, swallowing their escape path whole. With the trash taken care of, he turned his attention back to the captive dragon. The resurrection process was undeniably real. A horrifying, suffocating aura bled from the capsule. Refusing to take any chances, Chu maintained a safe distance and prepared his strike. Crackling energy gathered in his jaws. The captive dragon's eyes shot open, desperately begging for mercy, but Chu coldly unleashed a merciless torrent of lightning right through its heart. Amidst the smoldering ashes, a shattered ancient relic revealed itself. Without a second thought, the beast devoured its residual power. Back in the human world at a quiet, sunlit cafe, Chu was casually lounging when a familiar blue screen chimed in his mind. His clone had entered a dormant state. He instantly acquired +5 evolution points and a 0.5 boost to his baseline physique. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Merely resting after absorbing that broken artifact was enough to permanently enhance his overwhelming power. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was the lovely Qian Khan, nervously asking him out for lunch. Smoothly, he replied that he would personally pick her up at exactly 11 o'clock the next morning. But romance would have to wait. Stepping through a dimensional rift, he threw himself straight into a brutal aerial clash with a terrifying winged monstrosity. Gripping a heavy blade capable of cleaving military tanks like butter, he painted the sky red. The system chimed, confirming the slaughter of a 4th-tier demonic beast, rewarding him with a massive 50 attribute points. He clicked his tongue in mild annoyance, fully expecting the creature to be at least a 5th-tier threat. Expanding his monstrous spatial awareness, he locked onto his next prey, a colossal, grotesque sandworm. But this beast was no pushover. A blindingly fast counterattack caught him entirely off guard, violently shattering a layer of his spiritual armor. Recognizing the deadly stakes, he instantly dumped 50 attribute points directly into his defensive plating. Then, gathering his surging aura, he kicked off with such explosive force that the very bedrock splintered beneath him. He brought his blade down to deliver the killing blow, but the monstrous worm summoned a shimmering barrier of raw energy. It didn't matter. With a primal roar, Chu shattered the shield and cleaved the beast in two. The adrenaline pumped fiercely through his veins. He had successfully hunted down a terrifying 6th-tier monstrosity, reaping a staggering 200 attribute points in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, he channeled 100 points into his external chi mastery, while dumping the remaining 100 to hyper-evolve his crimson flames. The results were absolutely explosive. The core temperature of his fire skyrocketed from a searing 3,000 to an apocalyptic 10,000 degrees. His absolute zone of destruction expanded as well. Every fiery strike now covered a devastating 30-meter radius. A menacing grin crossed his face. He could practically swat high-level aerial beasts out of the sky like annoying mosquitoes. Feeling invincible, he pulled up his newly updated status window. Standing amidst the carnage, he mentally reviewed his ultimate arsenal. His external chi provided a monumental boost to his raw physical might. For wiping out hordes, his exterminating flame was the perfect area of effect, devastating skill. His newly evolved Crimson Flame served as his deadly long-range execution tool, while his hyper-tuned chi sense essentially gave him a godlike radar in all directions. Coupled with an absolute vault of demon-repelling armors and legendary weapons, he was a walking one-man army. The next step on his path to supremacy? Mastering the collapsing punch, the elusive sky step, and gaining total dominion over the elements of thunder and lightning. The very next day, the gentle breeze swept across the campus rooftop, where a group of utterly clueless students were busy gossiping. Watching Qian slide into a high-end luxury vehicle, they spitefully whispered that even the school's pure goddess would sell out for a rich boy. Inside the sleek ride, Qian nervously turned to Chu, softly asking what was on the menu. She had bravely promised to treat him to this meal. Flashing a gentle smile, he suggested hitting up a premium seafood spot. The moment they were seated at the extravagant restaurant, he began rattling off top-tier dishes without a second thought. Cold sweat dripped down Qian's neck. The bill was already crossing a staggering 70,000, while her meager wallet only held 10,000. This single lunch cost more than 3 entire months of her living expenses combined. Trembling slightly, she swallowed her pride, confessing her embarrassing budget and awkwardly begging him to spot her the difference, promising to pay back every single cent. Chu just chuckled, his deep voice carrying a magnetic charm. He gently told her to put her wallet away, easily declaring that the entire feast was on him. Her eyes went wide with pure astonishment. She half-jokingly asked if he secretly ran an entire seafood empire in the shadows. After all, the rumors around campus claimed he constantly skipped classes because of some mysterious high-stakes job. Blushing softly, she admitted that the aura of a successful CEO suited him perfectly. Chu simply offered a mysterious, enigmatic smile, casually denying the corporate life. Little did she know the terrifying truth. The real reason he ghosted his classes was because he was busy slaughtering nightmarish beasts and grinding his way to absolute godhood. Frankly speaking, ruling a mundane company was simply beneath his league. She innocently assumed he was just talking about some video game. Meanwhile, Chu remained dead silent. His mind wandered to the looming apocalypse, wondering if days of such sheer luxury would soon turn to dust. Following their meal, they stepped into a high-end luxury boutique. The sheer opulence of the place instantly left Chen completely overwhelmed. Chu had casually mentioned going on a shopping spree. However, she never expected him to stroll straight into a top-tier designer store like he owned the place. The man had just dropped 80,000 on a single meal, and now he was casually burning another 20 to 30,000 on designer clothes. The staggering wealth gap was simply suffocating. She swallowed hard, realizing her entire monthly allowance of 2,000 wouldn't even buy a single button off his shirt. Without warning, he grabbed her hand, smoothly offering to buy her a whole new wardrobe. A flicker of offense crossed her face at his sudden, overbearing touch. Did this rich heir think she was just some easy prize? Ignoring her inner turmoil, Chu simply swiped his black card, making the cashier's eyes widen in instant recognition. The staff clearly remembered his last companion from just a month ago. Only this time, the girl standing beside him was on a completely different level of gorgeous. Chen Yan stood there utterly paralyzed. $30,000 gone in an instant, and this was only their very first meeting. This was the terrifying reality of spending money like flowing water. Her heart hammered in her chest. Was a luxury hotel his next move? The mere thought left her completely on edge. But suddenly, danger loomed nearby. A monstrous presence materialized inside a local gym. Chu's sharp senses instantly caught the disturbance, so he abruptly told Xiang an emergency came up, rushing to drop her back at the academy. Watching his retreating figure, she let out a sigh of relief. She really had been overthinking his intentions all along. The main character's instinct screamed that something was terribly wrong. A literal tear in the fabric of space had ripped open nearby. Wasting no time, he stepped into the shadowed gym to investigate. The surroundings still belonged to the real world. Yet, a foul, polluting aura choked the very air. Tracking the murderous intent, he cornered the foul beast in a narrow corridor. The creature lunged with terrifying speed. But Chu simply raised his leg, obliterating its skull with one devastating kick. A system notification chimed, stating that defeating the low-level polluted beast granted him 5 precious attribute points. Inspecting the remains, he noted the truth. It was merely a creature tainted by pollution, far from the true demonic entities like that dark elf he faced before. Merely a few hours later, the scene was swarming with agents. Elite investigators carefully examined the pulverized remains of the fallen beast. The commanding officer gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. He had planned to use this polluted fiend as a live test for his squad, yet some mysterious powerhouse had completely stolen their prey. The lingering scorch marks told a terrifying story. This was the work of a master flame user. The chief's eyes narrowed dangerously, wondering since when did such a terrifying pyromancer hide within their city limits. Back home, Chu stared intently at the glowing screen. The emergency broadcast confirmed the worst, showing that an endless horde of spatial rifts was violently tearing across the globe. The undeniable truth hung heavy in the air. The apocalypse was knocking on their front door. The main character finally realized the fated 99-year doomsday had officially begun. The grim history of their world echoed in his mind. Over the past 20 years alone, more than 500,000 brave souls had perished on the front lines. Those fallen heroes had bought 20 years of fragile peace with their own blood. But the rules were changing, plunging everyone into a brutal era where ordinary citizens would have to fight for survival. Acting quickly, he transmitted classified survival data straight to his grandfather. Yet, a heavy sense of dread remained, knowing a few warnings wouldn't be enough to survive the coming storm. To uncover the deep state secrets, he had only one path forward. He needed to infiltrate the Special City Bureau. Meanwhile, deep within the churning ocean, his sea iguana avatar engaged in a deathmatch with a colossal leviathan. The massive beast unleashed its innate domain, turning the ocean into crushing heavy water. But such tricks were useless before Chu's absolute power. With a crackle of blinding lightning, he electrocuted the Titan into submission. A predatory smirk crossed his face. Just imagining the mountain of evolution points he would absorb by devouring that behemoth made his blood boil with excitement. At that exact moment, within the secure walls of the Bureau's branch office, elite student awakened were casually lounging around. One of them sighed, openly admitting the mysterious monster slayer from yesterday was leagues above their own level. Wild rumors quickly sparked across the room. Could this overwhelming force truly belong to a normal citizen who just naturally awakened? Listening to the chatter, the pink-haired woman's eyes flickered with sudden realization. Her mind immediately flashed to a certain arrogant, yet undeniably powerful figure. The heavy doors slammed open as the chief officer stormed in. He announced a brand new evolved individual had just registered into their system, throwing the files onto the table. The face on the screen belonged to none other than Chu. On the monitor, Chu stood tall in a sharp black combat suit etched with glowing blue lines. Roya gasped, instantly recognizing him as the mysterious wealthy heir from the academy. A bright, excited smile bloomed on the pink-haired woman's face at his arrival. Meanwhile, a predator's grin crept onto the chief's face, realizing he had finally cornered his prime suspect. Staring down the main character, the chief laid out the ironclad rules. Official registration demanded a trial of strength. He pointed toward a massive, reinforced steel machine designed to measure absolute speed and raw destructive power. Unfazed, Chu casually agreed to the terms. The heavy-duty combat tester standing before him could withstand a terrifying 150,000 kilograms of pure force. Crossing his arms, the chief confidently challenged Chu to strike it with everything he had. Whispers erupted among the elite students as they eagerly placed bets on the newcomer's true limits. Taking down a polluted beast alone easily secured him a 3-star evaluation in their eyes. Roya, however, firmly believed this monstrous guy was easily hiding a 4-star rank. A rival student scoffed at her wild claim, dismissing it as completely absurd. But the sharp-eyed guy with glasses noticed something terrifying, seeing how Chu stared at the heavy-duty machine as if he could shatter it to dust. The black-haired cadet burst out laughing. He mocked the very idea, bragging that their glorious 5-star captain could only output a maximum of 10,000 kilograms. Boom! Chu casually threw a single punch, and the entire facility violently shook. The digital numbers skyrocketed, freezing at an earth-shattering 12,186 kilograms. Oops. He internally cringed, realizing he actually hit it a little too hard. The entire room fell into a dead, terrified silence, as nobody doubted his monstrous 5-star rank now. Swallowing his shock, the chief formally declared him a certified 5-star powerhouse. With this elite status, he could casually collect a staggering 50,000 won bounty from the Bureau every single month. The chief desperately threw bait, offering double the pay and the prestigious title of vice head if he officially joined their ranks. But Chu coldly rejected the golden ticket, since the life of a lone wolf suited his ultimate ambitions far better. Not ready to give up, Chief Guan suddenly dropped the act, his voice turning dead serious. He flat out demanded to know if Chu was the lone predator who incinerated the monster yesterday. Without a hint of hesitation, Chu confidently confirmed it. Witnessing this flawless control over supreme flames, Guan was completely awestruck, realizing this kid's terrifying potential perfectly mirrored the legendary awakened heroes from the golden age of the apocalypse. With his monstrous talent, stepping into the Bureau would practically guarantee him a spot as the direct disciple of the legendary fighting god, Zhang. In the eyes of ordinary humanity, fighting god Zhang represented the absolute pinnacle of human evolution, the unreachable ceiling of martial prowess. But the main character had his own shadows to protect. Keeping his titanic lizard avatar a strict secret was paramount, especially since he already possessed a unique path to absolute power. Without a second thought, he rejected the prestigious offer. Shortly after, the N-City Special Bureau broadcasted a massive public announcement. The entire metropolis erupted in preparation for N-City's very first civilian evolution. The system officially classified him as a level 5 powerhouse, wielding bone-crushing strength and a devastating blue flame. Standing at the absolute top of the civilian food chain, his unprecedented awakening sent the internet into a complete frenzy. Tianrui nearly dropped his phone when he saw the news. Dialing instantly, he begged his longtime brother to carry him through this brutal new era. The main character just chuckled at the absurdity. Suddenly, his phone exploded with incoming calls from forgotten classmates crawling out of the woodwork to bask in his newly found glory. His notification bell rang endlessly, and honestly, He absolutely savored the intoxicating rush of standing like a towering deity among mere mortals. Meanwhile, after devouring the colossal whale, his monstrous lizard avatar had violently mutated into a 90-meter behemoth, skyrocketing his physique by a staggering 1,800 points. His raw physical strength exploded from 29 tons to an earth-shattering 70 tons. Clad in his protective armor, he was confident he could shrug off an armor-piercing round without a single scratch. If measured against the current roster of awakened powerhouses, his true combat prowess easily rivaled a level 7 or 8 disaster-class existence. In this apocalyptic era, a 7-star rating was widely considered the absolute limit for any ordinary awakened soul. Yet, an insurmountable chasm of power still separated those elites from the heaven-defying realm of the 10-star fighting gods. Deep down, he knew the truth. In a world bound by peace, endlessly farming strength without a worthy opponent to test his blade would leave his warrior soul rotting in profound emptiness. But the arrival of the apocalypse shattered that mundane reality. Nightmarish abominations had ripped through the fabric of space-time, descending upon humanity to feast. The world was now a bloody stage for countless awakened elites, mutated beasts, and legendary war gods to clash in apocalyptic warfare. Just thinking about the upcoming bloodshed made the main character's blood boil with electrifying anticipation. With his monstrous growth speed, he knew it was only a matter of time before he ascended the heavens and stood as an equal among those legendary deities. No, standing beside them was not enough. He vowed to crush the heavens and reign supreme above them all. But a sudden ping from his phone shattered his epic monologue. His loyal employees flooded the group chat with explosive celebrations for their boss's ascension. He humbly texted back, promising that destiny would soon awaken their latent powers too, as he had simply taken the first step. Nian dramatically typed that she dreamed of sprouting pure white wings as a divine angel. Ling Yu ruthlessly shot her down, joking that evolution was a cruel lottery, and she was more likely to mutate into a giant warty toad. The main character burst into laughter at their chaotic banter. Flashing a smirk, he jokingly ordered his subordinates to stop slacking off and get back to the grind. The girls giggled at the screen, obediently confirming their positions at the warehouse. Meanwhile, the playful atmosphere vanished from his eyes as he equipped his heavy battle armor and drew his lethal blade. Turning to Zichi, he declared it was time to dive into the unknown abyss. With a wave of her delicate hand, a swirling dimensional gateway materialized, its ominous maw wide open. Commanding her to guard the entrance, he prepared to scout the treacherous territory alone. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged straight into the spatial tear. The moment his boots hit the ground, his survival instinct screamed that something was deeply wrong. He theorized that this mystical gate scrambled its coordinates, throwing them into a completely random dimension with every single activation. To anchor a specific world, Zichi needed to burn her energy to hold the portal wide open. But that was a terrifying gamble. Any wandering nightmare could easily track the spatial fluctuations back to their sanctuary. A chill ran down his spine as he remembered the horrifying arachnid abomination from his previous dive. That beast possessed enough intelligence to pinpoint the exact spatial coordinates of his escape route. It had even commanded a grotesque, fleshy, sausage-like monstrosity to relentlessly hunt him down across the dimensions. Severing the spatial connection meant permanently losing access to that specific domain. It was a damn shame, as he had been itching to farm the resources in that exact hunting ground one more time. Still, a wicked grin crept onto his face. Throwing himself into the chaotic roulette of a randomly generated hellscape had its own thrilling charm. Suddenly, a glaring red system prompt flashed in his vision. Warning. The scorching atmospheric heat in this realm would incinerate a normal living being to ash within mere seconds. Fortunately, the swirling crimson flames embedded in his aura effortlessly neutralized the catastrophic heat wave. Ironically, the deathly scorching wind now brushed against his skin like a refreshing summer breeze. But the system was not done. A second alert chimed, warning that highly toxic spatial pollution was ruthlessly trying to invade his bloodstream. Thankfully, his heaven-defying superhuman immunity fiercely fought back, forming an invisible shield to temporarily lock the catastrophic toxins out of his organs. The countdown began. His passive resistance would shatter in exactly 15 hours. He grimaced, realizing that raw physical durability had its absolute limits in the face of absolute corruption. Even a body forged in the fires of evolution could not indefinitely stave off the creeping rot of this apocalyptic wasteland. He gritted his teeth, imagining how effortlessly those legendary war gods would stroll through this toxic hellscape without batting an eye. Shaking off the envy, he tightened his grip on his blade and marched into the unknown. Expanding his spiritual aura to its maximum radius, he swept the terrain for threats. Yet, an eerie silence suffocated the air. Not a single heartbeat or monster signature registered on his radar. The desolate landscape stretched out like a colossal graveyard. Honestly, it made perfect sense. Only a suicidal lunatic would try to survive in such an unforgiving, scorching purgatory. Deciding this dead zone was a waste of time, He pivoted to establish a new dimensional gate, but the instant he turned his back, his danger instincts screamed. A pitch-black phantom launched itself from the abyss with lethal intent. Lightning fast, the main character spun on his heel and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash, yet his blade sliced through empty air. The system scanned the phantom, revealing a level 3 toxic smoke elemental, a phantom beast so elusive it had completely bypassed his spiritual radar. He instantly deduced that this toxic dimension was acting as a perfect camouflage for the phantom. Roaring silently, the smoke beast lunged for his throat, only to violently smash against his indestructible energy barrier. The realization hit Chu like a thunderbolt. His senses hadn't failed him at all. Those foul creatures simply lacked a life force. To purify such filthy abominations, only the divine wrath of evil-repelling thunder would do the trick. Golden lightning erupted from Chu's body, catching the abomination completely off guard. He manifested a crackling arrow of pure electricity and let it fly. A direct hit to the core. The beast crumbled into dust. The system chimed in, confirming the kill of a Tier 3 anomaly, rewarding him with 20 precious stat points. This breed of monster was completely uncharted territory. Its terrifying aura was undeniable, but its ethereal form rendered all physical strikes completely useless. His blade couldn't cut it, and being born from the molten depths, fire was just a tickle. Thank the heavens he possessed the exact elemental counter. Without his lightning, this battle would have been an absolute nightmare. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. It was Zixi! He rushed to her side, his protective instincts flaring up. He had warned her to stay at the entrance where it was safe, but her trembling voice revealed her deep worry for his life. Chu softened his gaze, realizing the unknown world beyond that door offered no true safety anyway. He ordered her to stay safely in his shadow. No matter what horrors emerged, she was not to take a single step. Nodding obediently, her form faded into complete invisibility. With her secured, Chu's battle aura flared up once again. He expanded his chi sense to the absolute limit, silence, until the very earth beneath his feet shattered. He moved with blinding speed. He vaulted across the crumbling debris, defying gravity until he reached solid footing. Pushing forward, he ascended the highest jagged peak. Surveying the molten landscape, a chilling realization washed over him. These colossal stones weren't natural, they were deliberately engineered. The glowing ancient seals told the true story. This was a massive, impenetrable prison, designed to suppress an aura of apocalyptic proportions. This wasn't just a tomb. It held the ultimate hidden treasure of this realm. A genuine true dragon, the legendary Vandenfeld. Bound by mystical chains, its majestic fiery wings spanned the abyss. Chu couldn't even fathom the god-tier stats this calamity possessed. The beast's voice shook the cavern, mocking the foolish mortal who dared to approach. As the absolute sovereign of this domain, it offered the insignificant intruder 2 paths of mercy. The first path, a gruesome death where not even a single speck of his ashes would remain. The second path, bow down, submit to its supreme dominance, and serve as its eternal slave to spare his pathetic life. A fearless smirk crept across Chu's face. He bluntly declared he had zero interest in servitude, but he was very interested in harvesting the dragon's bones. The sheer disrespect sent the true dragon into a blazing fury. As its massive wings beat against the air, grotesque horrors erupted from the bubbling magma. Chu's eyes narrowed as their toxic auras locked onto him. So, these were the legendary poisonous smoke fiends. A dark realization hit him. This was the fate of those who bowed to the beast. The dragon roared its command, dragged the arrogant human into the molten abyss. Chu watched the encroaching horde with ice in his veins. Then, a brilliant flash of inspiration struck. He unleashed a devastating tidal wave of lightning, turning them to ash in a heartbeat. The ancient Wyrm was utterly bewildered. Its elite vanguard, wiped out in a single breath. Meanwhile, Chu's grin grew wider. Taming a legendary black dragon would be quite the flex. He flipped the script, casually suggesting the mighty dragon should become his loyal mount instead. The disrespect was absolute. Roaring in ultimate humiliation, the beast branded him a fool. The very earth began to split apart as Chu tightened his grip on his blade. The true battle had finally begun. Activating his flash step, Chu vanished like a phantom. His blade sang through the air, carving a bleeding crescent into the thick scales of the dragon's neck. First blood drove the beast into utter madness. Vowing to drag his soul to the underworld, it drew in a massive breath and unleashed the apocalyptic dragon's hellfire. But an aura of crimson flame erupted around Chu, swallowing the devastating attack effortlessly. He chuckled, asking the supposedly mighty dragon if that was its best shot. Vandenfeld's pride was shattered. Drawing power from the molten core itself, it commanded the human to burn, unleashing a tsunami of infernal breath. Thick, choking smoke engulfed the entire battlefield. The Wyrm laughed triumphantly, boasting that in its domain, no living soul had ever survived a single second of its absolute flames. Yet from the heart of the inferno, Chu's voice echoed. He sighed, disappointed that this so-called deity was nothing more than an oversized hairdryer. The dragon's crimson eyes widened in absolute shock. Not a single scratch on him. Frantic, it gathered a concentrated sphere of devastating energy in its maw. Before it could fire, Chu launched himself like a missile, delivering a bone-shattering uppercut to its jaw. The blast misfired into the heavens as Chu landed gracefully back on the scorched earth. Dusting off his shoulder, he revealed the cold, hard truth. Fused with extraordinary flame mastery and the power of the Monster Emperor's armor, he was the undisputed Lord of Fire, the dragon's ultimate hellfire. It was barely a warm summer breeze against his absolute defense. Realizing its flames were entirely useless, the beast's eyes glinted with newfound intrigue. If fire wouldn't work, brute force would. Its massive jaws snapped shut, aiming to swallow him whole, but Chu danced away like a shadow. Utilizing the momentum, he descended fiercely upon the dragon's immense spine. With a surge of chi, his blade plunged deep through its indestructible scales. He channeled millions of volts straight into the wound. But surprisingly, the divine metal of his sword wedged tightly in the dragon's bone. The main character's mind raced, and with a brutal yank, he ripped the weapon free. Touching down on the molten earth, a terrifying change occurred. The beast's scales shifted into a blinding blood-red hue. It roared that human struggles were nothing but dust in the wind. In response, Chu triggered his own armament awakening. He channeled his aura, preparing to unleash a familiar, devastating art. The fiery wings bloody explosion. A draconic transformation rippled through his mortal frame. The legendary worm trembled with unparalleled rage. This arrogant ant had actually dared to steal its sacred power. Chu unleashed his blade. In a single, devastating arc of steel, he cleaved the mighty dragon's neck. The beast's massive head crashed to the earth. The system chimed with victory. He had slain a Tier 5 dragon-class demon, claiming a massive bounty of 1,000 stat points. The deadly game was finally finished. Jixi deactivated her stealth. Her eyes were wide with pure disbelief. She gasped at Chu's overwhelming strength, staring in awe at the fallen calamity. Chu stared at his own hands. This was the terrifying reality of a 4,000 physique stat. It was an absolutely monstrous level of power, especially since he had only tapped into 10% of his inner chi. With his monstrous vitality, his natural recovery rate would effortlessly replenish the lost energy. The demonic transformation slowly faded from his body. He decided to name this devastating new technique Bloody Explosion Type 1. His gaze shifted to the fallen Leviathan. Every single piece of this beast was a treasure trove. The razor-sharp teeth, the impenetrable scales, even its boiling lava-like blood was premium crafting material. The severed head alone could fetch at least 100 million credits from the government guild. However, a massive problem stood in his way. How could a seemingly average hunter explain this legendary loot? Claiming a solo kill would instantly expose his true strength, marking him as a supreme being of the 6th or 7th tier. After gently helping Jixi down from the dragon's massive skull, Chu made up his mind. He would keep this grand trophy for himself. Sacrificing 200 attribute points, he expanded his dimensional inventory. In a flash of light, the colossal dragon head vanished into the void. Without hesitation, he poured 400 points into upgrading his natural intuition. He needed to perceive the hidden truths of this dangerous world. A golden glow signified his success. The system announced the awakening of high-level intuition. Now, no monstrous aura could escape his senses, and even the deepest secrets of inanimate objects lay bare before him. Riding the wave of power, he channeled another 400 points into the terrifying aura of his battle armor. The enhancement was an absolute success. A sinister grin crossed his face as an overwhelming pressure erupted from his core. The system declared the birth of a new sovereign skill, King's Intimidation. Legends spoke of this supreme aura, a force so absolute that it forces enemies to their knees in sheer terror. Even a single, passing glance could crush a warrior's soul and render them completely powerless. That is right, our main character had just unlocked an ability on par with the legendary Conqueror's Haki. Exhaling a calm breath, he commanded the suffocating pressure to retract. He figured this divine skill would be perfectly suited for taking out some small fry later. Meanwhile, far out on the endless ocean, the weary crew of a long-distance fishing vessel erupted into cheers as their massive lines grew heavy. The winches groaned as they hauled in the heavy nets. The catch was surprisingly pathetic in number, but the sailors brushed it off, happy to have caught anything alive. But then, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The crew froze, pointing out at the dark waters. A violent storm of crackling blue lightning was erupting from the very depths of the sea. Boom! The ocean's surface shattered. A colossal geyser blasted countless sea creatures into the sky. It was literally raining fish, and the bewildered fishermen danced in absolute joy. The giant aquatic lizard happily snacked on the falling bounty before diving back into the abyssal depths. Watching from afar, Chu realized that his king's intimidation had actually amplified the lizard's natural predatory aura. Within that terrifying domain, absolutely nothing dared to breathe. Sparks of golden electricity violently crackled around Chu's body. Merging the destructive forces of scorching fire and wild lightning, he unlocked the ultimate human fantasy, the dream of conquering the boundless skies. By perfectly balancing these twin elements, he completely shattered the chains of gravity. Like a meteor in reverse, he shot straight into the heavens. Gliding through the clouds, a bizarre sight caught his eye. Massive, ancient structures loomed on the horizon. His newly upgraded intuition screamed that he had just stumbled upon a forgotten corner of the world. It instantly made sense to him. Even that arrogant Tier 5 dragon who claimed this territory had been completely blind to the true scale of this realm. The magic dragon known as Fiery Wing was not a king at all. He was merely a warden, or perhaps a prisoner himself. A far more terrifying, supreme existence was clearly pulling the strings from the shadows. Driven by the thirst for truth, Chu descended. He landed silently amidst the colossal crumbling pillars of what used to be the legendary kingdom of giants. Ancient murals stretched across the weathered stone walls. Reading the cryptic symbols, Chu uncovered a lost history. A glorious dragon civilization had once thrived in this very spot. But what kind of god could command the worship of dragons? His eyes locked onto an imposing, ominous gate. Every instinct warned him of imminent death, but to unravel the mysteries of this world, he had to push forward. As he crossed the threshold, the air grew freezing cold. The grand corridor was lined with imposing, petrified statues of majestic dragons bowing in submission. Shockingly, even a stone replica of the fiery wing he just slaughtered was displayed among the lesser beasts. Suddenly, the system flashed a blaring red warning. The demonic corruption in this zone was drastically spiking. Thankfully, his monstrous 4,000-point physique formed a natural shield, making him temporarily immune to the toxic miasma. However, this absolute defense would only hold for 3 hours before the corruption began eating his flesh. His upgraded intuition had been dead right. A terrifying anomaly was sleeping inside this dark temple. The entity had not even revealed its true form, yet its mere existence was leaking enough foul energy to rot the very fabric of reality. "Stop cowering in the shadows!" Chu roared into the void. "I know you are lurking in here." His voice echoed endlessly, the unnatural acoustics sending a sudden chill down his spine. In a split second, a blur of deadly light tore through the darkness. The ambush was almost too fast for the naked eye, but Chu's battle instincts flared, raising his blade just in time to parry the lethal strike. "Show yourself!" he demanded, his grip tightening on his sword. From the shadows emerged a grotesque nightmare, a humanoid figure sporting 4 muscular arms, with an entirely blank, horrifyingly faceless head. A chilling, telepathic voice echoed in the chamber. "A venerable one has finally awakened." A sinister, glowing red eye abruptly opened right in the center of its pitch-black, featureless face. The sheer, unadulterated creepiness of the abomination left even the battle-hardened Chu utterly speechless. Slowly, the monster extended one of its grotesque hands, whispering a single, chilling word. "Eternity." Every alarm bell in Chu's mind screamed in absolute panic. Slamming his greatsword straight into the ancient stone floor, he desperately erupted his chi to manifest an impenetrable defensive barrier. As the devastating pressure crashed against his shield, the terrifying truth hit him like a freight train. This was no mere Tier 6 beast. He was staring directly into the abyss of a legendary Tier 7 calamity. The oppressive aura of the 4-armed nightmare flared with divine arrogance. Submit, worship, and surrender your life, or face complete and utter annihilation. An overwhelming, crushing gravity forced him toward the earth, demanding his absolute submission. But bowing to anyone? That only ignited the sleeping dragon within Chu. Unleashing a heaven-shaking roar, he pushed back with every ounce of his legendary strength. The very earth violently fractured as a shockwave launched debris into the heavens. The sheer atmospheric pressure detonated into a blinding blast. From the epicenter, our main character emerged, completely transformed by an ancient, terrifying power. His eyes locked onto the beast, making a silent vow of absolute annihilation. Meeting his murderous gaze with icy arrogance, the abomination immediately activated its lethal art. Blood Explosion Form 1. A deadly meteor shower of jagged rocks hurtled straight for our hero. But Chu merely flickered. His blade danced like a tempest of lightning, shredding every single projectile before they could even graze his skin. Every movement he made was a masterclass in lethal precision. He was a phantom maneuvering through the chaos. Spinning his blade into an impenetrable vortex of steel, he effortlessly deflected the relentless, crushing barrage. In the blink of an eye, the hunted became the hunter. Closing the distance at the speed of light, his blade sang a deadly melody, cleanly severing the grotesque limbs of his enemy. He touched down flawlessly, assuming the execution was complete, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. The monster materialized like a phantom directly behind him, pressing two lethal fingers right against his skull. A sinister sneer twisted the creature's face as it whispered, calling him nothing but a pathetic, filthy insect. A millisecond later, a cataclysmic blast consumed the entire battlefield. Thick, suffocating smoke devoured the crater in absolute ruin. But the monster's triumphant grin instantly vanished, because rising from the absolute destruction, Chu manifested right before its very eyes. A blazing inferno of pure, unadulterated rage masked his face. Panic flashing in its eyes, the creature desperately retreated, frantically channeling terrifying, chaotic energy into all four of its palms. Slicing a colossal stone pillar like butter, Chu launched himself like a blazing comet. His sword cleaved right through the beast's torso, but the air rippled. It was a mere phantom, a decoy hiding the true threat lurking in the shadows. Believing its cunning trap had perfectly cornered its prey, the abomination finally relaxed its guard. But a split second later, the cold, unforgiving steel of a blade erupted straight through its own chest. Our main character was already 10 steps ahead, perfectly anticipating the illusion and striking from the blind spot. With a chilling calmness, he whispered his own deadly counter. Blood explosion form 2. Spitting dark blood, the beast clamped its horrific claws around Chu's arm, mocking his foolish arrogance. Without a moment's hesitation, it violently detonated the surrounding mana. Chu's legendary blade violently embedded itself into the shattered earth. Realizing that wielding steel was now only dragging down his explosive speed, he abandoned the weapon, choosing the brutal path of bare-fisted annihilation. A thrilling, battle-crazed grin spread across his face as he launched himself into the fray once more. The terrified monster desperately conjured a heavy magical barricade, but Chu did not even flinch. He channeled his aura and completely obliterated the shield with a single, devastating punch. The sheer force detonated the atmosphere, driving the beast violently into the earth before launching its broken body across the wasteland. Hideous fractures webbed across the creature's monstrous face. But Chu gave it no time to breathe, tearing through the air at literal light speed until he loomed directly over his prey's shattered skull. Gripping the abomination by the head, he mercilessly slammed it into the bedrock. The apocalyptic impact cratered the entire zone, sending a tidal wave of pulverized stone into the sky. But the nightmare was far from over. A sinister presence manifested at his back, its malicious gaze locked onto his soul. It instantly chanted the forbidden binding art. Entrap? Chu's survival instinct screamed, but as he spun around, the very ground beneath him collapsed. Mystical heavy chains violently coiled around his entire body, completely sealing away his physical movement. A blue holographic screen flashed before his eyes. The system warned that he was caught in the terrifying dragon sealing formation, an ancient curse that continuously leeches energy from its prisoner to reinforce its own unbreakable binds. Floating triumphantly, the beast mocked his struggle. It declared that the harder he fought against the absolute seal, the tighter his inevitable death sentence would become. Chu merely scoffed, asking if this pathetic parlor trick was really how it subdued the mighty dragons. Yanking violently against the enchanted metal, he smirked, declaring what a tragic pity it was that this garbage was completely useless against him. Our boy closed his eyes, drawing upon the deepest reserves of his dormant, catastrophic aura. Flexing his godlike strength, he strained against the chains, coldly declaring that he was nothing like those mindless, scaled lizards. With an earth-shattering crack, he obliterated the absolute seal. Blazing flames erupted from his soul as he ordered the beast to listen closely. Staring into the eyes of absolute despair, he etched his identity into the monster's dying memory. "My name is Chen Chu." The creature watched in pure, unadulterated horror. Chu stood like an unyielding mountain lord, grounding himself while his enemy hovered helplessly. And then, our boy took a single, fateful step. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of his aura instantly atomized the ground beneath his feet. Swirling divine flames engulfed his leg as he simply vanished from reality. Reappearing high in the heavens, he cocked back a fist vibrating with apocalyptic power. He descended like a falling star, ready to deliver judgment. But just as his devastating knuckles were about to connect, the desperate monster barely slipped beneath his strike. Retreating was futile. Chu pursued like a shadow of death, and this time, his earth-shattering punch struck dead center. The impact launched the beast into the horizon, while terrifying, high-voltage lightning surged through its veins, violently tearing its remaining limbs apart. As the broken creature plummeted from the sky, Chu dive-bombed right after it, delivering a final, brutalizing strike. The helpless monster slammed into the earth with the force of a falling meteor. The chaotic dust cloud slowly began to fade away. The paralyzed, trembling monster could only stare up at the towering, godlike silhouette of Chu looming over its pathetic existence. Without an ounce of mercy, he plunged his hand straight through its chest, violently ripping out its core to devour its ancient power. Instantly, a system notification chimed, revealing his Crimson Flame had spectacularly evolved into the legendary Glass Crimson Flame. The rewards did not stop there. His raw lightning abilities miraculously ascended into the devastating swift thunderstorm art. Furthermore, he successfully extracted the coveted dragon sealing talisman. This divine artifact granted him the absolute authority to bind any being below the mighty 6th tier. However, the system's tone quickly shifted, blaring a critical warning that his mortal vessel had been pushed far beyond its absolute limits. His spiritual core was shockingly corrupted, reaching 99% saturation by a sinister, otherworldly taint. Zixi desperately rushed to his side, her voice trembling as she warned him of the lethal, soul-eating nature of this toxic miasma. Gasping for breath, Chu forced a bitter smile. He admitted that dragging out the battle had allowed the dark corruption to seep deep into his bones. He knew with absolute certainty that they could not linger in this cursed domain for another second. Pushing his battered body, he took to the skies, desperately aiming for the exit. But with the Exalted One's life force extinguished, the structural integrity of this pocket dimension completely collapsed, plunging the realm of dragons and giants into apocalyptic ruin. As reality fractured around them in absolute chaos, they desperately sprinted toward the dimensional rift. Zixi was agonizingly close to salvation, but Chu's momentum suddenly died. Collapsing heavily onto the trembling earth, his paralyzed muscles completely refused his commands. Looking back in pure horror, Zixi cried out that the gateway had completely slammed shut. In response, Chu violently coughed up a terrifying puddle of blackened blood. His heart sank like a stone. Once that dimensional threshold sealed, the fragile tether to their homeworld was forever severed. They were absolutely clueless as to where the rift would spit them out next. Tears of profound panic welled up in Zixi's eyes as she looked at his dying state. Forcing a comforting gaze, he weakly promised her that he would survive this ordeal. He had knowingly danced with the devil, willingly accepting this devastating backlash as the absolute price for unrivaled power. To the untrained eye, the blood explosion technique looked like a simple, brilliant burst of raw energy. But in brutal reality, only a cultivator possessing an impossibly heaven-defying physique could ever survive the internal devastation of activating it. If an ordinary mortal foolishly attempted to ignite even form one of this forbidden art, their veins would instantly vaporize into steam, leaving behind nothing more than a grotesque, shriveled husk of a corpse. A realization struck Chu. To shatter the bottleneck of the Type 3 realm, his physical vessel required absolute tempering. Exhaustion weighed down his limbs as he attempted to rise. With the spatial rift now sealed tight, he chose to surrender to a much-needed rest. But peace is often an illusion. Far away, within the desolate ruins of the giant's realm, a colossal beast lay vanquished inside a massive crater. By all logic of combat, those devastating wounds should have guaranteed its demise. Yet, a sudden, ragged gasp pierced the silence. The titan rose once more. Its glowing eyes darted in momentary confusion before it erupted into the heavens like a dark meteor. Across the globe, chaos continued to bloom. A frantic transmission echoed through a military communications channel. Coordinates locked, 35 degrees north, roughly 1,200 meters out. A terrifying swarm of 5th-tier abominations had breached the perimeter, demanding immediate heavy artillery. Grotesque horrors spilled from a massive tear in the earth. The defense forces of Case City mobilized instantly, ready to meet the nightmare head-on. Storms of missiles rained down in devastating waves. A tense 6-minute countdown began for the second strike, the soldiers praying their prey wouldn't scatter into the shadows. Amidst the panic, a veteran soldier smirked. He ordered his comrade to breathe, pointing toward the carnage. The mindless beasts were cannibalizing their own dead, completely rooted to the blood-soaked soil. Watching from the shadows, Seth, the grizzled captain of a 3-man mercenary squad, demanded an immediate reading on the ambient corruption. Mark scanned his tactical display. 15.5%, he declared. Based on his calculations, the military blockade would hold the line for another 8 grueling hours. A greedy glint flashed in Seth's eyes. That is more than enough time, he smirked, to secure our prize and vanish. Tyler, the burly, bald vanguard of the group, licked his lips in anticipation. The remains of 7 5th-tier titans would fetch an astronomical bounty. Even heavily damaged goods held limitless value in this apocalyptic era. Mark eagerly chimed in, imagining the legendary gear and power-ups that sheer wealth could buy them. He added that even claiming a mere third of the spoils would make them kings. But Seth coldly cut through their daydreams, ordering them to keep their eyes on the prize and focus on the harvest. The trio watched in awe as explosive payloads painted the wasteland in pillars of raging fire. It was a sobering reality check. Without the military's relentless bombardment, a single 5th-tier entity would have turned them to dust. Time to move, Seth commanded, drawing his weapon. Like vultures descending upon a battlefield, the team prepared to carve up the fallen giants. Seth calculated a massive haul, expecting to refine at least 5 vials of ultra-rare purifying essence. His master plan was flawless. Absorb 3 vials to evolve their own cores and auction the remaining 2. In the treacherous depths of the underworld, a single drop commanded a price of 200 million. With that kind of limitless fortune, they could rule the wastelands as absolute emperors. At least, That was the dream. But destiny loves a cruel joke. The very air shattered as a colossal shadow blotted out the sun. It was the identical, monstrous twin of the Titan Chu had previously slaughtered. The mercenaries froze in pure terror. Before this godlike horror, they were nothing but insects. Mark's scanner screamed warnings of catastrophic pollution levels. But before the warning could leave his lips, his head was cleanly severed from his shoulders. "Run for your lives!" Seth shrieked, his voice cracking with despair. But survival was an illusion. Tyler was obliterated in a split second, reduced to nothingness under invisible pressure. Pushing his physical limits, Seth bolted like a madman. Yet, the ancient predator's gaze locked onto his pathetic retreat. Instantly, a suffocating aura descended, causing dark blood to gush from Seth's eyes and ears. With a sickening crunch, his mortal vessel detonated into crimson mist. Simultaneously, miles away within the heavily fortified Munch base, red sirens pierced the command center. The doomsday clock had struck midnight. An extinction-level anomaly was confirmed, triggering the Stronghold's ultimate defensive protocols. Their prime directive was absolute: eradicate the alpha threat to ensure humanity's tomorrow. Deep within the silos, an apocalyptic tier warhead ignited. The payload breached the atmosphere, raining down utter devastation upon the coordinates of that godlike beast. And the most ironic part? Our overpowered main character was sleeping peacefully through the entire apocalypse. Sunlight finally broke his peaceful slumber. Stretching his muscles, Chu casually strolled over to Zixie's room, gently knocking to announce the start of a new day and a warm breakfast. The door creaked open, revealing a sleepy-eyed Zixie. With a soft murmur, she leaned in, demanding her morning embrace. A rare, tender smile crossed Chu's face as he welcomed the warmth. Nestled safely in his powerful arms, she instantly drifted back to dreamland. But the wholesome moment was interrupted by a sharp chime from the front door. A mysterious figure awaited outside. Clad in a vibrant courier uniform, boldly sporting the motto, "Chasing Hunger Away," the woman stood at attention, announcing a special delivery for the estate. This was no ordinary messenger. This was the enigmatic Huang Fu Xian. Balancing a sleeping Zixie in one arm, Chu opened the door to receive his morning feast. His sharp gaze immediately caught sight of her ride. He raised an eyebrow, casually remarking on the sheer absurdity of delivering cheap takeout at the crack of dawn on a custom $100,000 superbike. Not backing down an inch, she matched his energy. She fired right back, mocking the irony of a peerless elite, hoarding a luxury mansion yet relying on daily fast food. And playing house with a little girl, no less. Chu's instincts immediately flared. Her words carried too much weight, radiating the dangerous aura of someone who knew all his secrets. Suddenly, the takeout bag slipped from her trembling fingers. A primal chill paralyzed her very soul as the overwhelming gravity of his true identity finally clicked. She was standing face to face with the absolute apex of the new evolution era. Fear instantly dissolved into a fanatic, blazing excitement at encountering the living legend in the flesh. Bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor, Chu demanded to know her true intentions. With a bold smirk, she unzipped her jacket, declaring her mission was to chase his heart and his alliance. For once, the unstoppable main character was utterly paralyzed. Words failed him completely, as this fearless courier doubled down on her outrageous declaration. Spinning on her heels toward her beast of a machine, she threw a confident glance over her shoulder. "Etch my name into your memory," she challenged, casually dropping the hint that she claimed the neighboring territory. "Expect me on your next order," she promised, vanishing into the morning mist. The dust had barely settled when Tanru stepped from the shadows, bearing urgent intel from the underworld. Chu dismissed the update, noting that the Special Investigation Bureau always swarms wherever corruption blooms. But Tanru shook his head. "Those lapdogs are nothing compared to you," he stated firmly. "You bow to zero masters. And that sheer, untamed independence," Tanru warned, "is exactly why every major faction on the continent is desperately plotting to decipher your loyalties." Narrowing his eyes, Chu demanded clarity. Seeing the blank expression on his commander's face, Tanru sighed deeply. The Supreme Powerhouse was completely oblivious to the global shockwaves he had just created. He revealed a shocking truth. As of yesterday, the mountains surrounding territories had completely changed hands. Chu's legendary reputation alone had caused the land value to triple overnight. Now, the city's wealthiest elites were tearing each other apart just to be his neighbor. They masked their greed as seeking protection, but their true target was his overflowing resources. Tanu knew the reality. The main character, Chu, stood at the absolute pinnacle. Wealth, absolute authority, and beautiful women were all at his fingertips. The only price? Stepping forward when the monstrous hordes attacked. Chu remained silent, weighing the scales. Honestly, Tanu could not fault the desperate elites. In the end, they were simply merchants playing a dangerous game. Their immediate goal was to host Chu for a grand banquet, making Tanu the reluctant messenger for this high-stakes invitation. To his surprise, Chu accepted the offer. A wave of relief washed over Tanu. He urged Chu not to break his promise, securing their meeting at the luxurious Linshu Supreme Hotel for that very afternoon. Suddenly, a specific detail crossed Tanu's mind. The fiery girl from earlier, Xian. He cautiously asked if Chu had a past with her. Chu's response was terrifyingly calm. He casually mentioned she had barged into his life, boldly declaring she would make him hers. Tanu could only let out a wry chuckle. He knew her overwhelming personality all too well. Young, fiercely bold, and incredibly stubborn. Once she locked her eyes on a prize, she hunted it down with absolute ruthlessness. Still, the situation was far from a joke. He warned Chu to tread carefully. Lurking behind her was the absolute tyrant of wealth, Huang Futai, the richest man in City N. Meanwhile, dark tidings consumed the globe. The catastrophic global pollution was spiraling out of control. In a desperate move, Country Z unleashed its most cutting-edge technology to suppress the toxic miasma. For a fleeting moment, a fragile peace settled over the land, but the apocalyptic headlines continued to crash in like tidal waves. A devastating alert flashed on screens. Village Y had fallen. Overrun by bloodthirsty monsters and toxic corruption, hundreds of innocent souls had been slaughtered in the massacre. Closer to home, a sacred temple had been desecrated. A vengeful spirit of a woman, buried alive by corrupted monks, had awakened as a nightmare-inducing monstrosity, brutally claiming 20 lives in her wake. Whispers of an ancient terror also surfaced. Classified reports revealed that Country Z was finally confronting the apocalyptic horror that shattered the world 20 years ago. Their preparation was staggering. An impenetrable, perfect defense system had been forged. Mountains of life-saving resources were fully stockpiled. Through sheer technological dominance, Country Z had officially ascended as the single safest sanctuary on the dying Earth. As global panic reached a boiling point, the world's billionaires scrambled toward Country Z. But countless elites found themselves trapped in the suffocating border crush. In the shadows, a sinister black market ignited, trading heavily in so-called calamity-avoiding contracts. Far from the apocalyptic chaos, within the peaceful walls of Ningchong University, Shen Qian was deeply focused, polishing her foreign language mastery. A frustrated classmate broke her concentration. Why exhaust themselves with meaningless studies when the doom of the apocalypse was literally breathing down their necks? The girl sighed in despair, doubting if her corporate dreams would ever see the light of day. Would graduation even matter, or was she doomed to be a mere translator in a broken world? Honestly, looking at the crumbling state of humanity, all those ordinary dreams felt like dust in the wind. The terrifying truth was unspoken but clear. Nobody knew if they would even live to see tomorrow's sunrise. With a bitter laugh, she joked about surviving by marrying an overpowered awakener. Those words struck Shen Qian like lightning. Her mind instantly drifted to Chu, a legendary 5-star awakened existence wielding the terrifying power of absolute flame. His name commanded respect across the nation. He stood at a level of fame that completely eclipsed top-tier celebrities. The internet practically worshipped him, with thousands of pages dedicated to his legendary feats, alongside the inevitable bitter haters. Suddenly, her friend's eyes gleamed with curiosity. So, what is the real story between you two? The teasing crossed a scandalous line, bluntly asking if they had already shared a bed. Instantly, Shen Qian's face exploded into a brilliant shade of crimson. Who could blame her? Chu possessed overwhelming power, godlike talent, and breathtaking looks. He was the absolute definition of perfection. It started as a mere campus disguise, a fake relationship to fool the masses. But now, her heart raced uncontrollably, forcing her to question if this charade had sparked a genuine, burning romance. As if sensing her chaotic thoughts, her phone suddenly vibrated with Chu's caller ID. Her breath hitched. She hurriedly excused herself to answer the fateful call. Pressing the phone to her ear, she softly asked what prompted the sudden call. His voice was smooth and direct, asking for her time that afternoon. He had secured an exclusive lunch reservation and wanted her by his side. Without a second thought, she agreed. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a grand, oppressive villa. The terrifying magnate, Huang Futai, demanded to know if Xian had crossed paths with Chu. With a confident nod, she confirmed the encounter. His eyes narrowed, questioning the outcome. Xian's expression turned dead serious. Chu had instantly seen through her investigation. She warned that when his aura focuses, the pressure is absolutely suffocating. He is not a prey they can easily hunt. Her voice trembled with awe. He is not just a strong awakener, he possesses the undeniable aura of a supreme king. A dark smirk crept across Huang Futai's face. It seems her previous father's gamble had paid off brilliantly. But Xian shattered his arrogance. Tossing a few million to leash a dragon would end in absolute failure. Huang Futai scoffed at the warning. To him, Chu was merely an arrogant brat, while he possessed decades of cutthroat business supremacy. There was zero chance a kid could outplay him. Xian's eyes darkened as she delivered a cold truth. The rules of the old world have completely shattered. Wealth was no longer the ultimate god. In this apocalyptic era, absolute power reigns supreme. Blinded by his old-world ego, he brushed off her wisdom, assuming the foolish girl had just fallen head over heels after a single glance at the boy. Annoyed by this supposed teenage crush, he sharply demanded to know exactly what she had told the boy. Her lips curled into a daring smile. She clarified her bold declaration. She was not chasing him for his status, nor for the immense power he held. She chased him simply because her heart desired him. Huang Futai slammed his fist, demanding if this was a twisted joke. Her gaze remained unshaken. Yes, she was deadly serious. Standing before him ignited a thrill she had never felt before. Pure rage erupted from the wealthy patriarch. Every elite bloodline across City N, City H, and City S was watching their every move like starving wolves. He understood the dark arts of manipulation better than anyone alive. The old fox laid bare the cruel reality of the elite. Through overflowing wealth, intoxicating beauty, and absolute authority, he believed every human desire and emotional weakness could be weaponized into a perfect trap. He saw right through the greedy masquerade. Those wealthy vultures were not offering friendship. They craved to shackle the mighty Chu, forcing him to bow as their personal guard dog. With a heavy sigh, he warned his naive daughter. Stepping into this shark tank would tear her apart, but Xian just smirked with absolute confidence. In the end, the ultimate strategy to conquer a king's heart is simply mastering the way to his stomach. Her father could only nod in surrender. But a lingering question remained in his mind. Was she actually planning to learn how to cook? Deep down, he knew the truth. His beloved daughter had quite the reputation for being completely unhinged. And now that a certain man had caught her eye, she was completely rewriting her own destiny, just for him. Add her heaven-defying beauty to the mix, and her father was absolutely certain. There was no mortal man who could escape her grasp. But Xian quickly shut down the cooking idea. After nearly turning their old estate to ashes multiple times, she had sworn off the kitchen forever. Utterly bewildered, Futai asked for her grand master plan. With a proud smirk, she revealed the custom logo on her jacket. Her grand scheme? Becoming his exclusive personal delivery girl. She had literally founded an entire takeout empire just by using his name. Futai was completely speechless. This crazy girl had tracked down every single one of Chu's properties. From his shabby old rental and hidden warehouse all the way to his luxurious villa. She had even memorized his daily habits, knowing full well that this powerhouse relied entirely on takeout, even for his morning meals. So, she pulled some serious strings to secretly install a custom delivery app right onto his phone. Now, the moment he craved a meal, she would receive the notification and hand-deliver it straight to his door. Futai felt his soul leaving his body. This absolutely ridiculous master plan was pushing him straight toward a massive heart attack. Meanwhile, Xian beamed with absolute confidence, certain that Chu would soon be moved to tears by her devotion. Shifting back to our main character, Chu was casually cruising down the street. He pulled up to the west gate of Ning University. His luxurious ride instantly became the center of attention. Countless students stared with burning envy, praying to be the one stepping inside, but that seat belonged exclusively to Qian Yun. With a cool gaze, he told her to hop in. From the shadows of the campus, a group of awakened students watched this scene with venomous jealousy. One guy bitterly muttered that standing next to Chu made them look like absolute garbage, but his companion quickly slapped him on the shoulder, warning him not to let another man's shadow crush his spirit. After all, the era of evolution had begun. They were all awakened now, and he was absolutely certain that their faction would eventually surpass that arrogant junior. In his mind, Chu had merely secured a lucky head start on the path to ultimate power. Even their department head had praised them, calling their trio the absolute cream of the crop, chosen from millions of survivors in N City. He scoffed, claiming Chu was just riding a wave of blind luck. But their third companion, Lin Xiao, wasn't paying attention to this fierce declaration of rivalry. His face was completely flushed as he ogled the campus beauties walking by. A sharp smack to the back of his head instantly brought him back to reality. His friend scolded him for losing focus, complaining that Chu's arrogant aura was somehow magnetic enough to attract all the top-tier girls. Right now, their only mission was to cultivate and grow stronger. But Lizu hesitated, asking if they should report this little rendezvous to Ruoya. Anxiety gnawed at him, seeing how Chu seemed to have secured a gorgeous girlfriend. His friend sighed, knowing full well the tragic love triangle. Lizu was hopelessly pining for Ruoya, while Ruoya's eyes were solely fixed on Chu. Patting his back, the student hyped up his heartbroken brother. He urged him to challenge Chu in a fair battle for her heart, and even if he faced a crushing defeat, at least he would go down fighting like a true warrior. Spitting venom behind someone's back is the path of a coward, not a hero. Meanwhile, Chu's beast of a car tore down the highway. Breaking the silence, Qianyun brought up the looming shadow hanging over humanity. The second apocalypse, set to descend in exactly 2 weeks. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked if he would step onto the battlefield when the Special Tasks Bureau inevitably crumbled against the monster horde. Glancing at her, Chu asked what sparked such a heavy question. She bit her lip, revealing that the internet was completely swarming with toxic trolls, dragging his name through the mud and labeling him a coward. A faint smirk played on his lips. Was all this outrage simply because he rejected the Bureau's golden invitation? She nodded heavily. The public narrative was twisting the truth, claiming he was too terrified to face the abyssal nightmares that would soon breach their world. Chu's expression remained colder than ice. As the very first student in the entire nation to awaken his evolution, he was a towering monument. Naturally, his sheer existence attracted the jealousy of the weak. The crown of a pioneer is forged from heavy burdens, he calmly admitted. Pressing further, Tianyun asked the ultimate question. If a world-ending titan shattered the front lines, leaving the Bureau helpless, would he unleash his power to save them? Without a single shred of hesitation, his eyes burned with unyielding resolve. He declared that he would carve a path straight to the vanguard. The real reason he rejected the Bureau wasn't fear. It was the suffocating chains of bureaucratic red tape that he despised. Bowing to superiors and restricting his boundless potential was absolutely out of the question. Hearing this, Tianyun's heart skipped a beat. The man she had fallen for was no coward. He was an absolute king. The engine roared to a halt as they arrived at the Grand Hotel. Stepping into the extravagant hall, Chu calmly announced his presence. Tianyun froze in pure shock. The room was packed with the absolute titans of industry. A sharp-eyed, middle-aged tycoon stepped forward to welcome him, casually mentioning that his good-for-nothing son had already briefed Chu on the incoming crisis. Chu gave a subtle nod, confirming he knew the core of their plight. Wasting zero time, the tycoon, Li Junhong, cut straight to the bloody business at hand. With the apocalyptic countdown ticking away, these financial emperors were desperate to secure their own survival. To combat the impending doom, they were forging an elite security council, and they desperately wanted Chu to sit on the supreme throne as its chairman. He outlined their grand vision. This council's sole purpose was to form an impenetrable shield, guaranteeing that their luxurious hilltop estates remained completely untouched by the polluted beast waves. And to command this ultimate defense line, they were offering a heavenly salary of 100 million a month. Tianyun nearly choked on her own breath at the sheer scale of that fortune. Chu's lips curled into a dangerously sharp smile. 100 million didn't sound bad at all, but he had a slight correction. That wouldn't be the total budget. That would be the monthly fee for every single billionaire on that hill. Furthermore, he demanded that these organizers act as his personal debt collectors, extracting the funds from all 30-plus tycoons residing in the territory. His piercing gaze saw right through their filthy little scheme. If that initial sum was split among the masses, each elite family would only be coughing up a pathetic fraction of the cost, a mere 1 million. And he knew exactly how these greedy foxes operated. They would definitely slap massive initiation fees on anyone joining their little club, extorting anywhere from 10 to 100 million from their own neighbors. These shameless aristocrats were literally using the apocalypse to turn a massive profit. The room temperature plummeted as Futai narrowed his eyes, bluntly asking if Chu felt his supreme talent was being underpaid. Chu let out a dark, mocking laugh. He reminded them that in the golden era of peace, the wealthy elite stood on their high horses, crushing problems with endless cash and looking down on the mortal world like untouchable gods. The apocalypse doesn't care about your bank account. These mutated abominations dragged the elites right off their golden pedestals, making everyone equal prey. Chu declared that survival makes no distinction between a billionaire and a beggar. Naturally, this bitter truth shattered the fragile egos of these tycoons. Yet, with a calculating gaze, he assured them that he understood their primal fear of losing everything. Director Chun Hong broke the silence, revealing a terrifying secret. A dimensional rift had torn open nights ago, forcing the authorities to launch nuclear strikes just to hold the nightmare back. Desperation reeking in his voice, the tycoon offered a staggering 200 million if Chu would become their ultimate shield. He practically begged, pleading that these aging titans just wanted to close their eyes without fearing the jaws of death. Futai scoffed, pointing out that Chun Hong's own son worked for the Special Tasks Bureau. He knew firsthand how pathetically useless government forces truly were. If the authorities could actually save them, they wouldn't be begging here today. Upping the stakes, Futai slammed a monstrous offer on the table, 300 million a month for Chu's protection. He swore to wire the fortune instantly upon agreement. But Chu just smirked. He coldly declared that soon their mountain of wealth would be nothing but worthless scrap. As the apocalyptic waves escalate, cash will only be good for kindling. To prove his point, he flicked his lighter, watching a crisp banknote crumble into ash before their very eyes. Pure terror swept through the boardroom. Their voices trembled as they asked the chilling question, was the global economy destined to collapse in mere weeks? Chun Hong was in utter denial. The government broadcasts had sworn the apocalyptic threat was completely under control. Chu mercilessly shattered that illusion. He pointed out that the news only showed low-level awakened fighters handling the public skirmishes. The realization struck Chun Hong like a physical blow. Chu pressed further, demanding why a massive organization like the Bureau had failed to deploy even a single four-star powerhouse. The terrifying truth? The true elites were desperately holding the line at the 5 gates of the apocalypse. The civilian zones were just a minor sideshow to the real bloody war. The government was bleeding out just trying to survive. If the elites thought rescue was coming, they were dead wrong. Swallowing his pride, Futai finally asked the ultimate question. What exactly did the young master demand? Chu leaned in, his ambition radiating. He rejected their cash, demanding instead a monopoly on the mystical, resource-rich soil native to the Zhang province. He also laid claim to Vai's life-saving pharmaceuticals, alongside exclusive access to their mutated golden flora. The heavyweights of industry sat there, absolutely paralyzed by his audacity. But the master strategist wasn't finished. He issued a flawless ultimatum. Deliver the blueprints for a mountain fortress in 3 days and complete an impenetrable defense grid in exactly 1 month. Chun Hong's mind spun in circles. Since when did their luxury estate project turn into a military bunker? And then, the brilliant reality of the plan slammed into his brain. Chu laid out his grand vision. The mountain villas would serve as an unbreakable core. By exploiting the steep, treacherous geography, they would create an absolute death zone for any invaders. Even if the entire planet drowned in blood and ruin, this sanctuary would guarantee their survival for generations. It would be a utopia amidst the wasteland, complete with independent ventilation, infinite power, massive living quarters, and an endless supply of purified water and essential medical reserves. Only when this kingdom of iron is forged to his exact standards would he claim the throne of the Security Council, officially swearing a blood oath to become their ultimate guardian. The room erupted in awe-struck applause. They finally grasped why this man reigned supreme. His raw power was matched only by a terrifyingly brilliant intellect. Even Chunjian watched with profound reverence. Qian Rui was spellbound by his absolute dominance over the city's titans. Chu simply brushed off the praise, noting that this alliance would pave the way to absolute victory for them all. Playing the perfect wingman, Tianu casually mentioned his family's stake in the luxury hotel. He tossed Chu an exclusive black card, grinning as he insisted they enjoy a private evening. Not wanting to ruin the mood, the young heir quickly made himself scarce. Chu turned his deep gaze toward Tian, murmuring that they had matters of destiny to discuss, and wasting such a lavish gift would be a crime. A furious blush painted her cheeks crimson as she nodded. Together, they ascended to the hotel's absolute peak, stepping into an outrageously extravagant executive suite. Shedding his heavy combat coat, Chu immediately analyzed their surroundings. His heightened senses confirmed the walls were utterly soundproof. The room was essentially a modern fortress, completely isolated from prying eyes and electronic surveillance. Overwhelmed, she stammered that things were moving too quickly, but Chu gently ruffled her hair, softly asking her to stand by his side as his true partner. Suddenly, a brilliant spark of pure aura danced across his fingertip. His concentration was absolute, tightly suppressing his overwhelming power so he wouldn't crush her fragile mortal frame. After all, his physical stats were pushing a monstrous 5,000 points. Gently, he guided her to lay back against the plush velvet. Every breath required perfect control. A single slip could shatter her completely. The moment his glowing fingertip graced her skin, a violent jolt of electricity surged through her very soul. The overwhelming sensation instantly plunged her into darkness. But Chu watched with laser focus as the majestic energy began rewriting her mortal flesh, sparking an absolute cellular metamorphosis. There was zero sign of demonic corruption or grotesque mutation. Now, the master of survival could only stand guard, waiting for her rebirth to finish. He had channeled the legendary dragon sealing stamp, refining the terrifying essence of devoured beasts into a pristine, glowing seed of power. If successfully fused with a mortal, this supreme seed would forcefully trigger a divine awakening. It was a reckless gamble against fate, but he refused to leave his woman defenseless in this hellscape. Just an hour prior, he had shattered her peaceful illusions, warning her that the encroaching monstrous tides would only grow more devastating. The era of mundane college life was officially dead and buried. Panic had gripped her heart as she wondered what purpose she could possibly have in a world without a future. Was she destined to be nothing more than fleeing prey for the rest of her life? His answer was cryptic yet profound. The ultimate weapon for survival already rested within her soul. He stared directly into her eyes, offering her the path of an awakened warrior. The revelation had hit her like a thunderbolt. To transcend humanity had always been her deepest, unspoken fantasy. He revealed the absolute cheat code of his dragon sealing stamp, an ancient relic capable of purifying chaotic monster cores into flawless crystals of pure might. Once her body fully devoured this crystalline essence, she wouldn't just be surviving the apocalypse. She would awaken as a superhuman force of nature, ready to stand as a queen at his side. His voice grew deadly serious. He warned her that failing to control this chaotic energy wouldn't just halt her awakening, it would twist her into a mindless beast. He locked eyes with her, asking if she dared to face such lethal stakes. A heavy silence filled the air. Then, her resolve hardened. She confessed that with him guiding her, fear simply vanished. More than anything, she craved her own true strength. She refused to remain a helpless shadow. She wanted the power to shield her mother and the absolute right to fight on the front lines by his side. A faint smile graced his lips. He gently told her to stay perfectly still. Since he was navigating this uncharted territory for the first time, a single wrong move could end in disaster. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered that it was her first time, too. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a blazing screen. A dramatic narrator declared that when the apocalyptic dust finally settled, a legendary savior would rise from the ashes. This entity was the very pinnacle of absolute power, the undisputed, unyielding guardian of the shattered metropolis. The masses revered him as the four-star awakened powerhouse, Tianlong. Clad in impenetrable, gleaming steel, he was destined to obliterate the encroaching shadows and crush any looming threat. Every devastating punch he threw paved the road to liberation. The mere sight of his imposing figure sent shivers down the spines of the wicked. And like a true protagonist, he never once glanced at the blazing infernos behind him. His piercing gaze was solely locked on the ultimate war that lay ahead. The booming voiceover urged the citizens to scream his name, to offer him thunderous applause, for their burning faith was the very fuel that powered his relentless crusade. This jaw-dropping introduction belonged to the mythical Tianlong. But in reality, it was just a flashy promotional cinematic cooked up by the Shenhu City Special Task Bureau. The clip had already snatched up hundreds of thousands of followers online. It even threw the spotlight on Jinghai City's elite 5-star captain. This viral sensation was an absolute goldmine, effortlessly raking in millions in revenue without breaking a sweat. Chu raised an eyebrow, bluntly asking if the entire spectacle was just cheap digital effects. A curly-haired marketing agent smirked, clarifying that it wasn't purely movie magic. With a single tap, their system activated an augmented reality filter. It instantly supercharged their martial arts techniques, making every strike look infinitely more catastrophic. She passionately argued that in these chaotic times, awakened warriors desperately needed this kind of digital PR to harvest absolute trust and adoration from the terrified public. That was the exact reason her agency had been aggressively locking down contracts with prestigious task forces and elite ability users across the nation. And Chu? He was the ultimate grand prize they were starving to recruit. This was non-negotiable, especially since the higher-ups officially crowned him as the undisputed apex predator of the new generation's awakened forces. All he had to do was casually flex his godlike aura, and their marketing machine would transform him into an untouchable global icon. She guaranteed his fame would shatter the heavens, bringing an avalanche of wealthy sponsors to his feet. Without waiting, she eagerly pulled up a reel of their top-tier ad campaigns. The first bizarre clip featured an aggressively buff man fiercely promoting a steaming cup of instant ramen. The subliminal message was brutally obvious. Consume these superhuman awakening noodles, and you too could morph into humanity's last hope against the impending doomsday. One bite, and you'd be brimming with boundless stamina, shrugging off apocalyptic despair. The next advertisement showcased explosive, gravity-defying sneakers marketed as the ultimate escape tool from doomsday corporate overlords. And the kicker? They were fully crafted from eco-friendly, upcycled wasteland trash. These shoes promised to launch the wearer far above soul-crushing daily routines and straight past tyrannical workplace quotas. The grand finale was a revolutionary product, simply dubbed Absolute Defense, engineered strictly for the end of the world. Woven from impenetrable nanomaterials, it promised to stabilize the user's frantic emotions and completely ward off physical sickness. So whether it was an intimate romantic date or a casual fling, this ultimate barrier guaranteed their deepest desires could be safely fulfilled. In the pre-apocalypse days, this exact same commercial simply featured a completely naked man bathing in sheer euphoria, set against the backdrop of a massive, glowing neon heart. The zealous agent locked eyes with Chu, making a bold vow. If he pledged to stream on their platform and conquer the digital realm with an army of millions, she would eagerly bow to his every single demand. Chu's expression remained colder than ice. He flatly declared that he was a warrior, not a dancing monkey for the masses. The woman gasped, asking if he was entirely oblivious to his own overwhelming gravity. She fiercely insisted that his striking features alone would summon an endless legion of swooning female worshippers. She leaned in, promising that a mere glimpse of his face in a private fan circle would grant him absolute authority to claim any woman his heart desired. That scandalous bait actually made his footsteps falter for a split second. But his iron will held firm, and he coldly rejected her once more. He immediately summoned his assistant to toss the relentless marketer out the door. Desperate, she shrieked a final mind-boggling offer. 100 million a year, just to film a single, brief commercial. Chu didn't even blink, ruthlessly commanding his staff to drag her away. Struggling against her escorts, she screamed that this broken world was bleeding for a true hero, a burden only a supreme existence like him could shoulder. That single word hero made him raise a hand, instantly halting her removal. Seizing the lifeline, she frantically pulled up a file on M City's legendary powerhouse. a man who could instantaneously mutate into a colossal, 5-meter-tall emerald behemoth. The moment his brutal transformation triggers, he becomes a walking natural disaster, an unstoppable force completely immune to modern artillery. This monster could sprint 100 meters in a single second and easily dismantle heavily armored tanks with his bare hands. To the desperate survivors of M City, he wasn't just a soldier, he was a living god. She swiped to the next slide, revealing the Y Nation's military trump card, Alexander. His entire left arm possessed the terrifying ability to morph into a regal, unbreakable broadsword. A single video of his devastating swordsmanship had racked up 500 million views. Crowned as the human blade, he reigned supreme as the city's undisputed martial sovereign, but the insane roster didn't stop there. F City housed a pyromancer who could literally become living hellfire. Meanwhile, D City's guardian possessed the chilling power to freeze the very atmosphere into absolute zero. Over in J City, an elastic freak of nature could manipulate his body like indestructible rubber, casually slingshotting himself across the ruined skyline. And whispered in the darkest underworld rumors, there was even a phantom ability user who could erase their physical presence entirely. Her voice trembled with raw conviction as she laid out the brutal truth. In an era swallowed by an apocalyptic nightmare, it was only natural for ordinary mortals to drown in fear and uncertainty. What they needed wasn't just a fighter. They desperately needed a blazing beacon of hope, a true, unparalleled hero. The people were desperate for a savior, someone who could shatter their despair and ignite a beacon of hope. She declared that just as other nations rallied behind legendary figures, their homeland needed its own absolute symbol of power. Chu weighed his options carefully. Expanding his absolute domain of influence was a brilliant strategic move, especially with the endless swarm of faceless keyboard warriors questioning his authority on the internet. A live broadcast was out of the question, but he agreed to immortalize his strength in a pre-recorded spectacle. Madame Wang beamed with an overwhelming thrill. The cameras rolled as our main character stood at the very apex of a towering skyscraper, looking down like a god gazing upon the mortal realm. Without a second thought, he plunged into the abyss below. The dramatic voiceover boomed. His blade is a masterpiece of lethal grace, a deadly dance through the heavens that leaves only destruction in its wake. The narration crescendoed, dubbing him an unparalleled champion, a warrior who sheds blood not for vanity, but to shield every trembling soul on this devastated earth. The footage cut to a jaw-dropping sequence. A single, devastating/obliterating a colossal beast. He was heralded as the absolute apex predator, the very first transcendent human of the new era, a fearless, mythic guardian forged in the fires of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, deep within the heavily fortified headquarters of the Special Tasks Bureau, 4 veteran officers stared intently at Chu's shocking broadcast. One of the brass slammed his fist in utter disbelief. He felt mocked, convinced this was some twisted, high-budget apocalypse video game designed to humiliate their own forces. Another agent scoffed bitterly. He claimed the visuals were drowning in so much computer-generated magic that the sheer power displayed felt utterly fake. But Loans cut through their denial with the ice-cold truth. There were 0 visual effects in that footage. It was simply a masterclass in dramatic cinematic angles. Guan clenched his jaw, sensing the terrifying reality. Chu had undoubtedly shattered the 5-star power ceiling and fully awakened his latent potential. The chasm of strength between them was expanding into an endless abyss. Far away, within the shadowy halls of an ancient shrine, trembling monks bowed low as a dimensional rift tore open. The legendary Great Tengu stepped forth, shadowed by a mysterious, alluring figure. It was the terrifying deity Izanami. The disciples panicked, cold sweat drenching their robes as they hastily offered their deepest respects to the dark goddess. Her voice dripped with dangerous authority as she demanded news on the ancient beast's offspring. The Grand Elder swallowed hard. The primordial Leviathan had surfaced near their territorial waters, but the forces of City M had laid eyes on it first. He nervously cited the pathetic constraints of global treaties. By the laws of the mortal world, the priceless core and materials of such a titan were supposed to be shared with all of humanity. However, the original discoverers retained ultimate priority rights. Under those pathetic rules, their faction would only scrape together a miserable 30% of the divine loot. A cruel smirk curled on Izanami's lips. Human laws meant absolutely nothing to a god. She proposed a much bloodier solution. Slaughter the beast before anyone else could react. By securing the kill, every single drop of its god-tier resources would fall under their absolute dominion. Meanwhile, in the crushing depths of a pitch-black ocean, a high-tech submarine glided through the abyss. Elite divers breached the icy waters. It was Country M's legendary Poseidon assault team. Their tactical flashlights suddenly revealed something terrifying. Gargantuan, crater-like footprints stamped into the ocean floor. Their blood ran cold as the lights illuminated a nightmarish sight. The decaying 20-meter skull of an abyssal whale monster. The sheer, mind-bending scale of the beast defied all logic. Suddenly, their radiation counters screamed in an absolute warning. 46 sieverts of lethal energy. The deadly wave was pulsing from the pitch-black maw of an underwater cavern. Little did these fools know, our boy's monstrous Godzilla-like avatar was lurking right inside the shadows. Panic gripped one of the elite soldiers. He frantically radioed the squad, asking if anyone else heard that bone-chilling rumble. Before they could answer, the warning alarms blared even louder. An oppressive, suffocating aura pressed against their diving suits. Terror seized the operative's heart as the digital radiation numbers began to skyrocket uncontrollably. The lethal dosage shattered the 1,000 sievert mark. Absolute dread washed over them. Readings like this were completely impossible unless they were swimming directly inside a ruptured nuclear reactor. Deep within the abyss, the glowing eyes of Chu's titanic lizard locked onto its prey. The surrounding ocean boiled as the apocalyptic radiation surged past 1,500. Trembling in his high-tech suit, a soldier whispered in sheer, unadulterated horror. Just what kind of primordial nightmare had they awakened in the dark? Back on the surface, within the eerie confines of Sefen City's famous haunted house, the chief inspector unleashed a storm of fury upon the cowering management. A civilian had vanished into thin air, and these greedy fools dared to delay reporting it to the authorities. The sweat-drenched manager stammered pathetic excuses. He claimed he thought it was just a disoriented tourist. He argued the standard 24-hour window had not even passed since he dispatched his own search party. The chief's murderous glare paralyzed the manager with absolute fear. The veteran officer saw right through the lies. This coward was simply terrified that a missing persons scandal would shatter his precious profit margins. The greedy boss choked on his own words, completely humiliated. The chief slammed the grim facts onto the table. 3 innocent souls had been swallowed by the shadows just last night. Add the victims from yesterday and the day before, and the death toll painted a horrifying picture. A total of 5 human beings had been devoured whole by this cursed attraction. His voice brokered no argument. From this moment on, the elite hunters of the Special Task Bureau were taking over this nightmare zone. Minutes later, the tactical strike team moved in. Their sensors instantly spiked with demonic corruption. But in a bizarre twist, the dark energy vanished completely the second they breached the entrance. The battle-hardened captain analyzed the chilling phenomenon. They were walking straight into the hunting grounds of a high-tier abnormality. The beast had deliberately swallowed every ounce of corrupt mana to conceal its deadly domain. A scout anxiously checked the blueprints provided by the corrupt director, questioning if this twisted nightmare room was even on the layout. Suddenly, cursed paper talismans began swirling violently through the dead air. Bam! A grotesque female figure dropped upside down, inches from their faces. Startled out of his mind, the rookie swung his baton with all his might. Crack! It was nothing but a cheap, plastic prop shattering into pieces. The squad's black-haired lethal beauty smirked, mocking his pathetic jump scare. Blushing furiously, the rookie confessed his heart had nearly stopped, fully convinced a vengeful spirit had come to claim his soul. But the captain's eyes narrowed dangerously. The epicenter of the demonic corruption was rushing straight toward them. Without warning, a deafening explosion shattered the wall right at their backs. Sparks rained down in a terrifying symphony of destruction. Lindsay parried a roaring chainsaw swung by a hulking abomination. The metallic clash forced the towering butcher to stumble backward. The captain's combat instincts immediately identified the threat. A genuine 3-star strange monster. Its physical parameters were monstrously buffed, and its cursed flesh possessed horrifying, high-speed regeneration. He opened his mouth to bark out the creature's fatal flaw, but the hot-headed rookie blindly lunged forward like a reckless fool. The captain cursed under his breath, watching the idiot charge straight into death's jaws. "Strike the head!" The captain roared over the chaos. The rookie flinched, losing his combat rhythm in a fatal moment of distraction. Reality crashed down on him. He had completely botched the execution, ignoring the absolute weak point. His baton was now wedged uselessly deep within the butcher's mutated chest. Just as the chainsaw revved for a fatal counterattack, the cold metallic click of a heavy firearm echoed. Bang! A magic-infused bullet instantly obliterated the monster's skull. Smoke curled from the barrel of the black-haired beauty's custom revolver. She let out a bored, disappointed sigh. To think such a terrifying 3-star nightmare could be deleted with just one single shot. The young fighter grumbled under his breath, summoning his staff weapon with a noticeable pout on his face. He stubbornly argued that his crowd control paved the perfect opening for her sniper shot, but their captain quickly stepped in, cooling the heated air in the room. He reminded them that victory came from their combined strength, and surviving as a totally unified team was what truly mattered. Taking full charge of the situation, Zhongwen barked out a firm command, ordering his squad to secure the surrounding perimeter. He strategically decided that once the zone was cleared of any lingering corruption, they would immediately head back to base and deliver their mission report to the higher-ups. But standing before the chief commander, their victorious mood completely shattered. The squad hung their heads in crushing shame. The veteran leader's eyes narrowed, piercing right through their pride as he exposed a fatal, glaring flaw in their battlefield synergy. His heavy gaze locked onto Dan Hao. He ruthlessly scolded the boy for charging in blind, completely ignoring Li Zongwen's tactical commands. "Do you genuinely believe," the chief growled, "that your raw instincts outweigh your leader's seasoned strategy?" Guilt washed over Hao like a heavy tidal wave, and he meekly whispered a defeated apology. The commander's blazing fury then pivoted directly to Zongwen. While his scouting and logistics were absolutely flawless, treating a life-or-death battle like a spectator sport was completely unacceptable. He sternly reminded the young captain that before he wore the heavy mantle of leadership, he was meant to be a reliable shield for his comrades. Biting his lip in deep, agonizing regret, Zongwen respectfully bowed his head. He openly confessed that he should have plunged straight into the fray to back up his struggling squad. The grim reality struck him hard in the chest. Staying safely in the shadows was basically a death sentence for his own team. Without missing a single beat, the chief barked out Panglun's name next. The booming question echoed through the tense room. "Whose lives is your heavy shield meant to defend?" The towering defender answered without hesitation, declaring it was forged for his fellow comrades. "Then is Roya the only comrade you see on the battlefield?" The chief snapped back, striking a massive nerve. He coldly reminded the heavy knight that a monster's claws care nothing for personal crushes. A true vanguard must become an impenetrable fortress for every single soul on the squad. The crushing weight of absolute judgment finally fell upon the shoulders of Roya. The veteran slammed her for her frustratingly reckless attitude, brutally pointing out her absolute lack of survival instinct in the face of certain death. And as for the dark-haired marksman, she faced a merciless verbal lashing for blindly firing into a chaotic melee. The chief furiously demanded to know what kind of arrogant courage fueled such a deadly gamble while her ally was locked in desperate close-quarters combat. His voice thundered through the briefing room, shattering their naive illusions once and for all. This was not some virtual game. Out in the wasteland, a single careless misstep would guarantee a horrifying slaughter for them all. He hammered the brutal truth straight into their skulls. Absolute trust and unwavering responsibility were the only currencies that could buy their safe return from the jaws of hell. As the heavy storm of his lecture finally passed, the commander's harsh tone softened just a fraction. He admitted their second deployment could have easily ended in a total bloodbath. Yet, he acknowledged their raw potential, confirming their current combat power could actually rival standard 4-star beasts. But the true, terrifying test was yet to come. Leaning in with a deadly serious glare, he prepared to unveil a highly classified military secret, threatening them to take this dark knowledge to their absolute graves. As the horrifying truth tumbled from his lips, the entire team's blood ran ice cold. They were suddenly introduced to a nightmare beyond human imagination. Apocalypse-class abominations. The grim statistics he revealed were absolutely soul-crushing. In a single, blood-soaked night of terror, M City was completely wiped off the map, losing over 17,000 fully evolved awakened warriors. The central government was pushed to the absolute brink. They authorized the launch of devastating nuclear warheads, and yet, that apocalyptic firepower was barely enough to force the colossal creature into a temporary retreat. The most terrifying detail of the entire tragedy? When the radioactive dust finally settled, there was no shattered carcass found in the crater. Command was forced to cover up their utter failure by officially labeling it a tactical monster withdrawal in the files. The squad was completely paralyzed by the sheer terror of it all. To survive, a direct nuclear strike was practically a godlike feat. Chief Guan then dropped another massive bombshell. 17 separate catastrophic rifts had begun to violently destabilize across the globe. The very fabric of reality was tearing apart at the seams, sending violently erratic ripples crashing through the dimensions of space and time itself. The incoming doomsday, striking in just over 10 days, would unleash a hellscape far worse than their darkest predictions. He flatly warned them that relying on their current power levels against these newly mutated horrors would be nothing short of an absolute suicide mission. Pure desperation practically choked Roya's voice as she desperately pleaded to know the path to greater strength. With the doomsday clock aggressively ticking down, she begged for any intense, borderline lethal training regimen. But the Bureau had a completely different ace up its sleeve. They were officially distributing ultra-rare spiritual crystals. The commander's heavy silence spoke volumes, fully expecting them to grasp the sheer magnitude of this gift. Hao's eyes instantly ignited with fiery excitement. These legendary gems could violently shatter a warrior's biological limits, forcefully awakening dormant talents and massively accelerating their evolutionary growth. Their specific squad had been handpicked by the highest authorities to absorb these priceless artifacts and forcefully ascend to the very next realm of ultimate power. The chilling ultimatum was made crystal clear. Shatter the 4-star boundary within 10 short days, or watch the future of humanity burn to ashes. Gripping his fists with unshakable resolve, Zongwen swore upon his life that their squad would become the ultimate, unbreakable sword for mankind. Meanwhile, miles away at the crashing coastline, Chu was casually projecting his glowing system interface. His monstrous physical stat sat at an absurd 9,535, while his spiritual power surged at exactly 1,298. His skill tree was absolutely stacked with legendary traits. armament domineering to violently shatter any defense, sensory domineering to flawlessly perceive the unseen, and the earth-shattering aura of overlord domineering. His combat mastery included devastating active martial arts like flying fists, phantom slice, fighting feet, and the gravity-defying moonstep, not to mention his terrifyingly destructive passive affinities, the roaring might of thunder and the devastating flow of flame. As for his current loadout of legendary gear, he proudly wielded the mythical heavenly swords and was clad in the completely impenetrable aura of the Demon King's armor. His terrifying summoned clone, the ancient sword lizard, was making horrifying progress out in the wild as well. By ruthlessly devouring massive prey in the Northern Sea's hunting grounds, the bloodthirsty beast had successfully achieved its third miraculous evolutionary leap. Chu calmly calculated that its fourth, catastrophic mutation was mere days away from fully triggering. Once that absolute unit was fully stabilized, his only remaining concern in the world would be nurturing Qian's own miraculous awakening process. Speaking of the young, fragile girl, Qian was currently trapped in a suffocating, terrifying nightmare, thrashing wildly as tears streamed down her deeply troubled face. Her entire dreamscape was completely engulfed in an ominous, blood-red luminescence. Twin cyclones of pure malice violently merged right in front of her, taking the horrifying shape of a shadow-draped dragon with eyes blazing like burning coals. The abyssal leviathan unhinged its massive, shadowy jaws, threatening to swallow her delicate soul entirely. Shrieking for the nightmarish monster to back away, she violently jolted awake, frantically gasping for air as a deafening scream tore straight from her throat. Drenched in cold sweat and physically drained to the limit, her vision blurred heavily. She hadn't even registered Chu's calming presence in the room until his steady, grounding voice pierced the silence, checking if the terrifying storm inside her had finally passed. Still mentally foggy, she stammered back in absolute confusion. Instead of answering her, Chu casually flicked a ceramic cup directly at her face. Acting purely on wild instinct, she snatched it right out of the air, only for the tough material to violently explode into fine powder within her unexpectedly terrifying grip. Her eyes went completely wide with pure, unadulterated disbelief, staring blankly at the dust falling from her trembling palm. A proud, knowing smirk crossed Chu's face as he welcomed her to the legendary realm of the awakened, but her mind was still spinning in massive, confused circles. Breaking down the complex mechanics of the power system, Chu revealed that even a freshly awakened one-star warrior possessed a crushing, lethal punch of 500 kilograms and could blitz enemies at a terrifying 15 meters per second. With a warm, encouraging smile, he officially congratulated her on stepping far past the fragile boundary of mere mortals. Clenching her unexpectedly lethal fist, Qian could feel an intoxicating, heavy surge of newfound power coursing wildly through her veins. The absolutely impossible had actually happened. She had finally broken her earthly chains and achieved true evolution. Awakening as an evolver has become humanity's ultimate obsession. In the shadows of the underworld, even the lowest-grade evolution serum is treated like a holy relic. Its price tag? A staggering $50 million. But claiming this twisted power comes with a terrifying gamble, just one microscopic error during the assimilation process, and the user morphs into a mindless, bloodthirsty abomination. Driven mad by the thirst for power, ordinary humans lock themselves in heavy iron chains. They force their own weeping families to stand guard with loaded weapons during the agonizing artificial awakening. If their mortal shell shatters under the strain, the resulting bloodbath is a nightmare, too horrifying to describe. Yet, despite the stench of death, an endless tide of desperate souls gladly throws away their humanity, stepping blindly into the bloody abyss of evolution. The apocalypse is breathing down our necks. Welcome to the ruthless new age of universal ascension. Meanwhile, high above the churning waters of Ao Island, the terrifying entity known as Izanami hovered alongside her divine vanguard. With a cold flick of her wrist, she commanded Ebisu to carve open a path. Without a shred of hesitation, Ebisu plummeted from the heavens, slicing violently into the dark ocean depths. Cloaked in a blinding sphere of golden aura, he tore through the water like a falling sun. The rest of the divine pantheon surged closely behind his radiant trail. They breached a submerged cavern choked with the rotting bones of the fallen. A suffocating demonic pressure crushed the air, prompting Benten to instantly fall back to her master's side. Sensing the overwhelming dread of a king's domain, she screamed a desperate warning. "Avert your eyes. Looking directly at this horror means certain death." Athena's voice trembled as she assessed the threat. Even as a mere infant, its suffocating aura easily rivals a 9-star catastrophic beast. This was undoubtedly the presence of a monarch. Susanoo gripped his weapon, demanding to know if her reading was absolutely flawless. Her eyes widened in absolute terror. This abomination. It completely dwarfs the monarch that slaughtered our stronghold just last month. But Izanami merely smiled, a sinister glint in her eyes. To her, this magnificent primordial terror was nothing more than a bottomless well of pure, unadulterated essence. She barked her ruthless orders, Benton would shackle its mind with divine illusions, while the others were to drain its core dry and completely obliterate the remaining carcass, erase every last speck of its existence. But before the illusion could take hold, the colossal beast unleashed a heaven-shattering roar that caught Benton completely off guard. Devastating sonic shockwaves pulverized the very air around them. Yet, Izanami's wicked grin only grew wider. Such intoxicating raw power, she hungered to swallow it whole. Let the eternal night consume reality. Let absolute chaos reign supreme. She raised her hands in twisted worship to the abyss, the pandemonium, and the endless cosmic void, the sacred dance of light and shadow, the fragile loop of life and death. And she vowed to grind it all into absolute, desolate nothingness. Only then would they ascend as truly immortal, unmatched deities. Their fanatic chants echoed through the cavern, a twisted symphony praising the darkest corners of the universe. But let us rewind the hands of time. Humanity's greedy obsession with breaking mortal limits has always been a curse, written in blood. It started when hellfire ripped the heavens apart. A colossal mushroom cloud blossomed over the earth, a towering monument of death, signaling the absolute end of days. Devastating shockwaves scourged the planet like the furious whip of an angry god. Thousands of years of civilization were vaporized in seconds, dragging the world back into the violent chaos of its birth. For 30 agonizing days and nights, the sky wept ash, until the apocalyptic storm finally began to clear. Majestic mountain ranges had been reduced to glass wastelands, roaring oceans transformed into stagnant, toxic graves. The scattered survivors could only stare, paralyzed by unimaginable despair. But amidst the apocalyptic ruins lay the skeleton of an impossible titan. Its mountain-sized frame defied logic, with ancient bones gleaming with a cold, indestructible metallic luster. Even stripped of its flesh, the skeleton maintained a fierce, defiant battle stance, a silent monument echoing the forgotten glory of a lost epoch. Hidden deep within its crystallized marrow, humanity stumbled upon the forbidden treasure, a miraculous liquid that sparkled like captured galaxies. Under the harsh light of the New World, the substance breathed with a heartbeat of its own. It scattered beams of impossible, mesmerizing colors that defied human comprehension. After 700 grueling days and endless nights of obsessive study, the terrifying truth of the substance was finally dragged into the light. It possessed the godlike ability to completely rewrite mortal DNA. It was the ultimate key to shattering the evolutionary chains of carbon-based life. The maddened scientists dubbed it the flame of Prometheus, humanity's very own forbidden fruit of absolute wisdom. During a broadcast that shook the shattered earth, the Prime Minister held up the glowing azure miracle. He christened it the divine origin, arrogantly declaring that mankind would finally seat themselves upon the throne of gods. But the universe does not share its power so easily. Destiny was about to unleash its most horrifying punchline. Bathed in that sacred azure radiance, the very first wave of eager test subjects instantly crystallized into horrifying, living statues. Their petrified faces were locked forever in a grotesque mask of both absolute bliss and soul-tearing agony. Their fragile mortal vessels had acted like wet paper trying to contain an exploding sun. The brutal truth slammed into the survivors. The divine origin wasn't flawed. It was simply too perfect. The pathetic human body was nothing more than brittle clay. Mankind was fundamentally unworthy of housing the divine gift of the heavens. But the wheel of fate still had one last, twisted revolution to make. As the true apocalypse took hold and nightmarish abominations claimed the earth, a miracle occurred. Those who had barely survived contact with the origin serum began to show their true potential. These chosen few discovered a terrifying truth. They could forcefully accelerate their own evolution by devouring the very dark corruption of the monsters. The age of myths hadn't abandoned humanity. It was crashing down upon them at terrifying speeds. In this ruthless new era, they became the blood-stained inheritors of legends, endlessly evolving, endlessly slaughtering, until the day they could physically rip open the gates of godhood. Back in the dripping cavern, Izanami's fanatic belief in their own divine ascension reached a fever pitch as they chanted their dark praises to the gods. A chillingly calm, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed from the shadows, joining their sacred hymn. "Who goes there?" Her voice echoed through the ruins. But instead of an answer, Chen Chu descended from the heavens. He touched down right on the back of our legendary titan, Godzilla. Seeing these arrogant beings worshipping false deities, our main character scoffed. "I am Chen Chu," he declared. "If you want to praise a god, you should be bowing down to me." Izanami wasted no time, ordering Inari to uncover his true power level. Shifting the fox mask from her temple, Inari activated her ultimate sensory art, the Koju Divine Sight. Her glowing gaze locked onto him. Chu immediately recognized the technique. It was a sensory ability just like observation hockey, but compared to his cosmic awareness, it was absolute trash. Suddenly, a terrifying backlash struck. The sacred mask violently shattered, spewing toxic purple smoke as Inari collapsed to the dirt in agony. Unfazed by her suffering, Izanami coldly demanded the combat data. Coughing up blood, Inari forced herself up. He possesses a supreme insight technique, she gasped. My divine vision was violently reflected right back at me. That terrifying revelation sent massive shockwaves straight through Izanami's arrogant core. Stepping forward, the mighty Susanoo cracked his knuckles. To hell with his little magic tricks, he growled at Izanami, his aura flaring with murderous intent. Absolutely certain his brute strength was unrivaled, he launched a devastating haymaker. But Chu moved like a phantom. Susanoo sensed the killing intent from behind, yet he was far too slow to dodge the incoming kick. Susanoo was sent flying straight toward a bed of deadly spikes. Just in the nick of time, Daikokutan activated his spatial reflection, catching his heavy-hitting comrade in mid-air. Chu's eyes narrowed dangerously. A gravity manipulator was hidden among their ranks. Meanwhile, Susanoo was completely humiliated and absolutely furious. Stay out of my fight, Susanoo roared. Ignoring the tantrum, Daikokutan gently deposited him on safe ground. Then, his terrifying gaze locked onto Chu. Now, he sneered, it is your turn to be impaled. Slamming his palms into the earth, he manipulated the crushing gravity. The ground beneath Chu utterly collapsed, erupting into a massive, earth-shattering explosion. But as the dust settled, Daikokutan froze in pure horror. The crushing gravity had not left a single scratch. Instead, violent arcs of golden lightning were dancing around Chu's body. It was time for our main character to harvest some aura and show them true despair. Inari watched in absolute disbelief as he casually dissolved the gravitational pressure. Daikokutan gritted his teeth, enraged that a mere mortal could shatter divine authority. Susanoo, utterly blinded by his wounded pride, swore he would drown Chu in his own blood. He unleashed his ultimate physical strike, the Nura Iron Cannon. Chu analyzed the incoming shockwave. So, he is purely a brawler, he calculated with a cold smirk. Without even flinching, Chu caught the catastrophic punch with a single hand. He did not step back a single inch, though the sheer kinetic force pulverized the very earth beneath his feet. What kind of monster are you? Susanoo gasped in terror. Chu simply offered a bone-chilling glare. With a casual, brutal twist of his wrist, the sickening crunch of Susanoo's arm bones echoed across the battlefield. He violently slammed the supposed god into the dirt. Gathering an ocean of aura, Chu aimed a lethal strike right at his skull. Staring death in the face, Susanoo knew this was his absolute end. At the very last second, Daikokutan intervened. He used his gravity to hurl Susanoo out of the kill zone. A massive cloud of smoke swallowed the battlefield as Chu's terrifying power erupted. Crimson aura flared into the heavens as he activated the Red Flame's blood explosion technique. Panic setting in, Izanami commanded the gods of Takamagahara to synchronize their divine arts and obliterate this anomaly. Ebisu struck first. Channeling his divine energy, massive hands made of solid rock tore out of the ground, completely encircling our hero. A wicked grin spread across Ebisu's face. Bursting with absolute confidence, he slammed down his god-forged pillar art to crush his prey. The jagged boulders violently slammed together, completely swallowing Chu in utter darkness. He was sealed tight inside an impenetrable sphere of compressed stone. My divine earth is stronger than any celestial iron, Ebisu boasted. No matter how freakish his strength is, he will rot in that tomb the moment his oxygen runs dry. But through her shattered vision, Inari saw a horrifying truth. The absolute heat radiating from Chu was literally turning the rock into molten slag. A blistering fist burst straight through the wall, melting the rest of the prison into glowing magma. Clutching his broken arm, Susanoo sneered, claiming the rocky shell was even weaker than sticky natto strings. Humiliated by the mockery of his ultimate defense, Ebisu aggressively channeled more divine energy, preparing to double down on the seal. If one layer fails, I will forge two, he roared, casting the God-Forge mass silver pivot. But as the blazing heat threatened to breach the silver, he desperately threw down a third layer. Summoning his absolute limit, he manifested the God-Forged celestial golden palace. The ultimate triple bind drained him completely, dropping the exhausted god to his trembling knees. Susanoo burst into arrogant laughter. You absolute fool! You should have led with your strongest ability right from the start. A deity wreathed in crimson fire smirked confidently. Nothing survives the crushing weight of the golden palace, he declared. This pathetic battle is officially over. Susanoo sighed, disappointed that the mortal crumbled so easily against the might of the Takamagahara pantheon. With the pest exterminated, Izanami turned her cold gaze toward their true prize. Slay that colossal beast, she commanded her divine forces. Tear out its heart and seize its origin essence. But noticing Inari trembling in absolute terror, Izanami aggressively demanded to know what she was seeing. The trap. Inari stuttered, her voice shaking. The golden palace cannot contain his wrath. He possesses the ultimate counter to earthly metals, she screamed. Ebisu's triple seal is utterly useless against him. Before she could finish, apocalyptic bolts of lightning surged across the golden dome, fractures spiderwebbed across the metal. From within, Chu's demonic voice echoed, "If you want to hunt this giant titan, you will have to step over my dead body first. Otherwise, I will trample every last one of you into the dirt." With a cataclysmic boom, the golden prison violently exploded outward. Ebisu's jaw practically hit the floor. His unbreakable divine seal was shattered like cheap glass. Before he could blink, massive chunks of golden shrapnel slammed right into his chest. A rain of deadly debris bombarded the entire pantheon. Emerging from the smoke like a true god of war, Chu cracked his neck, ready to massacre these false deities and grind their corpses to absolute dust. The blazing fire deity erupted into pure fury, utterly enraged to see his divine comrades slaughtered like mere livestock. "To defy the heavens is to embrace a horrific death," he roared. He boasted that his divine energy was vastly superior to Chu's mortal sorcery. He commanded the purgatorial karmic flames, a hellfire destined to burn its victims endlessly for 7 days. "Your pathetic little sparks," the fire god sneered, "are barely hot enough to brew a cup of cheap tea." Summoning an ocean of blazing power, he unleashed the spear of netherworld scorch karmic annihilation. "Burn to cinders and die," he screamed with apocalyptic wrath. The spear tore through the air with lethal intent. Chu barely blinked. With a weary sigh, he simply exhaled, and the devastating weapon instantly dissolved into harmless smoke. The crimson-flamed warrior stood paralyzed in pure disbelief. His ultimate strike had been completely erased, negated by nothing more than a casual breath from our main character. Susanoo roared, his divine fury reaching boiling point. He barked out a desperate strategy, ordering a merciless pincer attack from both the heavens and the earth. Calling upon Daikokuten for crushing gravity magic, they prepared their trap. Izanami smirked with supreme arrogance, absolutely certain that no mere mortal could survive the combined wrath of 3 deities. Meanwhile, Benton ground her teeth in mounting frustration. Panic bleeding into her voice, she demanded to know who else could lend their power to slay this unstoppable monster. Susanoo unleashed his wrathful Rakshasa cannon, but Chu simply swiped his bare hand, brutally burying the angry god's head straight into the dirt. Refusing to back down, the flame warrior ignited his ultimate art, the Yomi Myriad Scorch Annihilation. An inferno of death entirely consumed Chu. But amidst the blazing chaos, Inari screamed a desperate warning to watch out for the dreaded dragon sealing mark. Suddenly, the ominous glowing crest materialized right beneath Daikokuten. The towering god gasped in sheer terror as magical chains violently constricted around his massive frame. The divine being was instantly rendered completely helpless. Trembling, Inari realized the horrifying truth: this monstrous sorcery completely eclipsed the legendary seal of Ebisu. Izanami locked eyes with Benton, demanding her next move. With a wicked sneer, she declared that it was finally time for her psychic mastery to take the stage. Her heavenly beauty twisted into a nightmarish visage. Her soulless eyes flared with a sickening pink glow, while her jaw unhinged, revealing an unnaturally long demonic tongue. Absolutely certain that brute force could not save him here, she opened her monstrous maw. She unleashed a devastating sonic shockwave straight from the underworld, the dreaded Yomi-Odama. At that exact second, Chu was effortlessly strangling the flame warrior. Hearing the screech, he casually tossed his victim aside as Benton's cursed magic snared his very soul, forcing his mind under her absolute control. She commanded the mighty warrior to collapse. Seeing the unstoppable main character freeze like a statue, the battered fire god rejoiced, convinced the mental strike had finally broken him. The arrogant deities foolishly believed he had been banished to a realm of eternal nightmares. Indeed, Chu's consciousness was suddenly plunged into an abyss of suffocating darkness. Echoing through the void, Benton gloated that physical might meant absolutely nothing in this space. She had dragged him into her personal mental domain, a prison where she held absolute, godlike authority. Chu stood completely paralyzed. His overwhelming physical enhancements were entirely stripped away, and even his devastating sorcery was locked tight. This was a terrifying battlefield forged purely of spiritual willpower. As phantom blood spilled from Chu's lips, the wicked goddess cackled, savoring every drop of his manufactured agony. Inside this nightmarish illusion, the sensation of pain was magically magnified 100-fold. But the true horror was the absolute clarity. He could not simply pass out. His mind would remain agonizingly awake to feel every single torment. She sadistically whispered that every single nerve ending in his body would continuously scream with unrelenting, mind-shattering torture. Unfazed, Chu calmly pointed out that since this was merely a mental illusion, her imaginary damage could never actually kill him. She smirked, promising that the endless torture would simply make him beg for the sweet release of death. Drunk on her own perceived supremacy, she firmly believed this indomitable monster would soon be crawling on his knees, tearfully pleading for her to end his miserable existence. She taunted that his only way out of this hellscape was to take his own life. But Chu just offered a chilling grin. He coldly mocked her, stating that if he could not feel the pain, her so-called ultimate attack was nothing more than annoying static. Furious at his sheer disrespect, she shrieked that ignoring her power was impossible. She immediately launched another brutal psychic assault, violently ripping phantom gashes across his flesh. Panting, she demanded to know how he could possibly withstand the torture. His answer was perfectly simple. This pathetic sting was absolutely nothing compared to the literal boiling of his veins when he activated his legendary crimson blood burst. On a scale of suffering, he would easily give his own technique a staggering 1,000,000 points. Her illusion was merely a paper cut in comparison. Looking down on the trembling goddess, he praised her cute little imagination. But then his aura darkened, decreeing that her fractured soul would only remember one absolute truth: her total, humiliating defeat. In that split second, the mental backlash utterly shattered her mind. She slumped over like a broken doll, endlessly murmuring her submission, leaving the mighty Izanami completely speechless. With a single dominating command, Chu ordered the goddess to stand, and her body obeyed instantly. Izanami watched in sheer horror, realizing this terrifying mortal had just turned a divine being into his personal puppet. The dreaded mental attack had completely rebounded. With her mind erased, the enslaved Benton hollowly suggested that they should flee this terrifying battlefield immediately. Izanami erupted in divine fury, screaming treason at her brainwashed subordinate. But Chu casually waved it off. He told the furious deity she could have her pawn back, once his dominating aura naturally wore off in exactly 3 days. But the proud goddess absolutely refused to accept such a disgraceful humiliation. Thirsting for his blood, her eyes narrowed with lethal intent as she coldly ordered the ruined Benton to die. Without hesitation, the loyal Tengu viciously slashed his comrade in half. Even Chu was momentarily stunned by this ruthless betrayal. Inari cried out in utter disbelief, demanding to know why she would butcher one of their own. Izanami's gaze was as cold as absolute zero. She ruthlessly declared that the weak had absolutely no right to divinity, and that failure made her unworthy to hold the sacred gift of the gods. Chanting her maddening obsession to achieve ultimate godhood, the air around her began to violently warp. It was finally time to unveil the true, apocalyptic power of the Takamagahara dance of demise. Sensing the catastrophic threat, Chu did not hold back. Ancient energy erupted from his core as he fully triggered the devastating crimson bloodburst transformation. The majestic aura swirling around our main character practically screamed "King of the Monsters." Instantly, a shiver of primal dread crawled up Izanami's spine as she realized something was horribly, terrifyingly wrong. The suffocating pressure of his primal essence perfectly mirrored the legendary sword lizard manifesting behind him. Trembling, the goddess demanded to know the true connection between this human and the ancient beast. The metamorphosis was breathtaking. Indestructible dragon scales armored his arms and chest, while 2 majestic horns pierced through his violently flowing, elongated hair. Moving faster than the speed of sound, he blitzed forward. Izanami was completely paralyzed by the sheer killing intent. Only the lightning-fast defensive wings of the Tengu managed to intercept Chu's world-shattering punch. A storm of devastating blows rained down, but the mighty Tengu barely held the line. Pushed to the absolute brink, the beast wildly flared its wings, unleashing the dazzling blast of the Yatano Kagami Shisho Yokurin, forcing our hero to skid backward. For those wondering, this magnificent heavenly technique channeled the mythical power of the sacred truth mirror. A legendary royal relic radiating with blinding divine light and absolutely overwhelming suppressive energy. His boots carved deep, smoking trenches into the scorched earth as he finally skidded to a heavy halt. The radiant vapor from the blast instantly took its toll, etching agonizing, glowing cracks straight across his dragon scales. Izanami sneered, boasting that this supreme mirror art could pierce even the most impenetrable demonic armor. The insidious divine light had completely bypassed his tough exterior. It acted like a catastrophic microwave of holy energy, mercilessly attempting to cook his internal organs and melt his very core from the inside out. A violent cough racked Chu's body, but he refused to yield. Raising his blade, crackling blue lightning surged through the steel. With a fierce scrape against the ground, sparks danced in the air, signaling his readiness for war. An absolute barrier materialized before him. Meanwhile, his opponent summoned a halo of scorching miniature suns, radiating an oppressive, suffocating heat that distorted the very air. Suddenly, an assassin melted into the darkness. Utilizing the deadly Shadow Eater technique, he materialized right at Chu's blind spot. He drove his blade deep into Chu's back, but shock instantly froze the attacker's face. The strike had met the impenetrable Imperial Demon armor. Roaring for the pest to get lost, Chu unleashed a devastating eruption of blazing hellfire that swallowed the space behind him. But the shadowy assassin merely sneered. He mocked that such brute force was entirely pointless. For where there is blinding light, an abyss of shadow must follow, and as long as darkness exists, the great Tsukuyomi remains truly immortal. Unleashing his ultimate art, the Kage Oborozuki Giri, Tsukuyomi vanished into the void, launching a phantom strike directly from the abyssal depths. The shadowy blade made direct contact. Sizzling vapor hissed from the point of impact. Even the arrogant Tsukuyomi was forced to praise this monstrous defensive aura. But while Chu's attention was anchored on the shadow assassin, the mighty Tengu descended from the heavens. A devastating wing strike smashed into our hero, carving a terrifying fissure into his absolute defense. A wicked smile crossed Izanami's lips. She boasted that the Tengu possessed the absolute power of armor breaking. No matter how legendary the shield, it would crumble to dust beneath that divine strike. Our main character stared in cold silence. Then, with a fearless smirk, he commended their desperate struggle. In a flash, he hurled his lightning-clad blade straight toward the airborne Tengu. The avian warrior narrowly dodged the lethal projectile. Seizing the opening, Tsukuyomi lunged with a deadly sword strike, but Chu effortlessly parried the blow with pure martial mastery. Desperate, Tsukuyomi cast the binding shadow stitch. But Chu simply tore through the dark magic, slicing into the assassin's flesh and drawing fresh blood while coldly calling him absolute trash. Our hero fully understood the rules of this twisted game. If this vermin survived as long as darkness lingered, then he just needed to eradicate every single shadow in existence. An overwhelming explosion of divine radiance erupted from Chu's body. The blinding flash scorched Tsukuyomi's flesh. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Chu drove his fist straight through the center of the immortal's chest. The immortal shadow fell dead on the spot. Wiping the blood away, Chu threw a deadly glare at the remaining enemies, daring anyone else to step forward and share the exact same fate. A blood-curdling scream tore from the woman's throat as she watched her little brother fall. She desperately sprinted toward his lifeless body, but the towering Tengu callously blocked her path. The winged warrior simply shook his head in cold denial. Crushed by despair, she could do nothing but sob from afar. Meanwhile, the ruthless Izanami barked at her frozen subordinates, demanding to know why they were hesitating. She ordered an immediate all-out assault, but the terrifying display of power had left Inari shaking uncontrollably. Even the fierce warrior of red flame stood frozen in utter dread. Heartbreak twisted into blazing fury within the grieving sister. Glaring at her cruel master, she screamed, demanding to know if this bloody sacrifice was truly necessary. Collapsing to her knees in pure agony, she confessed her unforgivable sin. She had marched all her beloved little brothers straight to their graves, all for the sake of gathering this cursed origin essence. Izanami's gaze remained utterly devoid of warmth. She coldly reminded the weeping woman that they were candidates for godhood. She commanded her to butcher the fiend right now, promising that his death would grant them the ultimate evolution. But the broken warrior rejected the path of gods. Tears streaming down her face, she declared she never wanted this monstrous power. Her only dream was to simply be a kind, normal, big sister. Enraged by such mortal weakness, Izanami violently hoisted her up by the throat. Spitting venom, she branded the girl a pathetic coward. To betray their divine oath was a sin punishable only by death. She hissed that they were the chosen inheritors of ancient myth. Their destiny was forged in blood and endless evolution, clawing their way to absolute supremacy until they breached the very gates of heaven. Choking on her own blood, the defiant sister spat a final, venomous curse right into Izanami's face. Disgusted by this wavering mortal heart, Izanami commanded the Tengu to execute the unworthy vessel. But the winged warrior silently averted his gaze, refusing the bloody order. Even the other candidates refused to meet the tyrant's eyes. Sensing their broken spirits, Chu lowered his stance. He announced that he had absolutely zero interest in a pointless massacre. If they dropped their weapons now, they could walk away with their lives. However, the power-hungry Izanami would rather burn the world than surrender. A horrifying transformation began. Expanding into a colossal monstrosity, her hair mutated into a writhing nest of pale serpents. In a flash of terrifying speed, one of the massive fangs clamped down and swallowed the grieving sister whole. The monster shrieked that every single drop of their essence belonged to her. As the serpent digested its gruesome meal, a sickening surge of dark energy pulsed through Izanami's expanding veins. Her insatiable hunger did not stop there. The monstrous snakeheads lunged indiscriminately, devouring her own loyal subordinates in a horrific feast of betrayal. Trembling in terror, Inari realized the grim truth. The tyrant was forcefully absorbing the unique powers of their Yaki Kong group. To Izanami, they were never comrades, but mere livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Inari screamed out this tragic revelation. They were nothing but disposable containers, fattened up with origin essence, a grand sacrifice so Izanami alone could ascend to the throne of godhood. Even our battle-hardened main character was stunned by this grotesque betrayal. Stepping forward, Susanoo glared at Chu. Despite his burning hatred for the hero, he declared this a family execution, warning Chu to retreat unless he wanted to become collateral damage. Channeling incredible brute strength, Susanoo hoisted a massive boulder into the air. He hurled it straight at the monstrous Izanami, roaring that this was now a desperate war for their very survival. But the colossal projectile smashed against an invisible barrier, shattering into useless dust. Looking down from her throne of snakes, Izanami mocked him as just another rabid dog biting the hand that fed it. Suddenly, Daikokuten unleashed his gravity powers, causing the shattered debris to levitate around him. His voice echoed with buried trauma. He reminded her that they were all abandoned orphans, twisted test subjects who miraculously survived hell on Earth. He recounted the darkest day of their childhood, the fateful moment they were forcefully implanted with a mysterious, pulsating crystal. Izanami had whispered sweet lies, promising that ascending to godhood was their only escape from mortal suffering. But the moment those crystals fused with their flesh, a horrifying number of innocent children dropped dead in agony. Only a rare few survived the brutal awakening, and upon those blood-soaked survivors, she bestowed the prestigious title of Yaki Kong. Daikokuten's eyes blazed with desperate resolve. They had not gathered here to become gods, but simply to survive. In response, the monstrous snakeheads began to glow with a chaotic spectrum of elemental auras before erupting into a blinding, divine radiance. Blinded by the overwhelming flash, Daikokuten frantically shielded his eyes. But death had already crept into his blind spot. A sinister shadow whispered from behind him, mocking that with the combined authority of light and darkness, a mere mortal had no right to defy her. The mad goddess had completely lost her humanity. Her thirst for ultimate power knew absolutely no bounds. Activating the very same shadow magic she had just cannibalized, she summoned pitch-black tendrils from the earth, ruthlessly binding Daikokuten where he stood. Roaring in defiance, Daikokuten fought against the abyssal chains, but the suffocating shadows mercilessly swallowed him whole. A twisted smirk stretched across Izanami's face. As her pitch-black serpent unleashed a terrifying hiss, maniacal laughter echoed across the battlefield, while she crushed her former soldier into absolute bloody paste. Izanami had already claimed the power of gravity manipulation. With a mere flick of her wrist, her former allies were helplessly suspended in midair. Susanoo, the wielder of red flames, and Inari. She dragged them toward her like helpless puppets, completely intent on ripping the powers from their bodies. But just as Inari was about to be swallowed up, Chu grabbed her leg with an iron grip. Tears streaming down her face, she looked back at him in pure confusion. The Crimson Flame warrior roared, fully prepared to fight to his dying breath. Susanoo struggled with all his might, but Izanami only offered a sinister smirk before unleashing her demonic snakes upon them. In a horrifying flash of fangs, Susanoo's lower half was completely devoured. Witnessing this nightmare, the flame warrior screamed that if he died, he was dragging her straight to hell with him. The beast breathed scorching fire as its body swelled to the breaking point, before erupting in a catastrophic explosion. The flame warrior had chosen a blazing self-destruction over becoming a meal for her ambition. But the sacrifice was completely in vain. From the swirling smoke, the serpent slithered forward and snatched up the glowing red crystal he left behind. Izanami mocked his foolishness. His mortal body was nothing but a fragile vessel for the origin essence. Even in death, that supreme power would never simply fade away. The monstrous snake swallowed the crimson crystal whole. Instantly, its scales ignited, mutating into a terrifying serpent of pure, roaring flames. Each of her demonic snakes mutated into different colors and forms, perfectly mirroring the origin essences they had consumed. And to make matters worse, she had already devoured 7 of them. Now, her predatory gaze locked dead onto Inari. Total despair crashed over the fox girl. Death itself could not save her from this nightmare. Tengu seemed completely ready to make his final stand. With only 2 of them left, he formed rapid hand seals and vanished into thin air. Reality hit her like a ton of bricks. That coward had run for his life, Izanami scoffed, acknowledging it as a pathetic, yet incredibly smart survival tactic. Left with absolutely no hope, Inari pleaded with Chu to shatter the origin crystal buried within her soul. She begged the fiend to strike her down and destroy it completely. She would rather fade into nothingness than become a stepping stone for Izanami's twisted ascension. She knew the monstrous fiend standing before her was the only one capable of such a feat, but Chu just stood there, his silence speaking volumes. Realizing Inari planned to use a fiend's power to destroy an origin essence, Izanami spat the word traitor. She taunted Chu to make his move quickly, before she ripped it out herself. A twisted laugh escaped Izanami's lips. The sight of her former ally begging for death was simply far too entertaining. She boldly declared that she would devour the essences of both the fiend and his lizard pet, paving her glorious path to ultimate godhood. Without a word, Chu snatched the blade from Inari's trembling hands. He calmly told her that dying was not on the schedule today. Izanami spread her arms wide, declaring that their wretched souls were nothing but stepping stones for the birth of a new god. Sizzling blue lightning coated the dagger as Chu hurled it with deadly precision. He never wanted any part of their pathetic internal drama, but the moment she threatened him and his lizard, she signed her own death warrant. The blade struck dead center on Izanami's forehead. but with a sickeningly casual motion, she plucked the dagger from her skull like a minor annoyance. She grinned, mocking him that a petty toy like that could never slay a deity. In a flash, Chu closed the distance. Roaring for her to drop dead, he unleashed a devastating punch that carried the weight of a mountain. Inari covered her head, sobbing as shockwaves sent massive debris flying everywhere. Through the settling dust, Chu coldly asked the self-proclaimed god how that strike tasted. As the smoke completely cleared, a horrifying truth was revealed. Izanami stood completely unscathed. With a yawn, she replied that his ultimate strike did not even count as a gentle tickle. A savage smirk crept onto Chu's face. If she wanted to play rough, our main character was ready to deliver. He pushed past his limits, detonating his aura to activate Crimson Bloodburst, level 4. Raw, chaotic thunder tempered his absolute flesh. Scorching, violent fire forged his unbreakable bones. Izanami's mocking smile vanished as a terrifying storm of lightning materialized behind him. Chu blasted forward like a cannonball, causing an earth-shattering explosion. For the first time, the false god barely managed to dodge. Chu raised an eyebrow at her evasive speed. With supreme arrogance, he challenged her to pull out every single desperate trick she had left. Desperation creeping in, she slammed her palms together, summoning a nightmare horde of shadowy serpents. It was her ultimate technique, Kagakui Yakiyagoku, but with a single, arrogant snap of Chu's fingers. Terrifying lightning completely erased the swarm from existence. Absolute terror locked her joints in place. Her absolute strongest technique had just been casually swatted away like annoying flies. Chu took a slow, menacing step forward. Unstoppable lightning crackled around his monstrous frame, the crushing dread in the air. She finally felt it. The suffocating pressure radiating from this mere fiend was infinitely more terrifying than any divine being. Panicking, she commanded copper to rot his flesh, silver to bind his immortal soul, and gold to entirely corrupt his existence. A toxic green serpent erupted from the earth right behind his blind spot. Chu merely clicked his tongue in absolute annoyance. Without even bothering to glance back, a stray bolt of divine lightning obliterated it into ash. Instantly, an enormous blue serpent lunged forward. Chu poured overwhelming power into his dominant arm. His muscles swelled with terrifying, monstrous strength as he snatched the beast right out of the air. The sheer, crushing force of his grip caused the very earth beneath his feet to completely shatter. But from the shadows, a massive maw stretched impossibly wide, determined to swallow him whole. Gravity inverted, and Chu found himself plummeting straight into the abyss of its throat. Yet, his eyes remained completely dead and calm. The gargantuan jaws snapped shut with earth-quaking force. Panting heavily, Izanami triumphantly declared the nuisance extinguished. The serpent's flesh rapidly transformed into impenetrable, solid metal. But deep within the pitch-black belly of the beast, Chu was completely unharmed. Honestly, he just found this entire struggle absolutely pathetic. With a single, devastating slash from the inside, the unbreakable metal was cleaved in two. Izanami stood completely paralyzed as the severed upper half of her ultimate beast crashed heavily to the ground. Before the dust could even settle, Chu whispered directly into her ear from behind. He coldly mocked her, asking if this pitiful display was truly all the power she gained from betraying her comrades. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he slit her throat. Her eyes widened in absolute denial, gurgling that a supreme god could never be killed. But the geyser of crimson blood painting her neck told a very different story. Her fading mind spiraled into utter madness. This was impossible. She was destined to rule above all mortals. She was meant to claim her rightful throne in the legendary Hall of Gods. She was supposed to look down on the entire world as her personal playground. But Chu's icy voice cut through her delusions. Her reign of sins ended right here, right now. Desperately clinging to a life she no longer had, her lifeless body finally collapsed into a rapidly expanding pool of her own blood. In the aftermath, Inari was left trembling behind a shattered boulder, completely overcome by uncontrollable sobs. The towering fiend calmly walked over to the broken girl. With a surprisingly gentle tone, he told her the nightmare was finally over. Carrying Inari in his arms, our hero broke through the water's surface, leaving the false god's tomb far behind. Landing with a heavy thud, the duo crashed onto a nearby fishing boat. The sudden impact sent the two sailors aboard into an absolute panic. The fishermen screamed out in a foreign tongue, completely bewildered by these invaders who fell from the sky. Hearing their strange dialect, Chu immediately realized they were from another nation. He tried using hand signals, gesturing for them to ferry Arena safely to the shoreline. He made his intentions as clear as possible, praying this universal language would work. But the two sailors merely stared back with wide, clueless eyes. Looking at their completely blank faces, Chu heavily doubted they grasped a single thing. But then again, humanity was a pathetic species, one that truly mastered the dark arts of selfishness and endless infighting. If you looked back through the blood-stained pages of history, The death toll inflicted by human hands dwarfed the casualties caused by natural disasters or monstrous beasts by tens of thousands of times over. The moment mortal men tasted true power, the very last thing on their minds was protecting the defenseless or becoming beacons of righteous justice. Instead, the strong would mercilessly draw their blades, slaughtering those who were even weaker than themselves. Chu acknowledged that a few noble souls would always rise to the occasion. Yet, despite those rare sparks of light, the fundamental core of humanity remained deeply rotten. Crackling azure lightning violently erupted beneath his boots, and he launched himself straight into the heavens. The two terrified fishermen were left paralyzed, staring up at the sky like they had just seen a living god. When it came to matters of life and death, Chu never hesitated to assume the absolute worst of anyone who dared to threaten his survival. He never once proclaimed himself a saint, yet he refused to shepherd grieving souls to the afterlife. He was no villain either, finding absolutely no joy in feasting upon the world's hatred. He was not the embodiment of chaos, kicking up the mortal dust of war. Nor was he the absolute law of order, seeking to shackle the very roots of the earth. As he soared like a meteor above sprawling oceans and concrete jungles, his philosophical enlightenment deepened. He was not the holy light, offering no salvation to the lost souls wandering in the dark. He was not the consuming shadows, refusing to snuff out the flickering flames of hope. He was not the physical matter of the universe, caring nothing for the creation of eternal forms. He was not the absolute void, leaving no fading traces behind. He was the ultimate executioner's blade, hovering perfectly between righteousness and malice. He alone would cleave through the twilight, shattering the boundary between dusk and the dawn of chaos. Meanwhile, deep inside the heavily fortified Special Affairs Bureau, Guande projected a highly classified combat recording for an elite 5-man squad. With a grim expression, he dropped a bombshell revelation. According to the absolute latest combat telemetry, the raw power of Chu had officially shattered the 5-star boundary. The entire briefing room fell into a dead, suffocating silence. On the screen, a high-grade military concrete pillar, measuring exactly 100 centimeters across, was instantly obliterated into powder by a single, casual punch. The system's preliminary calculations were absolutely terrifying. The kinetic impact force was estimated at over 1,500 tons. Loon visibly recoiled, looking as if he had just taken a physical blow to the stomach. He stammered out, questioning if Chu could even be classified as human anymore. Beside him, Lunzi was completely paralyzed by the sheer absurdity of the numbers. Loon's absolute maximum striking force capped out at a pitiful 1.5 tons. Yet this monster named Chu possessed a destructive power exactly 1,000 times greater. Zhongwen chimed in with a trembling voice, stating that according to the global evolver rating standards, the absolute baseline for a 5-star existence was merely 100 tons, yielding 1,500 tons of pure physical destruction. That meant Chu had already stepped into the legendary realm of a 6-star, or perhaps even a godlike 7-star existence. Dai crossed his arms and gravely corrected them. Once an evolver shatters the 5-star ceiling, measuring raw physical strength becomes entirely meaningless. It is replaced by a far more terrifying standard: transcendent power. Loon's eyes widened with greedy curiosity, desperately asking what this transcendent power actually entailed. A delusional flicker of hope crossed his mind, wondering if he could somehow awaken such a godly ability too. Dai sighed, explaining the brutal reality of the world. Every single nation on Earth had poured its resources into forging its own unique evolutionary pathway. However, the ultimate endgame was identical across the board. Everyone was chasing the impossible dream of awakening transcendent power. We were talking about reality-bending miracles, the absolute dominion over gravity, the ability to spew scorching hellfire from one's very veins, or the terrifying power to manipulate mortal minds like puppets. Nations would commit unspeakable atrocities to push their evolvers past the 5-star realm. Rumor had it that the neighboring country R was even conducting forbidden cybernetic experiments to artificially force a breakthrough. Dai violently slammed his hand on the table, barking at the squad of pathetic rookies to snap out of their delusions. None of them had even scraped the bottom barrel of the 4-star realm yet. The rookies instantly snapped to attention, their spines ramrod straight as they delivered a crisp military salute. "Yes, sir!" they roared in absolute unison. Meanwhile, back in his private sanctuary, Chu lounged casually on his sofa, his cold gaze locked onto a glowing gemstone resting in his palm. The world fiercely guarded it under the legendary name of Origin Essence. But to his eyes, it was nothing more than a ridiculously high-grade psionic energy core. The goddess Izanami would likely vomit blood if she knew her precious treasure had fallen into his hands. Without a second thought, Chu violently crushed the crystal, letting a surge of pure energy forcibly upgrade his physical constitution. His system interface flashed a blinding gold. The attribute points maxed out at exactly 9,999. He had officially hit the absolute mortal limit, and that could only mean one inevitable outcome. The legendary 4th evolution was finally knocking on his door. Just then, Z materialized from thin air by his side, her voice laced with rare concern as she asked if his body could handle the strain. He brushed off her worries with a confident smirk. Seeing him unharmed, the spirit pouted, shamelessly admitting that she was starving. Chuckling at her gluttony, Chu tossed a handful of radiant energy crystals her way. Her adorable eyes practically turned into sparkling stars. She happily crunched on the divine gems like they were premium candy. Chu promised her that once they fully reconstructed the dimensional gate, they would go on an absolute monster-hunting rampage together. Zixi nodded enthusiastically, completely sold on the promise of an upcoming slaughter. But far away, in a clandestine research facility, blood-red emergency sirens suddenly shattered the silence. The planetary scanners had detected catastrophic levels of abnormal global pollution. An absolute directive was broadcasted to every surrounding military base, ordering the immediate activation of Level 1 defense protocols. The system monitors were going completely haywire. The toxic atmospheric energy had violently spiked, exceeding the critical danger threshold by a staggering 20 times. Terrifying energy fluctuations continued to skyrocket, throwing the entire combat division into a state of absolute panic. A ruthless command echoed over the intercom. Any evolver ranked beneath the 4-star threshold was strictly forbidden from stepping outside the purification field. To breathe in that concentrated abyss of corruption would guarantee instant, horrific, and absolutely irreversible flesh mutations. The sound of heavy combat boots shook the earth. Heavily armored soldiers marched in lockstep, clad in state-of-the-art hazmat suits and hermetically sealed biomasks. Elite combat units scrambled to lock down their designated tactical positions. The doomsday clock was officially ticking. Radar confirmed that the catastrophic first wave of the pollution tide would brutally slam into the hillside villa's defensive perimeter in exactly 72 hours. Chu snapped awake. A faint, otherworldly glow flickered in his eyes. He bolted upright as a crushing sense of dread washed over him. The very air felt heavy with an approaching catastrophe. Outside his window, the roar of an engine cut through the tension. A woman sat parked on a sleek motorcycle. The noise shattered his focus, drawing his gaze to the street below. There she was, leaning against her bike. It was Zeon. She marched right up to him, crossing her arms and snapping about being dragged out of bed at dawn. He stared blankly, struggling to recall her full name, forcing her to sigh and spell it out for him. Without another word, she shoved a heavy bag of takeout into his chest. He blinked in confusion. He hadn't ordered a single meal in 2 days. Where did this come from? She rolled her eyes, explaining that his absolute lack of food orders for 48 hours had set off her alarms. She was genuinely terrified he was going to starve to death in his own cave. She had brought his holy grail of comfort food. Braised chicken, his 3 times a week obsession, perfectly paired with a steaming bowl of malatang. Extra numbing, extra spicy, exactly how he craved it in the dead of night. A chill ran down his spine. Was this girl secretly a stalker? She just smirked, her eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. She declared her grand master plan to win his heart, which meant keeping tabs on his every single move. Defeated by her logic, he simply accepted his fate. She nudged him to dig in before it got cold, threw him a playful wink, and vanished as quickly as she appeared. He watched her taillights fade into the distance, muttering that his eating habits were strictly his own business. But right on cue, his stomach let out a thunderous roar. He sighed. He had played right into that woman's meticulously crafted trap. Just then, Z drifted over to his side. He turned to her, asking what was on her mind. Her expression turned serious. She had sensed the presence of a new spatial gate. After quickly devouring his meal, they set out, eventually arriving at the desolate ruins of an unfinished high-rise. The dimensional rift was already pulsating before them. As its ominous jaws began to open, she warned him to stay on high alert. Without hesitation, he summoned his armor. The dark metal of the Imperial Demon armor locked into place, its enchantments designed to repel the deadly pollution energy. The real hunt was about to begin. The moment he stepped through, an overwhelming gravity forced him to his knees. The atmospheric pollution in this realm was absolutely suffocating. Even his legendary armor groaned under the sheer density of the miasma. Visibility was 0. He closed his eyes and ignited his observation aura, flare, letting his senses pierce the darkness. His aura flared just in time. A colossal boulder was hurtling straight down from the heavens. With a fluid draw of his blade, he cleaved the massive stone perfectly in 2. There was 0 time to breathe. The true battle had erupted the second he crossed the threshold. Through the dust, a terrifying 4-armed silhouette loomed. His eyes narrowed as recognition hit. A 4-armed demon ape. In the blink of an eye, the beast vanished. It materialized right above him, launching a brutal dive bomb as system warnings blared in his ears. The surrounding pollution energy spiked to critical levels. A dangerous grin crossed his face. What would happen if he unleashed his raw power to its absolute breaking point? He wanted to test his limits. Could he obliterate this monstrosity in a single, devastating blow? He caught the ape's earth-shattering punch with the flat of his blade, then let his aura explode. The beast's eyes widened in sheer terror as it sensed the terrifying shift in energy. Like a dormant volcano finally erupting, a catastrophic force blasted outward from his core. The sheer shockwave launched the monstrous ape high into the sky. He didn't miss a beat. Launching himself into the air, he closed the distance in a flash to end it once and for all. His fist slammed into the creature's chest with bone-crushing force. Before it could even scream, his blade flashed, slicing the massive beast perfectly in half. Heavy thuds echoed as the remains hit the earth. He calculated the sheer kinetic force of that strike. 500 tons of pure, unadulterated devastation. No matter how thick its hide was, absolutely nothing could survive that kind of explosive impact. He reached into the wreckage and retrieved the monster's core. The magical energy swirling inside it was overwhelmingly dense. Its resonance felt eerily similar to Izami's origin essence crystal, just on a smaller scale. With a tight grip, he crushed it, instantly absorbing 1,000 evolution points. It was an item of absolute purity, granting direct power absorption. But his goal was still far off. He needed a staggering 10,000 points to trigger his next evolution. Finding such a high-yield farming route this early was a massive stroke of luck. Just as he was calculating his next move, a sinister rustling echoed through the dense, alien foliage. Slipping into the shadows, he tracked the noise until he emerged at the edge of a massive precipice. The sight before him stole the very breath from his lungs. A colossal, ancient tree pierced the heavens, surrounded by majestic anti-gravity islands drifting in the sky. He had stepped into a completely untouched, primeval rainforest. His mind raced with the sheer possibilities. An entire uncharted ecosystem meant an endless supply of high-grade evolution crystals. His blood boiled with the thrill of the hunt. Gripping his blade, he pressed deeper into the wild. Pushing his observation aura to its absolute maximum limit, his spiritual senses blanketed the entire zone like a radar. Ding! The system pinged instantly, a target acquired. It was a demon ant, a lethal Tier 3 nature-type demonic beast. He analyzed their energy signatures. The auras inside these insects were incredibly murky compared to the ape's pure core. It was obvious. These scavengers survived by devouring raw, unrefined crystals. Out of nowhere, massive shadows blotted out the light. A swarm of gigantic flying insects buzzed overhead. They were a mutated variant, horrifying Tier 4 nature-type beasts. His instincts flared, but the swarm completely ignored him. They had locked onto easier prey. The massive flyers dive-bombed the crystal-eating ants. He concealed his aura, watching the bloodbath unfold from the shadows. The scene was a brutal display of nature's law. After completely draining a worker ant, the flying terror expelled a toxic purple mist and immediately began its terrifying evolution process right there. It all made terrifying sense. This Tier 4 demon mosquito was cannibalizing its own ecosystem to ascend to a Tier 5 elite. Suddenly, the brush right beside his hiding spot rustled. A blur of dark fur shot into the canopy like a missile, locking its lethal gaze onto the evolving mosquito. In a heartbeat, the winged terror was swatted from the sky, crashing violently into the dirt. The apex predator ruthlessly devoured the fallen insect. He scanned its terrifying aura, a Tier 6 nature demon ape. Finally, the grim reality of this ecosystem clicked into place. This was a brutal pyramid of power. Every hunt, every brutal consumption was a process of refining the world's chaotic energy into purer forms. Satisfied with its meal, the colossal ape vanished back into the jungle. The cycle was an absolute masterpiece of survival. When these high-tier overlords finally reached the twilight of their existence, they made their final pilgrimage to the ancient tree of life, surrendering to its massive, coiling roots. Hidden in the canopy, he watched in silent awe. Their mighty husks slowly broke down, returning their vastly refined power back to the earth that birthed them. The demonic crystal essence they had bled for their entire lives slowly drained back into the colossal roots. It transformed into pure life force, fueling the eternal reign of the ancient tree. The so-called Tree of Life stood in eerie silence, gently brushing the husks of its devoted miners with delicate vines. He locked eyes with the towering ape demon. Deep within the mound, countless new demonic ant eggs were already pulsing with life. Soon enough, a fresh generation of crystal gatherers would awaken to repeat this cursed fate. They were bred as mindless slaves, destined only to become fodder. It was a merciless, never-ending loop of despair. But today, that flawless cycle of energy was about to be shattered. The concentrated power they had sacrificed everything to build? He was going to devour every last drop. Above him, the heavens bled into a deep, ominous crimson. Flocks of shadow birds frantically scattered into the dying light, their panicked wings signaling the awakening of the dread forest. A menacing blur dashed through the dense undergrowth. With a flash of his blade, he slaughtered every beast in his way, his breathing perfectly steady. Mutilated carcasses painted the dark woodland floor. The massive torso of the ape crashed down like an avalanche, dissolving into dust to expose a glowing core. A barrage of system alerts flooded his vision, tallying his brutal massacre. Without hesitation, he harvested every single crystal core. The glowing orbs orbited his body like tiny stars as he triggered the fusion process. The absolute law of synthesis dictated that 8 low-tier crimson crystals would forge 1 mid-tier gem. Following the chain, 8 mid-tier crimson crystals would then merge to create a legendary high-tier crimson core. A sudden system warning chimed out. Pure evolutionary energy had successfully condensed into a solid state. This high-tier crimson treasure did not just offer overwhelming evolution points, it also harbored a 1% chance to ignite a domain-level super evolution. Hitting that miraculous 1% would unleash godlike power, entirely shattering the limits of normal growth. Chu was absolutely stunned by this hidden mechanic, but that miserable 1% probability was a gamble with the devil. If the super evolution failed, this priceless artifact would turn into useless dust. He spun on his heel, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Could there possibly be a realm of power beyond the crimson tier? An endless tide of shadow beasts surged forward, and a feral grin crept across his face. His blade danced like a tempest, harvesting their lives without a shred of mercy. The kill streak notifications rang out like a symphony of death. Then, a glorious new prompt appeared. Collect 8 high-tier crimson crystals to synthesize a mid-tier deep blue core. The secret of the system was finally unveiled before him. The blazing crimson evolved into the unfathomable deep blue. He commanded the fusion without a second thought. A triumphant chime echoed in his mind. He had successfully forged the mid-tier deep blue demonic crystal. The probability of a super awakening spiked to 10%. But to a conqueror like him, that was nowhere near enough. He demanded absolute certainty, 100%. Fueled by obsession, his bloody hunt around the ancient tree raged on. Even with his monstrous stamina, his lungs eventually burned with exhaustion. Suddenly, a completely insane idea sparked in his mind. What if he extracted and fused the life force of every single beast in this cursed forest? It was time to find out. Planting his boots firmly into the earth, he thrust his hand forward, pulling an ocean of azure energy directly into his palm. The very fabric of space warped around his body. The mana compressed so violently, it felt as though a sleeping dragon was about to break free. The golden text of the system materialized before his eyes. The creation of a high-tier deep blue demonic crystal was an absolute success. This was the ultimate prize. A high-tier deep blue core guaranteed a super awakening with a flawless 100% success rate. He had bathed the entire forest of death in blood, and at long last, the supreme treasure was his. By consuming this masterpiece, his destiny as an awakened supreme being was set in stone. But out of the lingering shadows, an apex manticore tore through the sky. It plummeted straight toward him like a falling meteor. An earth-shattering aura of domination slammed into him, far heavier than any pressure he had ever faced. The moment its claws struck the earth, the surrounding vegetation decayed into ash. His eyes narrowed as he realized the truth. Its mere presence was a domain that warped reality itself. No ordinary monster could ever wield such terrifying authority. He had committed a complete genocide on this forest to forge that divine crystal. There was zero chance he was letting this overgrown mutt steal his prize. The system flashed a blood-red warning. He was standing face-to-face with a Tier 9 nightmare, a true chimera monarch. But in that deadly moment, a brilliant scheme crossed his mind. A wicked, predatory grin stretched across his face. What if he actually let the beast devour the ultimate crystal? The iron law of the Forest of Death was incredibly simple after all. Consume to evolve. If that was the case, he would use this arrogant monster as a living cauldron for his final refinement. Lowering his blade, he stood dead still. The terrifying chimera unleashed a heaven-shaking roar. He had made his choice. He was about to shatter the limits and push his odds far beyond a mere 100%. The monarch absorbed the energy, triggering an ultimate evolution that crowned it as a legendary Tier 10 calamity. He would gladly let it feast today, because when he finally butchered it, his harvest would multiply 100-fold. The serpentine tail of the beast reared back, inhaling sharply before vomiting a high-pressure torrent of venomous green acid. The sneak attack nearly caught him slipping, but his blade flashed in a defensive arc just in time. Even so, the corrosive spray rained down like a deadly storm. It was a lethal, hyper-concentrated acid beam, the terrifying signature of its newly awakened draconic tail. If even a single droplet grazed his skin, the chaotic corruption would melt him into nothingness in an instant. This mountain of flesh may have lacked the nimble footwork of a human martial artist, but its raw, explosive power was unmatched. It was a walking fortress of destruction. Its titanic frame granted it an evolutionary ceiling that laughed in the face of puny human limitations. To make matters worse, as the absolute apex predator, it had feasted on this cursed forest for countless decades. The ocean of demonic energy boiling within its veins was truly immeasurable. Knowing the agonizingly slow growth rate of such horrors, he estimated this monarch-level calamity had roamed the earth for well over a century. He launched himself forward like a cannonball. Time to test what would break first, its impenetrable scales or his relentless blade. But as steel met flesh, a massive wing swatted his strike away. He clicked his tongue in pure annoyance. In response, the monstrous lion head unleashed an earth-shattering roar. An overwhelming wave of pure bloodlust crashed down upon him, and the nightmare did not end there. The deep gash on its wing began to stitch itself back together, regenerating entirely before he could even blink. Suddenly, the beast tilted its colossal head toward the heavens. A massive, glowing magic circle materialized in the clouds. Chu froze in his tracks, instantly recognizing the deadly aura of high-tier lightning magic. Devastating pillars of thunder slammed into the earth. He threw himself into a desperate roll, narrowly dodging the catastrophic strikes by mere inches. But the monster had made a fatal miscalculation. It never expected him to use the exact moment the lightning cleared to launch a brutal, point-blank counteroffensive. Channeling his raw energy, he fused the blazing crimson flame and his crackling thunder guard directly into his blade. He brought absolute destruction down upon the beast's skull, but a terrifying recoil surged violently through his body. The abomination shrieked and recoiled, while the sheer force of the clash sent Chu rocketing backward through the air. His grip shook uncontrollably as the insane impact rendered his entire arm completely numb. Its cursed flesh was genuinely tougher than tempered steel. But then, a confident smirk crept across his face. A single drop of crimson blood trickled down its hide. He had finally broken through its ultimate defense. He pointed his blade and declared that the monster's miserable time in this world was over. Enraged by his arrogance, the creature bellowed in unyielding fury. There was no room to evade. He had to clash with this titan head-on. He exploded into a sprint, weaving like a phantom through the merciless thunderstorm. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System alert. Imperial demon armor durability has reached 0. Yet, panic never touched his eyes. He had already calculated this. Any chimera possessing true intelligence would immediately cancel its lightning spells once the fight dragged into a brutal close-quarters brawl. After all, unleashing wide-area destruction at point-blank range was basically a death sentence for the caster. Just as he predicted, the apocalyptic storm in the sky slowly faded away. He closed the distance in a flash. Predictably, the massive beast folded its armored wings to form an impenetrable shield. With its primary lion head perfectly protected behind the wings, the venomous serpent tail whipped around to strike him. But the creature had fallen right into his trap. His true target was never the front. With one flawless, lightning-fast arc, he decapitated the serpent tail entirely. He snatched the severed head right out of the air. A perfect blind spot exploitation. Defending two opposite angles simultaneously was mathematically impossible. The chimera wailed in agonizing despair. Chu smirked coldly, mocking the beast for underestimating his battle intelligence. With the tail severed, its most lethal trump card, the deadly acid ray, was neutralized. Or so the monster thought. Gripping the decapitated serpent head tightly, he manually forced it to fire its own highly corrosive acid beam. The panicked chimera let out a pained groan and instinctively raised its remaining wing for defense. But the horrific acid melted right through the thick scales, sizzling a massive gaping hole straight through its flesh. In a matter of seconds, the once mighty wing crumbled into ruin. The beast was completely defenseless. It was time to drop the curtain on this pathetic fight. He vaulted into the air and plunged his merciless blade deep into the monster's skull. The familiar system prompt echoed triumphantly. The 10th tier calamity, the Chimera Ultimate King, had been successfully eradicated. As the colossal body dissolved, it left behind an absolutely breathtaking reward, an ultimate dark gold magic crystal. He eagerly snatched up the precious core. Without a second thought, he crushed the crystal within his palm. A terrifying hurricane of raw energy exploded outward from his very being. His beating heart flared with a blinding golden light as his physical vessel began to transcend. This was it, the legendary armament Haki Super Evolution. His aura broke through mortal limits, reaching the absolute pinnacle of power. He could literally feel the fabric of space itself, bending and submitting to his sheer will. With just a single thought, his body instantly vanished, teleporting seamlessly to the exact coordinate he commanded. Testing his newfound divinity, he aimed a finger at a massive boulder and willed it to levitate. It floated effortlessly. With a sharp clench of his fist, he commanded it to perish, and the stone instantly pulverized into countless fragments. The absolute authority coursing through his veins was intoxicating. The energy density was off the charts, which meant his destructive capability had reached a genuinely terrifying realm. He unleashed a test strike, and the invisible force crashed down like a meteor. The solid earth ruptured wide open, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave of wind and pure, unadulterated power across the wasteland. Debris and vegetation were vaporized into dust, as if the heavens had directly smited the land. But the horrifying devastation did not just stop there. A secondary, apocalyptic shockwave blasted outward. Pillars of flame and choking smoke erupted into the sky as the very crust of the earth was ripped to shreds. Now, standing at the summit of power, the world suddenly felt incredibly dull to him. There was nothing left to conquer here. With a casual, elegant swing of his blade, he sliced open a dimensional rift. Several hours later, he finally stepped back into the sanctuary of his home. The unbearable exhaustion of his awakening hit him like a freight train, and he collapsed heavily onto his bed. The beautiful Shi crawled up beside him, her eyes filled with deep concern as she asked if something was wrong with his body. Smiling weakly, he revealed that his mortal shell had just entered the critical phase of a massive evolution. To successfully integrate this godlike power, he would likely be trapped in a deep sleep for at least 2 days. He gently warned her not to wander outside while he was vulnerable. If she got hungry, she just had to wait patiently for Xiao En to deliver their daily rations. Xiao En was completely reliable with delivering meals on time, after all. As his heavy eyelids fluttered shut, the cosmic evolution commenced, making his soul feel as though it were drifting through the endless void of space. While he was entirely disconnected from the mortal realm, a highly anxious Chen Chu desperately tried to dial his number, but all she received was the cold, robotic voice of the operator declaring the line was unavailable. A heavy wave of bitter disappointment washed over her heart. She had finally awakened as an evolver, and he was the only person she wanted to share her triumphant joy with. Yet, he remained completely out of reach. Meanwhile, far away in the bustling first canteen of Ningde University, Lindsay leaned in over lunch, casually dropping the juiciest rumor on campus. He confidently claimed that the campus goddess, Chen Chu, was actually secretly dating Chu. Panicking, Zhongwen practically lunged across the table to slap a hand over his mouth, hissing at him to stop sprouting suicidal nonsense. Lindsay's eyes practically bulged out of his skull. He shot a confused glare at Lun, who simply let out a long, exhausted sigh and shoved a massive piece of chicken into his mouth to shut him up. Sitting nearby, the elegant Luo Ya took a graceful sip of her drink and stated, with absolute certainty, that Chu was entirely single. In her fiercely loyal mind, how could any basic, ordinary woman ever be worthy to stand beside a king like him? To her, a legendary existence like Chu would only ever acknowledge a woman of unparalleled strength and capability. The sheer intensity of her words instantly plunged the entire room into a painfully awkward, suffocating silence. But Lin was not even listening to the conversation anymore. His mind was completely paralyzed by Luo Ya's outfit. That designer dress easily cost 80,000, and that luxury handbag sitting casually beside her was bought by Chu for over 100,000. He leaned in close, whispering to Hao that ever since Chu brought that girl back, she had been boldly parading around, claiming the undeniable title of his girlfriend. Ruoya's expression darkened like a thundercloud. She slammed her hands onto the table, declaring her appetite was completely ruined, before storming off in a blazing fury. Hao instantly grabbed Lun by the collar, shaking the absolute life out of him. "Are you trying to get us killed?" he hissed in sheer panic. Lun frantically defended his gossip, arguing that the entire Ning University already knew. It wasn't exactly top secret, but Hao practically growled back. "Even if the whole world knew, you didn't have to light the fuse right in front of Ruoya. We have a sparring match later," he cried out. "Her absolute wrath is going to come crashing down right on my head." A cold sweat dripped down Lun's pale face. Just then, their black-haired comrade Wu Wei stepped onto the scene, dropping a massive bombshell. A ridiculously talented new evolver had just walked in to register. "Have you guys caught a glimpse of her yet?" he asked eagerly. Hao and Lun exchanged blank stares. They hadn't heard a single whisper about some monstrous new recruit. Zhongwen narrowed his eyes, pointing into the distance. "Is that her?" The rookie evolver was walking straight toward them, and the air instantly grew thick with heavy hostility. A nervous instructor quickly stepped in, introducing the newcomer Qianqian to her senior Ruoya, the very same Ruoya who proudly served the elite Special Affairs Bureau. The teacher explained the unbelievable truth. This junior student had spontaneously erupted into a roaring pillar of flames during class, forcefully awakening as a superhuman evolver. Ruoya offered a forced, icy congratulation. But Qianqian just smiled innocently, claiming it was pure luck. Compared to a genius directly handpicked by the government, she murmured, "My little awakening is practically nothing." Hao gulped hard. The suffocating tension between the two girls felt like invisible blades clashing in the room. The heavy atmosphere shattered as Officer Guande stepped into the hall. He informed Qianqian that while registration was open, she had to endure a strict trial to prove her official rank. If she was ready, the trial would begin immediately. Qianqian nodded without hesitation. Instantly, Ruoya stepped forward, volunteering to personally escort the rookie to her test. Guande gave the green light, trusting the experienced senior to guide the way. Hao watched them leave, muttering under his breath. Ruoya finally found her punching bag. "That new girl is walking straight into hell!" Inside the high-tech evolver testing chamber, Ruoya kept her instructions deadly simple. The strength assessment was nothing but a measure of raw power. All Qianqian had to do was unleash absolutely everything she had and smash her fist straight into the heavy impact zone. She tapped the reinforced target panel. Let the system judge your worth. Qianqian closed her eyes. Her aura surged, gathering into a concentrated focal point. With a sharp exhale, she launched a devastating punch dead center into the steel. The digital counter spun frantically before locking onto a terrifying number: 4,700 kilograms of raw destructive force. Ruoya's pupils shrank in absolute shock. This was no ordinary beginner. That monstrous number was practically the absolute ceiling of a true 3-star evolver. Peeking through the doorway, Hao and Lun felt their jaws hit the floor. "Are you kidding me?" Lun gasped. "When I awakened, my strongest punch barely scraped 1,000. This girl's very first strike was pushing 5,000. She was already knocking on the sacred door of the 4-star realm. Without skipping a beat, the speed trial commenced. She bolted like a phantom, clocking in at 68 meters per second. Another absolute 3-star maximum. Scorching smoke erupted across the testing facility, completely blinding the boys at the door. Staring through the thick haze, Ruoya immediately locked down the girl's attribute. A pure, unadulterated fire type. Her terrifying arsenal was undeniable. Blistering heat waves, explosive energy condensation, and a weaponized fireball that could be hurled up to 20 meters away. The pure destructive output rivaled a military-grade high-yield explosive. The system's final verdict? A peak 3-star powerhouse. Hao felt completely numb with awe. She had quite literally just awakened, yet she instantly touched the absolute limits of a 3-star. Her innate talent was nothing short of monstrous. Lun swallowed hard. "We are looking at another absolute genius." Zhongwen scoffed from the side. "Don't forget," he pointed out, "you two only managed to crawl into the 3-star rank today by leeching off Officer Guandai's rare spirit crystal. So wipe those arrogant smirks off your faces," he warned you. "Just barely scraped the bottom of her league." But a heavy knot of doubt began twisting in Lun's gut. The higher-ups had sworn that their squad held the absolute best talent in the entire city. But first the godlike Chu appeared, and now this blazing anomaly falls from the sky. The math just wasn't adding up. Zhongwen waved off his paranoia. "Let it go," he stated firmly. "Innate talent only sets the starting line. It never dictates how far a warrior can truly climb. When the blood settles, raw, unyielding effort determines the true victor." Besides, he stood tall with pride. "Our evolutionary path was forged through natural grit. Let them gorge on their shortcuts. When the real battlefield tests us, we will finally see who stands as a god and who falls as an insect." Meanwhile, Guandai approached the blazing prodigy. Staring at a 3-star rookie hovering inches away from a 4-star breakthrough, he smoothly asked about her grand ambitions. Qianqian just blinked, casually admitting she hadn't thought that far ahead. He crossed his arms bluntly, stating that her raw talent still technically fell short of Ruoya's baseline. But even with that gap, he was absolutely certain she would shatter the 5-star barrier in no time. "You are a gem hidden in the rough," he praised. Sliding a highly classified confidentiality agreement across the table, he dropped the real question. "Have you considered offering your flames to the Special Affairs Bureau?" He painted a picture of absolute glory. "Step into our ranks," he urged, "and let your immense power serve the nation on the grandest stage." But more importantly, he added with a sharp gleam in his eye, with the boundless resources of the government fueling your growth, your path to supreme power would be flawlessly paved. You could multiply your absolute strength while cutting your suffering in half. He leaned in closely. "So, what does the young prodigy say?" She offered a polite smile, thanking him for the high praise, but she wanted to run it by Chu before signing her life away. Guandai raised a curious eyebrow. Why seek his permission? A faint crimson dusted her cheeks as she shyly confessed, "Because I am his girlfriend, of course." A spark of immense amusement flashed in Guandai's eyes. The legendary Chu had taken a lover? How utterly fascinating. She twisted her fingers together, mumbling that her man would probably absolutely hate the idea of her joining the bureau. The officer just chuckled, telling her not to sweat it. The archives had already stamped her official evolver credentials anyway. "Grab your metallic badge," he instructed, "and you are completely free to walk out those doors." She bowed her head in gratitude, slipping the sleek identification card into her pocket. But right as she turned to leave, his commanding voice anchored her to the floor. "Do me a favor and pass a little message to your boyfriend," he ordered darkly. "Tell him the Hangchuang Chamber of Commerce incident is completely wrapped up. The 3 massive corporations that dared to cross him, they have been utterly and absolutely erased from existence." The Bureau expressed deep gratitude for Chu's invaluable intel. She gave her word that the message would reach the higher-ups immediately. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. It seemed Chang'an slipping through the Bureau's fingers was inevitable after all. Back at the Grand Estate, she hovered silently over Chu's resting form. Her gaze lingered on his features as an unsettling feeling washed over her. His body was burning up. Pressing a gentle hand to his forehead, she recoiled from the scorching heat radiating from his skin. Deep within his own mind, Chu drifted through an endless void. He was trapped in a profound state of dreaming. Thus dawned the 3rd day of his mysterious slumber. The clock was ticking down. Only 6 days remained until the apocalyptic impact. Emergency broadcasts blared across every screen, announcing a massive 6-day government evacuation to secure public survival. Chaos flooded the streets as armed authorities desperately corralled waves of citizens toward the fortified urban zones. The official promise echoed loudly. Once the cataclysm passed, everyone could safely reclaim their homes. But then came the bitter pill. To consolidate strength against the coming storm, officials declared absolute centralized control over all essential lifelines, especially the food supply. Fury ignited among the masses. Entering the sanctuary cities was a brutal struggle, leaving them terrified of facing starvation and homelessness. Worse yet, their precious farmlands would be entirely abandoned to the impending destruction. The government quickly backpedaled, insisting that relocating to the inner cities was strictly a voluntary choice. No one would be dragged away against their will. For those seeking refuge behind the high walls, basic survival was guaranteed. They would be provided with emergency tents, pure water, and vital rations. And for the brave souls who chose to stay behind? If the monster hordes broke through, elite rescue squads pledged to fight tooth and nail to save them. The authorities swore they would never abandon their people. But listening to the broadcast, Nixin simply scoffed. She saw right through the beautifully packaged lies. The nation's military power was already pushed to its absolute breaking point. Herding the population into centralized hubs was their only desperate play. Just then, Secretary Su Lingyu stepped into the room. Her voice was calm and steady. As long as the boss was leading them, fear was entirely unnecessary. Their survival was already secured. The boss had forged a supreme doomsday fortress alongside the elite tycoons of End City, creating an impenetrable sanctuary for them all. With a knowing smile, Lingyu revealed a mysterious package delivered that morning. It was a direct command from the boss. Every single core employee was to receive one. Nixin stared in bewilderment at the strange, shimmering crystal. But before she could even ask about its purpose, the artifact abruptly shattered right in Lingyu's palm. A dense crimson mist erupted, entirely swallowing the secretary. Nixin stumbled back in pure panic before a shocking realization hit her. This was the awakening aura of an evolver. Across the room, a fruit knife rested embedded in an apple. With nothing but a casual flick of her wrist, Lingyu summoned the blade through thin air. The steel spun in a deadly, beautiful arc before snapping perfectly into her waiting palm. Nixin gasped, utterly speechless at the display of telekinesis. The overwhelming power had flowed directly from the shattered crystal. To test her newfound strength, Lingyu launched the blade at the solid wall. It blasted right through the concrete, spiderweb fractures exploding outward. This mere gift from their boss possessed the divine ability to instantly awaken an evolver. Armed with such monstrous power, surviving the apocalyptic impact was no longer just a dream. Elsewhere, two men were glued to their phone screens as an explosive viral stream hijacked the entire Douyin platform. The broadcast showed a lone swordsman, his aura radiating arrogance as he prepared to drop a massive bombshell. The viewer count was skyrocketing by the second. The arrogant swordsman sneered into the camera, declaring that the internet's beloved hero, Chen Chu, was about to be unmasked as a pathetic, monumental fraud. He spat on Chu's legendary reputation, accusing him of faking every battle with cheap effects and cowardly illusions. Instantly, the live chat erupted into a blazing war zone. A rabid fan named Sword Saint supporters flooded the chat, screaming that clout-chasing fake heroes needed to be permanently cancelled and wiped from the web. Meanwhile, Light of Nuclear Power viciously mocked the situation, laughing at how modern saviors apparently relied on green screens to fight monsters. The instigator Wang King threw more fuel on the fire, begging the Sword Saint to track Chu down for a live confrontation and shatter his reputation in real time. The comments descended into bloodthirsty demands for a duel. Watching this chaotic stream unfold, Dee gripped his phone in cold silence. He dialed Chu's number again and again, but it remained completely dead. A vicious curse slipped past Dai's gritted teeth. Unrelenting fury blazed within his chest. This arrogant Alexander from Country Y was publicly trampling on their nation's pride. Storming straight into Chu's corporate headquarters, Dee was hit with frustrating news. The boss had completely vanished from the office for days. Nixin calmly intercepted him, explaining that their leader had entered deep martial seclusion to prepare for the fast-approaching apocalypse. The sheer mention of peaceful meditation sent Dai's blood pressure through the roof. How could that idiot be sitting cross-legged while his honor was being publicly slaughtered? But Nixin just shrugged with a helpless smile. That was simply the way of their boss, an absolute maverick who moved like the wind and never answered to anyone. Even his own inner circle had no way to break the silence. Desperate, Dai commanded her to deliver an urgent message the second Chu awakened. That foreign bastard Alexander was tearing through their ranks on a live broadcast. The man had been hunting down arrogant evolvers, brutally crushing and exposing dozens of them in broad daylight. If they let this brazen disrespect continue unchecked, their nation's honor would be dragged through the mud on the global stage, making them look incredibly weak. Dai paced like a caged tiger. With the end of the world breathing down their necks, letting public faith shatter now would trigger absolute catastrophe. Suddenly, a majestic figure with flowing hair stepped from the shadows. His voice was chillingly calm as he spoke. If it is a battle they want, tell them to set a time. Dai's jaw practically hit the floor. He stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming presence before him. Was this transcendent being truly Chen Chu? A confident smirk played on Chu's lips. With the apocalyptic impact mere days away, it was the perfect moment to remind the world exactly who he was. But to understand this legendary transformation, we must rewind 10 minutes prior, when Xian rang the doorbell at the Grand Villa and she slowly opened the gate. She glanced over, asking if Chu was still isolated in deep seclusion. Xi shook her head. His closed-door training was not over yet, but the final breakthrough was fast approaching. With a quick farewell, she turned to leave. Xian could not help but wonder, was an awakened evolver retreating into seclusion exactly like those legendary cultivators refining their profound aura in fantasy novels? But in the end, the method did not matter. As long as her precious comrades reached new heights of power, she fully supported whatever dangerous path they chose to walk. Suddenly, familiar footsteps broke the silence. Tianrui had arrived. Xian raised an eyebrow, asking if he was also here to seek out the sleeping dragon. She quickly blocked his path. Chu was still deep in his meditative trance, and interrupting a martial breakthrough could lead to catastrophic consequences. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the roof. Like a soaring meteor, a silhouette blasted straight into the heavens. Both of them froze in absolute shock. Tianrui stammered, demanding to know what on earth was happening. Down on the streets, a wide-eyed child pointed at the sky. "Mommy, look, it is a god!" Beside him, his mother was already recording the unbelievable miracle on her phone. Bathed in a majestic pillar of azure light, a naked figure with flowing raven hair levitated among the clouds. Tianrui dropped his jaw as his vision focused. Heavens above! Has Chu actually ascended to godhood? Xian shook her head, her eyes trembling. No. This is not ascension. He has achieved absolute evolution. The breathtaking figure continued to pierce through the atmosphere, climbing higher into the infinite abyss. Breaking past the stratosphere, Chu drifted into the silent void of space. A terrifyingly profound sense of rebirth washed over his very soul. This limitless power, it was absolutely intoxicating. Ding! The system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Evolution complete. The sword lizard has transcended into the ancient grade. Jet black extermination dragon. The notification did not stop there. An imperial gene had successfully integrated into his bloodline. From now on, any monster slaughtered by his hands would surrender its gene fragments and divine abilities directly to him. A colossal, shadowy dragon phantom manifested behind his back. Chu clenched his fists, feeling the explosive cosmic energy. The time for meditation was over. He needed to test this god-tier physique. Cut back to the present day inside the private office of Chu. Dai slammed his hands on the desk, his expression grim. You must be careful. Sword Saint Alexander is not a nobody. He is a titan within the International Evolvers Alliance. Sweat beaded on the forehead of Dai. If our strongest fighter falls in this monumental duel, the absolute pride of the Special Affairs Bureau will be completely trampled on the global stage. Chu merely smiled, his aura perfectly calm. Relax. There is no need to worry. That mountain-like confidence finally allowed Dai to let out a breath of relief. He pushed up his glasses, confirming he would stamp the official challenge to Country Y using the authority of the Bureau. Still, he offered one grave warning. With the shadow of the doomsday crisis looming over humanity, global alliances were thinner than wet paper. You cannot just slaughter him, Dai urged with deadly seriousness. You must crush him fair and square to avoid sparking an international incident. This was no longer a simple grudge match between martial artists. The fate of nations hung in the balance. Chu chuckled softly, holding back enough to let him live. Now that is a truly difficult technique. His sharp gaze locked onto Dai. A smirk played on his lips. Tell me, Chief, are you asking me to intentionally throw the match? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the evolutionary arena in Country Y. The stadium trembled under deafening cheers. The crowd roared like wild beasts, chanting the invincible legend of the Sword Saint. Vicious mockery flooded the stands. They called the Eastern challenger a gutless fraud, betting he would not last 3 seconds before begging for mercy. In the center of the ring, Alexander stood like an unshakable mountain. Drawing his legendary blade, he aimed the gleaming tip straight at the broadcast camera. Listen well, so-called special hero of Country Z. Today, beneath the gaze of the entire world, I will tear away your mask and expose your pathetic reality. Across the globe, the live stream chat went absolutely nuclear. Millions of raging netizens typed frantically, begging their golden idol to unmask the Eastern clown. The clock ticked down, but the arena gates remained empty. Alexander let out a contemptuous sneer. Is the little mouse too paralyzed by fear to show his face? He branded the supposed apex predator of Country Z an absolute weakling. But rewind the clock just a few hours earlier. Chu had just received the twisted notification. The deathmatch was set for tomorrow morning. The countdown was merciless. He had exactly 6 hours left on the clock, and the ultimate battlefield was located in a foreign capital, over 10,000 kilometers across the unforgiving ocean. Speed was the ultimate benchmark of a high-tier awakened being. The eyes of Dai widened in furious realization. He instantly saw through the venomous scheme of the Sword Saint. This was not just a scheduling conflict. It was a brutal, premeditated trial of extreme physical endurance. The foreign champion was proving to be a highly cunning snake. If the Eastern Dragon failed to descend upon the arena in time, his legendary status would instantly crumble into ashes. Dai frantically grabbed his communicator. The Special Affairs Bureau will scramble an emergency jet immediately. We have a supersonic transport ready to break Mach 2. With mid-air refueling protocols, we can drop you into the combat zone in exactly 5 hours. Trust our absolute logistics network to handle this, Dai pleaded, desperation in his voice. But Chu simply raised a hand, his eyes gleaming with hidden power. Cancel the flight. There is no need. 5 hours is practically crawling. I will handle this my way. The blood of Dai ran cold as a terrifying realization hit him. Wait, stop right there. We are in the middle of a classified government facility, he screamed, desperately warning him not to unleash his aura and cause a disaster. But his warning came a second too late. Boom! Chu blasted through the reinforced window like a human railgun. A hurricane of shattered glass and top-secret files exploded across the ruined office. Dai shielded his face from the violent shockwave, clicking his tongue in pure exasperation. Heavens above. The closer a man gets to godhood, the harder he is to leash. Tearing through the clouds at godlike speeds, Chu became a literal blur in the sky. But halfway to his destination, his instincts flared. He slammed on the invisible brakes above City M, his absolute perception locking onto a violent surge of chaotic energy below. Floating like a phantom above the central banking tower, his eyes narrowed. Down below, a sea of flashing sirens completely barricaded the building. The deafening crack of gunfire tore through the urban silence. Chu activated his enhanced vision, piercing through the concrete walls. The situation was crystal clear. A squad of rogue foreign mercenaries was staging a brazen, high-stakes heist. Ants fighting over scraps. He scoffed, calculating that playing hero would only waste his precious time. He turned away, ready to resume his flight. Meanwhile, inside the bloody vault, a masked thug peeked through the shattered blinds. The criminal laughed maniacally. With the elite awakened forces bleeding out at the doomsday gate, who was going to stop them from emptying the golden reserves of the city? Unleashing a terrifying barrage of suppressing fire, the rogue squad bulldozed their way out, dragging bags bursting with stolen wealth. The local enforcers fell back in total despair. Their standard-issue pistols could not even scratch the aura barriers of these awakened criminals. Officer down! We need heavy artillery now! The police frantically roared into their radios. Send in the high-caliber units! These monsters are completely untouchable. Drunk on their overwhelming power, the syndicate members strolled into the open street like conquering kings. But suddenly, smash! The rear guard slammed hard into the back of his companion. The vanguard had frozen completely solid in the middle of the road. The leader practically bulged his eyes out as he stared into the heavens. An indescribable horror gripped his dark soul. A solitary figure was hovering in the sky above. He trembled, thinking the supreme evolver from earlier had returned to pass judgment. Boom! A devastating shockwave shattered the concrete as a lone figure descended. It was Chu. He never planned to play the hero today, but even a dragon needs a little warm-up before the main event. The thugs completely lost their minds. Terror gripped their throats as the leader shrieked like an absolute coward, begging his men to open fire. A storm of lead rained down upon him, but the bullets just pinged uselessly off his skin like rain against a mountain. Chu just sighed, his eyes colder than ice. Is that really all you have? He muttered. How truly pathetic. A chilling smirk crept across Chu's face. In a fraction of a second, the air grew impossibly heavy, and blood-curdling screams echoed through the street. Oh yeah, our boy just unleashed the devastating pressure of conqueror's hockey. Like puppets with their strings cut, the thugs crashed to the pavement. Their minds were entirely shattered, coughing and trembling uncontrollably under his overwhelming aura. But one rat crawled out of the getaway car, his face twisted in absolute fury. He was livid that his men had been crushed by a mere glance. He gritted his teeth, mocking Chu's parlor tricks and swearing that the boy had just provoked the wrong boss. Turns out this thug was an awakened evolver too. His aura violently flared up, twisting nearby scrap metal into a barrage of razor-sharp, deadly spears. The lethal weapons levitated around him like a storm of floating steel, buzzing with intense killing intent. With a vicious flick of his wrist, he launched the metal rain straight at our main character. But in a blink, Chu was gone. Materializing like a ghost right behind the man, Chu whispered into his ear, "Do society a favor. Use that power for something useful in your next life." Bam! A casual yet earth-shattering kick sent the evolver flying. His body crashed into the pavement with brutal force, leaving him completely buried in a crater of shattered concrete. A trembling news crew caught the entire massacre on tape from the sidelines. The once terrifying armed robbers were now nothing more than a pile of unconscious garbage. The breaking news swept across the city like wildfire. Headlines screamed about a mysterious god-tier evolver who had completely annihilated a deadly hostage crisis in the blink of an eye. The live chat went absolutely feral. Eagle-eyed viewers instantly recognized Chu, completely losing their minds over his impossible hypersonic speed. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Evolutionary Arena, the clock mercilessly ticked down to exactly 30 seconds. Alexander crossed his arms with an arrogant sneer, loudly declaring that this hyped-up livestream was going to end in total disappointment. He sneered at the massive crowd, loudly declaring that the so-called legendary evolver Chu was nothing but a pathetic coward, a rat too terrified to even step foot in the ring. But suddenly, crack! Lightning violently tore through the heavens. Chu descended from the clouds like a fallen meteor, slamming into the arena floor with a devastating shockwave that sent Alexander skidding straight backward. Alexander frantically regained his balance, his eyes wide with utter shock. He furiously roared, demanding to know what kind of monstrous entrance that was. He spat out curses, yelling that normal people actually use the front gate. But as the dust cleared, our main character casually stood there, happily holding a greasy bag of fast food. With zero shame, Chu casually apologized for the epic detour. He shrugged, explaining that he rarely gets out of the house, so he simply had to stop and taste the local junk food on his way to the beatdown. Alexander narrowed his eyes with pure disbelief. "Are you seriously the legendary Chu?" he demanded. Unbothered, Chu just popped another french fry into his mouth, crunching loudly as he casually nodded yes. The arrogant swordsman was completely speechless. Showing up to a high-stakes life-or-death duel in literal sleepwear, he looked absolutely nothing like a supreme, top-tier martial artist. Chewing his food, Chu innocently tilted his head. With a mouthful of carbs, he mumbled, "What? Is there a dress code for stomping you?" Off-screen, his manager D was frantically dialing his number. A cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized he forgot to mention one tiny, crucial detail. The duel was currently being live-streamed. Chu's gloriously shameless pajama outfit was now broadcasting to millions of international viewers. D was absolutely losing his mind in sheer panic. D practically swore a blood oath to lecture this ungrateful brat about PR later. Suddenly, Chu's pocket vibrated. He held up a single finger to the deadly swordsman, casually asking for a timeout to answer his ringing phone. Alexander felt a vein pop in his forehead, the sheer disrespect. Taking a casual phone call during a televised death match, the legendary sword saint was being treated like absolute background noise. Chu tapped the screen, and the mic picked up his chillingly calm promise to his manager. "Don't worry, I will show him mercy." Hearing that supreme arrogance, Alexander's aura violently erupted with murderous rage. Hanging up with a quiet click, Chu lazily slid the phone back into his pajama pocket. With a completely straight face, he actually apologized to his furious opponent for the brief delay. Alexander bared his teeth in a wicked sneer. He growled that it didn't matter how confident this pajama-wearing clown acted now, because he would be forcefully eating the arena dirt in just a few seconds. He swore to the heavens that he would rip away Chu's fake mask once and for all. The massive stadium erupted into deafening cheers. With an explosive burst of speed, Alexander lunged forward, roaring for Chu to taste the wrath of his legendary blade. But Chu casually raised a single palm. "Hold on a second," he commanded. Alexander's momentum crashed to a hilariously awkward halt. He furiously snapped, demanding to know what kind of dirty trick this was. With half a french fry still hanging out of his mouth, Chu pointed at the weapon and asked, "Does that sword use lightning energy?" Alexander let out a cocky scoff, tauntingly asking if the great Chu was already shaking in his boots. Chu just sighed, his expression completely flat. He genuinely advised the man to put the lightning away, giving a chilling warning that it would instantly blow up in his face. Alexander felt deeply insulted by the absolute disrespect. He screamed that bluffing had its limits. Any idiot knew that causing an elemental backlash required an opponent with an aura at least 100 times more powerful in the exact same element. Chu looked at him with painfully bored eyes. "I really don't care about your textbook theories," he sighed. His supreme observation hockey was already showing him the absolute future. The premonition was crystal clear. If Alexander followed through with that pathetic strike, our main character wouldn't get a single scratch. But Alexander? He would be instantly erased from existence. For a split second, the swordsman's face drained of all color, but then his ego took over, and he burst into manic laughter, claiming Chu was spouting pure nonsense. Driven mad by the utter humiliation, he charged forward with absolute killing intent, screaming for Chu to die. In response, Chu's eyes glowed fiercely as he simply activated the terrifying skill, Thunder Smite. Crack boom! Apocalyptic lightning slammed into the arena floor, instantly triggering a catastrophic explosion of raw, unadulterated energy. As the massive dust cloud finally settled, Alexander was twitching motionless in the crater, the whites of his eyes showing in total defeat. The supposedly indestructible arena floor was utterly annihilated beneath him. Absolute panic erupted in the stands as emergency medical teams were frantically called to the scene. The fans were completely losing their minds, screaming at their hero to get up. They refused to accept this humiliating one-shot defeat as the stretcher bots rushed onto the battlefield. But wait, a trembling, heavily charred arm suddenly reached toward the sky. Seeing the stubborn swordsman twitch back to life, the medical team instantly halted their rescue, awkwardly backing away from the smoking crater. Coughing up blood, Alexander desperately tried to save face. He yelled that his stupid sword had just short-circuited and demanded a replacement weapon. Thrusting his hand into the air, a high-tech support drone instantly swooped down with a heavy metallic case. Clang! A brand new, fiercely glowing hilt dropped right into his palm. Forcing himself to stand tall despite his trembling legs, he arrogantly declared that wasting such a fine blade on a warm-up had been his only mistake. A cocky grin returned to his bruised face. As the legendary sword saint, his armory was virtually limitless. He ignited his raging aura once more, swearing that this time, Chu would burn to ashes under his ultimate flaming greatsword. Chu simply raised a hand, calmly instructing his opponent to wait. But blinded by sheer arrogance, Alexander cursed violently and swung his blade anyway. Crack! The weapon shattered into a million useless pieces upon impact. The devastating shockwave sent the so-called sword saint rocketing backward once again. For the second humiliating time, Alexander crashed heavily into the dirt. His eyes rolled back into his skull from the overwhelming impact. Stunned whispers rippled through the massive spectator stands. The crowd was finally starting to wonder if their glorious saint was actually the real clown all along. Standing completely unharmed, Chu casually brushed the dust off his shoulder. He calmly explained that he was just about to issue a warning. Fire attributes were utterly useless against him. He even offered a polite suggestion for the saint to switch to a different elemental power. Gasping for precious air, Alexander forced himself up onto a single trembling knee. The entire arena spun violently around him. His vision heavily blurred as his wavering consciousness desperately clung to reality. His prideful mind raced in denial, assuming his strike must have collided with some invisible, impenetrable barrier. Right on cue, an automated delivery drone descended from the sky. It dropped a fresh, heavy arsenal of gleaming swords directly at his feet. Unfathomable fury blazed within Alexander's chest. How dare this nameless nobody humiliate him on his own home turf? Even if Chu possessed some bizarre elemental immunity, he absolutely refused to accept this crushing defeat. Grabbing a massive, non-elemental greatsword from the pile, he gripped the heavy hilt with white knuckles. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he roared a vicious vow to carve Chu into 1,000 bloody pieces. Screaming pure venom at the top of his lungs, he told Chu to burn in hell. But just as he launched another desperate, earth-shattering charge, Chu simply raised his hand once more. He casually told the berserker to pause because his phone was ringing again. The absolute unmatched disrespect caught Alexander so completely off guard. He was forced to slam on the brakes so aggressively that he stumbled forward and nearly face-planted right into the arena floor. Spitting mad, he screamed at his opponent, demanding to know if this was some kind of sick joke. Ignoring him entirely, Chu smoothly answered Dao's call. He casually reported that he definitely didn't throw the first punch, so this diplomatic disaster absolutely could not be pinned on him. Speaking loudly over the raging swordsman, Chu calmly added that he fully grasped the political stakes at play. Maintaining their nation's pristine international image was his utmost priority. However, he let out a helpless sigh, pointing out that Alexander was practically begging for a relentless beatdown. The man kept mindlessly throwing himself at a brick wall, and there was simply no way to stop someone so determined to embarrass themselves. Hearing every single humiliating word, Alexander's fragile pride completely shattered. To hell with their precious international reputation. Roaring for Chu to drop dead, he ignited his aura and charged forward like an absolute madman. Without even bothering to lower his phone, Chu effortlessly sidestepped the lethal, heavy arc of the incoming greatsword. His movements were as impossibly fluid as water dancing through a raging storm. Gliding around the deadly, frantic strikes, he casually continued his chat with Dao. He pointed out that clearly, it was Alexander who possessed zero respect for anyone's public image. Not only that, but this fake saint made a pathetic living out of ambushing defenseless targets. Dodging another frantic slash, Chu stated he had held back long enough. He politely asked his superior for the official green light to finally strike back. Hearing this painfully casual conversation in the middle of a deathmatch, Alexander ground his teeth so hard they threatened to crack. His blood boiled with pure, unadulterated wrath. Putting all his remaining strength into one massive killing sweep, he swung the greatsword, but Chu simply leaped up, landing perfectly upon the flat of the speeding steel. Standing effortlessly upon the lethal weapon, He calmly told Dao that he completely understood his limits. Alexander bellowed in frantic, furious confusion. What kind of arrogant nonsense was this guy spouting? He violently accused Chu of using dirty tricks to spy on his secret techniques. Looking down at him, Chu smirked, revealing he was simply waiting for the perfect opening. As this incredibly one-sided humiliation continued to drag on, a sudden, massive commotion rippled through the spectator stands. Someone in the audience had just discovered a completely different, viral livestream. The raw, gritty footage showcased none other than Chu himself, single-handedly dismantling a massive terrorist crisis downtown. Within seconds, the jaw-dropping clip was hijacked and broadcast straight onto the arena's gigantic central screen. The breaking news anchor's voice echoed across the silent stadium. The official report confirmed this catastrophic incident had happened just moments ago. It occurred literally while Chu was commuting to face this ridiculous debunking duel. A collective gasp of absolute shock swept through the entire Coliseum. The heavy truth hit the audience like a crashing tidal wave. This legendary hero saving lives on the screen was the exact same man Alexander was trying to publicly cancel. Outraged whispers quickly turned into a roaring debate. How could a warrior of this magnificent caliber possibly be a fraud? Stepping down from the blade, Chu's voice suddenly commanded the entire arena. He passionately declared that true heroes were currently out there, standing firm against the world-swallowing chaos of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, pathetic, false idols strutted around safe arenas wearing clown makeup. They built their entire empires on the lie of exposing fakes, while hiding from the real monsters lurking in the shadows. These clout chasers intentionally stirred up useless conflicts just to farm cheap views. His piercing gaze swept across the dead silent stadium. He challenged every single spectator to look closely and ask themselves who truly deserved to be exposed as a fraud today. Turning his terrifying mountain-like presence back to the trembling sword saint, Chu delivered the final devastating verbal blow. He noted that Alexander had ruined so many innocent evolvers' reputations, when in reality, it was his own legendary strength that was completely fabricated padding. The undeniable truth had finally been spoken. The once adoring crowd violently turned on their precious idol. A deafening, unified chant shook the stadium walls, branding the great sword saint as an absolute pathetic fake. Completely unhinged and driven by desperate madness, Alexander screamed at the top of his lungs. He frantically pointed his finger, yelling that Chu was the real manipulator and that he was the only true clown in this entire arena. Chu didn't even bother wasting another breath on an argument. He simply raised a single finger and lightly flicked the screaming man right on the forehead. Boom! Alexander collapsed instantly. As the fake saint lost consciousness, the entire stadium erupted into earth-shattering cheers for their true hero. Lifting his phone back to his ear, Chu nonchalantly informed Dao that the trash had officially been taken out. The absolute farce of a match was over, and he would be returning to base shortly. But before leaving the stage, Chu turned to face the thousands of broadcasting cameras. His expression grew devastatingly serious. He warned the world that the apocalypse was never meant to be treated as cheap streaming content. It was a brutal, blood-soaked reality. The sickening irony of it all, he pointed out with utter disgust, was that greedy influencers were exploiting devastating disaster footage. They were using the unimaginable suffering of millions merely to chase digital clicks. He asked the silent, watching world a chilling question. When the suffocating shadow of doomsday finally eclipsed the sky, who would they look to? He passionately declared that the real heroes weren't flashy streamers. They were the ordinary souls risking everything to silently transport supplies through monster-infested ruins. They were the frail, elderly people and brave children, the ones who willingly sacrificed their own fragile bodies to barricade the entrances of underground shelters. They bled just to buy others a few more seconds of life. Those magnificent, self-sacrificing souls would likely die in the dark. They might never receive a single digital like or taste the fleeting glory of internet fame. Yet, it was exactly those nameless, faceless martyrs who were desperately clawing through the mud to keep the final spark of human civilization burning. Their legendary worth as true heroes could never, ever be measured by some pathetic combat power ranking system. His voice thundered with supreme authority as he demanded to know the answer. Who on earth gave these arrogant internet clowns the right to label those bleeding survivors as frauds? Moved to their very cores, the massive crowd roared in complete and total agreement. Back at the headquarters, Dao let out a massive sigh of relief. His operative had not only won the duel fair and square, but had completely conquered the public's heart. Meanwhile, hidden deep within a luxurious, shadowy command room, a mysterious man named Kosa lounged comfortably in his velvet chair, calmly sipping a glass of blood-red wine. He glanced at Catherine, questioning the true meaning behind this broadcast. Was their grand design truly aimed at forcing every single human to undergo evolution? Did their shadowy organization actually possess that terrifying level of godlike power? Catherine let out a cold, calculating laugh. She replied that if triggering human evolution was truly that simple, their highly classified ARC plan wouldn't be needed at all. The shadows deepened around them as she revealed the horrifying truth. Both the elusive Arc plan and the brutal Pure Land plan had been meticulously orchestrated in the dark for over 10 long years. And now, the ultimate countdown had finally reached 0. It was time to see which apocalyptic ideology was truly correct. Kosa smiled wickedly, explaining the sinister mechanics of the Pure Land faction. They relied entirely on distributing cheap, mass-produced evolution crystals, intentionally mutating ordinary citizens into nothing more than disposable cannon fodder. These mutated pawns had one singular, tragic purpose in the grand scheme. They were artificially created purely to be thrown into the meat grinder. They existed only to relieve the overwhelming battlefield pressure when the true apocalypse descended. He took a slow, menacing sip of his wine, his eyes glowing with dark, unfiltered ambition. After all, in this twisted game of ultimate survival, the more living, breathing human shields they could force onto the blood-soaked battlefield, the mounting swarm of beasts was exactly what they wanted. It played perfectly into their grand design. By riding the spatial shockwaves and striking when the doomsday gate wavered, they planned to obliterate the apocalyptic beast in its moment of weakness. Victory meant securing the ultimate prize, an ark that could weather the world's end. Kosa flashed a knowing look, declaring they would soon possess 2 such vessels. Catherine's eyes narrowed, demanding an explanation. Their scanners had caught a terrifying surge of energy right in their own territory. A signature rivaling a doomsday-class entity, blooming from the exact crater where Alexander met his downfall. Catherine's interest was instantly piqued. The beast's core essence seemed to have taken root inside a human evolver, but the data revealed a chilling truth. The unstoppable force that crushed Alexander was nothing more than a mere clone. The true body was still lurking out there, prowling the Atlantic. The realization hit her like a truck. Alexander hadn't lost to a man, but to a monster in human skin. And since humanity was off the table, showing mercy was no longer an option. Her orders were absolute. If the target showed its face again, he was to annihilate it, even if it meant dropping a tactical nuclear missile. Kosa nodded, his resolve set. Meanwhile, high above the roaring ocean, Chu streaked across the sky. A massive black dragon carved through the waves far below him, a silent guardian of the deep. As the Leviathan breached the surface, casting a massive shadow over the open waters, Chu's communicator chimed with Lang Yu's signal. He picked up, confirming their triumphant return. He instructed her to head straight for the villa's courtyard. With a burst of blinding speed, he tore through the horizon, leaving a comet-like trail in his wake. Down below, an early morning jogger froze, staring in awe at the brilliant streak painting the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Chu touched down. Nixon's face lit up, thrilled to see him emerge from his intense cultivation session. Her breath caught in her throat at his transformed appearance. His flowing hair gave him an otherworldly charm, and she couldn't help but gush over his devastatingly handsome looks. With a calm smile, he explained it was simply a byproduct of his recent breakthrough. Nixon blinked in surprise, marveling at the mysterious side effects of martial progression. His sharp gaze then shifted to Lang Yu. He immediately praised her for crossing the threshold into an awakened evolver. The revelation left Xiaoyi absolutely stunned. She bombarded her with questions. When did this happen, and what was her newfound power? But Lang Yu could only offer a bewildered shrug. She confessed that just 2 days ago, she had accidentally shattered the boss's crimson crystal, and just like that, the system recognized her awakening. To prove it, she reached out her hand. With a subtle hum of energy, a nearby blade flew straight into her grasp. Intrigued, Chu gently took her hand to inspect her mana flow. The truth instantly clicked in his mind. She was a weapon manipulation evolver. Her cheeks burned crimson as she asked what that actually meant. He broke it down for her. It was a rare telekinetic mastery type. He had actually crossed paths with a similar user just yesterday during the robbery. As long as her mind perceived an object as a weapon, it became an extension of her will. The thief from before boasted of metal mastery, twisting scrap into lethal spikes. Such an ability didn't just move objects. It fundamentally amplified their destructive force. But that thief's power was bound to metallic elements. To be exact, he was just commanding iron atoms. Lang Yu's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Sure, she had transcended normal humans, but standing next to those hurling fire, ice, and roaring thunder, she felt utterly useless. On a real battlefield soaked in blood, where elites unleashed devastating magic attacks. Tossing around a simple fruit knife was practically a joke, but Chu's perceptive eyes saw the hidden truth. When he analyzed the blade's flight path, he noticed 0 traces of standard psychic energy. There were no electromagnetic tethers involved either. The weapon was soaring entirely on its own accord. Even more shocking. The moment her fingers wrapped around the hilt, an invisible aura wrapped around the steel. An aura identical to the devastating intent that fueled his own tyrant blade. In that split second, the flimsy blade's lethal potential skyrocketed 100 times over. He looked her in the eye and shattered her doubts. Her power wasn't weak at all. She was simply choosing the wrong arsenal. After all, in a peaceful kitchen, what else could she use besides a tiny fruit slicer? But if she were to grip an indestructible broadsword, or command a divine-grade relic, her combat prowess would ascend to godlike heights in a heartbeat. To prove his point, he summoned his legendary blade and slammed it into the earth. Boom! Shockwaves of violent energy instantly tore through the courtyard. Xiaowei gasped, stumbling back in sheer terror at the weapon's monstrous design. Meanwhile, the suffocating pressure left Lang Yu completely paralyzed. Chu's voice cut through the heavy air. If her mastery could tame this very heaven-tyrant blade, she would become an unstoppable force of nature. He revealed the true secret of her evolution. Her ceiling was directly tied to the weapon's tier. Give her a legendary artifact, and she becomes a legend. Nixon shivered, feeling the raw truth of his words. She stuttered that his weapon was an absolute nightmare. Chu merely smirked. Of course it was. An ocean of blood had been spilled to forge the tyrant blade's wicked reputation. Even resting idly in the dirt, it bled a murderous aura, dripping with a sovereign's absolute authority. The once peaceful garden had transformed into a chilling graveyard. Lang Yu choked out the words, realizing this wasn't just a tool, it was an avatar of pure destruction. The crushing gravity of the blade would have broken any normal human. Her knees knocked together as she reached out through the fear. She managed to brush the hilt, but the ferocious recoil immediately knocked her grip away. Gasping for air, she looked at him in disbelief. Just how did her boss swing this mountain of iron to slaughter his foes so effortlessly? Refusing to back down, she gritted her teeth and clamped both hands around the hilt, with a fierce battle cry tearing from her throat. She shattered her limits and finally ripped the legendary blade from the earth. A knowing smile crossed Chu's face. Gripping the hilt with trembling hands, Ling Yu gasped in awe. Just drawing the blade had instantly spiked her combat power to a whole new realm. Give it a swing, Chu urged, his voice filled with anticipation. She hesitated, her eyes wide. Are you sure? Is it really safe? Chu merely chuckled and nodded. Taking a deep breath, she rooted her stance. Channeling every ounce of her newfound aura, she hoisted the heavy blade high. Her gaze sharpened with absolute focus. And then, she unleashed the strike. The sheer pressure terrified Xiaohui and Naikin, sending the two pets scrambling for cover behind Chu's legs. But the recoil was devastating. After just one swing, Ling Yu collapsed to her knees, completely drained. I'm so sorry, she panted heavily. This divine weapon, it's simply too overwhelming for me. Chu gently reassured her that she had done incredibly well. Even that single, imperfect strike possessed enough raw, heaven-shaking power to split the earth. Meanwhile, miles away, a terrifying shockwave violently cleaved a luxurious villa right down the middle. The furious owner stepped out of the rubble, his face dark with rage. Which absolute lunatic dares to obliterate my roof in broad daylight? He roared to the heavens. Back at the courtyard, Ling Yu gulped nervously. Wait, was that destruction my doing? Chu nodded with an amused sigh. Indeed. Your aura control is still unrefined. He explained that she desperately needed a relic perfectly tailored to her specific awakening path. With the morning's training concluded, he treated the entire group to a massive feast. Once their plates were cleared, Chu turned to Ling Yu. Come with me, just the two of us. A sudden flush of crimson painted her cheeks. Flustered, she stammered, asking what exactly he had in mind. Chu chuckled, quickly clarifying that their destination was the Special Affairs Bureau. His goal was to have Director D issue her a proper transcendent-grade artifact. But somewhere far away, sirens blared as a catastrophic source energy spike ripped through the monitors. Doomsday Gate number 2 was tearing open, expanding well past its critical limits. A grotesque, towering forelimb shattered the dimensional barrier, breaching our reality. The colossal arm dragged itself forward. Command systems flashed red with a terrifying countdown. The catastrophic entity would fully cross over in exactly 120 seconds. The frontline defense roared to life. Heavy armored battalions unleashed hellfire, painting the monster's scaly hide in explosions as artillery shells pounded its massive arm. Frantic reports flooded the comms. Despite enduring a relentless reign of destruction, the behemoth didn't even flinch. It continued to ruthlessly force its colossal frame through the rift. Time to breach has plummeted to 90 seconds. The terrifying upper torso of the nightmare creature had already fully manifested into the human realm. Attack choppers swarmed like angry wasps, closing in for an aerial assault. The behemoth slowly turned its horrific gaze. The metal birds had drawn its absolute fury. Chaos erupted inside the command center. Frantic pilots screamed through the static as the entire combat squadron mysteriously lost all engine power at once. A terrifying invisible source field had instantly expanded from the beast, completely neutralizing their mechanical propulsion. Watching from the monitors, Colonel Catherine's eyes gleamed with cold fascination. Her tactical mind immediately evaluated the threat. This wasn't just another monster. It was a true disaster, a genuine monarch-class ancient behemoth. Abandon all conventional weaponry, she ordered with zero hesitation. Authorize immediate deployment of tactical nuclear warheads. A desperate lieutenant pleaded, reminding the colonel that their own vanguards were still trapped in the blast zone. Her gaze turned to absolute ice, forcing the trembling officer to execute the strike protocol anyway. Collateral damage is acceptable, she thought. The apocalyptic missiles pierced the sky. The ancient beast's survival instincts screamed in warning. Back in the bunker, the radar operators watched in sheer horror as the missile's tracking systems suddenly jammed and failed. The detonation was going to happen way too early. But then, a solitary figure tore through the sky. It was Kosa, sprinting through the air, directly chasing the falling nuke. With an explosive burst of aura, he delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the warhead. The payload skyrocketed straight down the monstrosity's gaping maw. A blinding flash of nuclear annihilation instantly consumed the battlefield. Watching the mushroom cloud rise, Catherine's thoughts grew dark. The oblivious masses resting in their beds had absolutely no idea about the endless nightmare realms lurking behind every doomsday gate. To slaughter these monarch-class calamities, the superpowers of the world had already exhausted their arsenals of forbidden superweapons. This desperate show of ultimate destruction was the only reason humanity hadn't been completely devoured by the endless abyssal swarms over the past few years. Whenever apocalyptic beast tides surged forward, be it king class or monarch class, mankind's answer remained brutally simple. Nuclear strikes, hydrogen bombs, and triple-phase warheads rained down in an endless cycle of fire. Whether wiping a region off the map or executing a high-value target, humanity's deadliest inventions were the only shield keeping the final apocalypse at bay. But how long could this borrowed time really last? 3 months? 3 years? Perhaps 30? She quickly shook off the useless, cynical thought. Her voice echoed through the command room like iron. Mobilize all recovery units. We will extract every single drop of source essence from that beast's charred corpse, whatever the cost. Even bathing in deadly radiation, they would carve out a blood-soaked path for mankind's survival. Their inevitable deaths would be etched into history as humanity's most glorious and tragic sacrifice. Ultimately, the survivors would board the magnificent celestial ship. They would sail directly through the doomsday gate, conquering the unknown to secure a new utopia for the human race. This desperate gamble for ultimate salvation. This was the legendary Great Arc Plan. The scene shifted to the imposing headquarters of the Special Affairs Bureau. Stepping out with Chu, Ling Yu gazed up at the towering structure. Is this the legendary institution that commands all the awakened evolvers? That's right, Chu nodded with a confident smirk. He assured her that he and Director D went way back. With his connections, securing a divine weapon that resonated perfectly with her soul would be an absolute breeze. Suddenly, the roar of an engine cut through the air as a sleek sports car drifted to a halt. The stunning Shen Qin stepped out, her eyes lighting up as she greeted Chu, but her gaze quickly sharpened as it locked onto the mysterious beauty standing beside him. Sensing the tension, Chu smoothly made the introductions. He presented Ling Yu as his personal secretary and a brilliant, newly awakened talent. He then turned, formally introducing the formidable Shen Qin to his new protege. Shen Qin offered a polite smile, but her assessing eyes scanned Ling Yu from head to toe like a seasoned veteran measuring up a rookie. Deep down, a triumphant smirk played in Shen Qin's mind. She's definitely cute, but her curves are absolutely no match for mine. Threat level 0, she concluded. Meanwhile, Chu cluelessly reminded the girls that they would likely be crossing blades as comrades on the front lines very soon. So it would be incredibly unwise to start a turf war right outside Director Dai's front door. Inside the heavily guarded office, Director D beamed with pride. Your legendary duel against that arrogant sword saint has completely skyrocketed our nation's prestige across the globe. The entire world now knows that our awakened warriors possess the undeniable dominance and unyielding backbone of a true superpower. He clapped Chu on the shoulder. And it is all thanks to your heaven-defying strength. Chu waved off the empty flattery. He had not come to exchange pleasantries. Save the praise, he declared. We have actual business today. Curious, Day asked what he meant. In response, Chu simply snapped his fingers. On cue, 2 striking figures stepped into the room. They offered D a polite greeting. His gaze immediately caught Cheng Qian, a familiar face. But the woman standing beside her, she was a complete mystery. Yet, there was an unmistakable aura about her. A presence that screamed corporate elite. Day correctly deduced she belonged to Chu's enterprise. Stepping forward, the mysterious woman introduced herself as Lang Yu. De chuckled, noting that Chu certainly had an eye for gathering exceptional talent. But Chu cut the small talk short. Enough nonsense, his voice cut through the air. I'm here to register a newly awakened evolver. De waved his hand dismissively. You did not need to make a personal trip for that, he stated. Jian's official evolver credentials have already been processed and issued. A sly smirk crossed Chu's face. You misunderstand, he replied smoothly. I have another agenda today. Lang Yu here needs her official registration. De froze, absolute shock washing over his features. Chu's ordinary secretary had actually awakened? Moments later in the third-floor testing facility, Dee stared in disbelief at the numbers flashing across Lang Yu's diagnostic screen. The raw data was staggering. A crushing physical strength of 3,300 kilograms and a terrifying speed of 51 meters per second. Her baseline physical prowess already placed her solidly in the realm of a lower Tier 3 star evolver. But raw stats were only half the story. Her awakened ability was exceptionally rare. It was not a physical enhancement that altered her own body. Instead, it was an absolute mastery over cold steel. Any weapon she wielded would be infused with overwhelming power. The higher the quality of the blade, the deadlier she became. In practical terms, this ability was a game changer. With the right weapon in hand, her actual combat power would instantly skyrocket by an entire star rank. It defied all conventional logic. Theoretically, this meant a mere secretary could clash evenly with a legendary 4-star evolver. Standing quietly on the sidelines, Chongqian listened to the staggering evaluation. A sudden realization hit her. This new girl's overall combat potential was exactly on par with her own. Shortly after, the atmosphere shifted as Chu and Day returned to the office for a deeply serious conversation. De leaned across his desk, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. If Chongqian had been an isolated case, he began slowly, I could have brushed it off as a stroke of immense luck. But two? His voice dropped to a tense whisper. Two absolute powerhouses, both bordering on the 4-star realm, suddenly blooming at your side? He locked eyes with Chu. You are hiding a massive secret from the Bureau. Chu did not even flinch. I will be completely honest with you, he stated calmly. He openly revealed that there was indeed a secret method to force the evolution of ordinary humans. A method terrifyingly similar to the classified energy crystals hoarded by the Special Affairs Bureau. Day shot out of his chair, completely startled. The blood drained from his face. How in the world do you know about the Bureau's highest-level secret? He demanded. The energy crystals are strictly classified. Chu remained an absolute picture of tranquility. In this crumbling world, he replied with a chillingly calm smile, absolutely nothing can remain hidden from my eyes. But frankly, Chu continued, your synthetic energy crystals do not interest me in the slightest. Without missing a beat, he pulled an object from his pocket. The second the object caught the light, absolute terror twisted Dee's expression. It pulsed with dark, contaminated power, an authentic, unrefined demon crystal. Trembling, Dee swallowed hard. Where on earth did you manage to find something like that? He stammered. Chu shrugged casually, offering an impossibly vague response. I just stumbled across it and picked it up, he lied smoothly. The heavy silence in the room made Day's overwhelming skepticism painfully obvious. Day knew the horrifying truth behind these artifacts. It took the life essence of a devastatingly powerful monster just to forge a crystal the size of a grain of rice. Yet, the monstrous stone resting in Chu's palm. It was the size of a massive egg. Tell me, Chu asked, his voice dripping with amusement, do you consider this little stone valuable? De let out a breathless scoff. Valuable? That word is a joke, he breathed. An artifact of this caliber is absolutely priceless. Cornered by the sheer magnitude of Chu's wealth, Dee finally confessed the Bureau's deepest secret. The synthetic energy crystals they distributed as life-saving rations. They were heavily diluted and refined from these very same demon crystal stones. Across the shattered ruins of the 5 post-doomsday worlds, these dark stones reigned supreme. They were the undisputed, most fiercely contested resource in human history. Yet, in all his years of service, Day had never laid eyes on a specimen of such terrifying purity. The crystal Chu casually flaunted radiated an apocalyptic level of contamination. Just breathing the air near that stone was a death sentence for an ordinary human. Then, Chu casually dropped a bombshell. I have plenty more where this came from. Panic instantly flared in Dee's eyes. Put that away immediately, De barked, genuine fear lacing his voice. Do not ever expose that many at once. Even our heavily fortified headquarters cannot contain that level of radiation. Are you trying to vaporize this entire building? This miraculous mineral was not merely a catalyst to skyrocket an evolver's cultivation. Its true value lay in its endless, terrifying tactical applications on the battlefield. It served as the absolute core component, the beating heart of the world's most catastrophic forbidden weapons, designed solely to obliterate apocalyptic beasts. Desperation bleeding into his tone depressed him again. Seriously, Chu, where did you harvest a horde of these? Chu kept his cool. I ventured past a minor doomsday gate and looted the remains, he stated firmly. It was up to Day whether he chose to swallow that absurd story. But suddenly, a terrifying realization struck the Bureau official like a bolt of lightning. This completely explained why the young man's power had been skyrocketing at an unnatural, monstrous pace. The madman had not been relying on generic training. He had been absorbing raw, lethal demon crystal stones all along. To seal the lie, Chu casually added a convenient detail. Do not bother looking for the source, he warned. That specific pocket dimension has already been wiped from existence, and its gate is permanently sealed shut. Fortunately for us, Chu smirked, I managed to harvest a mountain of these red grade stones before the collapse. Hearing this, Dee abandoned all hesitation. Name your absolute price, the official demanded eagerly. The Supreme Headquarters will authorize whatever blank check you desire to secure that hoard. But Chu simply laughed, a cold, mocking sound. Do not insult me with paper, De. In an era swallowed by the apocalypse, we both know human currency is absolutely worthless. De swallowed hard, bracing himself. Then what exactly do you want? He asked cautiously. Chu's eyes flashed with fierce ambition. I want total access to the most devastating high-tier weaponry locked inside the Bureau's vault. Chu laid out his unyielding terms. He knew the Special Affairs Bureau spared no expense outfitting their elite hero squads with perfectly synchronized legendary gear. The strike team I am assembling requires exactly that caliber of divine weaponry, Chu declared. Grant me access to your sacred armory, and I will trade you my raw demon crystals. I would say that is a trade blessed by the heavens themselves. The deal was struck. A few moments later, back in the sprawling third-floor armory, Dee reverently presented an exquisite Tang Dynasty-style longsword. This masterpiece is known as the Wandering Dragon, Day explained, awe in his voice. It was meticulously forged from the core of a star that plummeted from a dying doomsday realm. He turned to Chu, offering a professional assessment. Compared to your monstrous Heaven Tyrant greatsword, the Wandering Dragon's sleek profile and balanced weight make it the ultimate weapon for a female warrior. Passing the legendary blade to Lang Yu, Dee asked her for a preliminary feel. He proudly noted that this specific artifact had only just arrived via secure transport from the Supreme Headquarters. Lang Yu wrapped her fingers around the hilt, pulling the blade from its scabbard with a sharp, metallic ring. She gave a firm nod of approval. It feels lighter than a feather, she praised. Meanwhile, Chu's sharp eyes caught onto a different prize resting on the rack. He hoisted a secondary blade, asking Dee for its history. The weapon had instantly drawn his attention. Its flawless, deadly curves were a near-perfect reflection of the Wandering Dragon. Dee smiled, recognizing the young man's elite taste. Ah, you have a sharp eye, Dee murmured. That cursed beauty is known as the Hidden Scale. The blade was forged from the exact same celestial meteorite fragments used to craft the legendary Wandering Dragon. Because materials were scarce, the blade was stunted, widely mocked as completely useless for real combat. But Chu saw right through that lie. He could feel a subtle, yet undeniable aura tethering Hidden Scale to Wandering Dragon, a mystical bond forged from their shared origin. One radiated blinding light, while the other devoured the shadows. Two polar opposites. Without hesitation, Chu declared he would take Hidden Scale too. Chief Du chuckled, teasing that the Wandering Dragon simply wasn't enough to satisfy his appetite. Ignoring him, Chu casually tossed the short sword to Lang Yu, who caught it with deadly precision. Chu smirked, bluntly telling the chief that his precious Special Affairs Bureau had completely missed the weapon's true potential. Wandering Dragon and Hidden Scale were twin artifacts. Only when wielded together could their devastating, true power be unleashed. Lang Yu's eyes widened, confirming she could feel the twin blades humming in perfect resonance. Du burst into laughter. Since Chu had the eyes of a master appraiser, the Bureau would toss it in as a buy-one-get-one-free bonus. But Chu wasn't looking for handouts. He promised to pay the full price in top-tier demon crystal stones, on one condition. The Bureau had to bring out their absolute best, hidden treasures. Taking the bait, Chief Du led them deeper into the vault. Resting elegantly on a display pedestal, sat a crimson crystal charm and a string of prayer beads, both suffocating in a swirling storm of purple energy. Chu instantly sensed a monstrous, blazing fire element aura. It was terrifyingly strong, yet heavily corrupted by dark, contaminated energy. Du proudly introduced it as the Purple Phoenix Fire Wings, a supreme support artifact. While it lacked direct offensive power, it could multiply any fire attribute ability to godlike levels. Even better, it could manifest a pair of blazing wings, granting the wielder the absolute dominance of flight. Chu claimed it on the spot, making Du's face instantly twist in panic. Ignoring the chief, Chu turned to Chen Yin, casually confirming if her awakening was fire-based. She gave a firm nod. Chief Du immediately shouted in alarm, warning them that this artifact was dangerously different. Forged in the ruins of a collapsed doomsday world, it was heavily tainted by lethal contamination. Until it was purified, putting it on was an absolute death sentence for any normal evolver. Unfazed, Chu simply called out a single name, Shi. Out of nowhere, the little girl materialized in midair, adorably whining that her stomach was totally empty. Chief Du's jaw practically hit the floor. He frantically demanded to know how she just appeared out of thin air. Chu calmly told him to keep his cool. This was his daughter. Not only was she completely immune to the lethal corruption, she treated that deadly energy like her favorite snack. In seconds, she swallowed the dark aura whole, burping in satisfaction. Chief Du was utterly paralyzed, his brain completely short-circuited. The Bureau's top researchers had just burned 500 million building a massive purification machine, and it couldn't even compare to this tiny girl's appetite. Cold sweat dripped down Du's neck. Just how many terrifying secrets was Chu hiding? Meanwhile, Chen Yin firmly equipped the crimson artifact. Chu smiled, praising how perfectly it suited her aura. She admired its dazzling beauty, but a split second later, pure agony struck. It was boiling her alive. A devastating inferno erupted from her very core. Du lunged forward in absolute panic. Her evolution tier was way too low to contain a 6-star beast. He screamed at her to rip it off before she turned to ash. But Chu blocked his path. His gaze locked onto Chen Yin, his voice cutting through the roaring flames. He told her she had the strength to conquer it. She needed to crush this ferocious artifact beneath her own sheer will. Gritting her teeth, Chen Yin embraced the agonizing hellfire. Alarms blared as suited agents burst into the vault, armed with fire extinguishers to save the girl being swallowed by flames. But Chief Du raised his hand, ordering his men to stand down and watch. Chu proudly declared that her body possessed a legendary fire affinity constitution. She wasn't just immune to the searing heat. The roaring flames were actually repairing her cells, fueling her evolution. Suddenly, the wild inferno spiraled obediently into the crimson crystal. Magnificent golden wings burst from her back. She had completely tamed it. Chief Du stared in absolute disbelief. Pure awe washed over him. Every single person standing by Chu's side was an absolute monster. To think a mere 4-star evolver could dominate 6-star divine equipment. With a triumphant smile, Chu declared that from this day forward, these two would be his supreme battlefield commanders. Hiding in the shadows nearby, Ruoya watched the entire scene unfold. Peeking from behind the cold vault wall, she overheard Chu crowning those two women as the founding pillars of his elite transcendent squad. A bitter wave of jealousy washed over her. Her chest tightened in pure irritation. Why were those two allowed to stand so intimately close to him? Long caught her glaring and cluelessly asked what she was spying on. Ruoya angrily snapped back, hissing that the official hero team was just a pathetic gathering of losers. Long blinked, completely bewildered. He scratched his head, assuming she just woke up in a foul mood. Beside him, Kay rolled her eyes so hard they almost fell out. Calling him a massive idiot, she leaned in to drop the real truth. The target of her jealousy was obvious. Chu was in the room. Meanwhile, miles away, terror seized the city as pedestrians froze. The sky was mutating into a sickly, venomous purple. Sirens wailed like howling banshees across the heavily fortified apocalyptic outpost. The chilling, automated broadcast echoed through the streets. The catastrophic doomsday tide had officially descended. Absolute chaos erupted as civilians scrambled for their lives. But back inside the hero squad's cozy lounge, things were far less dramatic. Kay was aggressively mashing the remote control, desperately hunting for her favorite superhero anime. She groaned loudly. What was the point of forcing ordinary citizens to hide indoors during a monster tide if the network was just going to cut all the good entertainment signals? How were regular people supposed to survive this crushing boredom? Hao sighed heavily, reminding her that as the official hero squad, their actual job was to go out there and bleed for those civilians. He ordered her to drop the remote and snap out of her cartoon-obsessed fantasy immediately. Right on cue, Chief Du pushed through the heavy doors, his expression dead serious as he asked if the squad was battle-ready. In perfect, thundering unison, the heroes stood tall and saluted their commander. The decisive moment had finally arrived. It was time to prove their absolute worth on the battlefield. The devastating apocalyptic tide was in full swing. Massive primary doomsday gates were ripping open, while countless secondary portals shattered the sky across the entire region. An endless swarm of nightmarish beasts was spilling out. Their numbers were infinite, their forms terrifying, and their spawn locations absolutely impossible to predict. Having recently shattered their limits to become 4-star evolvers, completely crushing ordinary 3-star trash should be a walk in the park for this squad. But the danger level was escalating fast. Intel confirmed that several ultra-rare 4-star beasts were already tearing through the city in a bloodthirsty rampage. Zhong Wen broke the tension with a confident smirk. He pointed out that even their lowest-ranked member, Lun, had already broken through to the early 4-star realm. With their current battle power, clashing head-to-head with 4-star monstrosities was no longer a suicide mission. Lun flushed bright red, frantically begging his captain to keep his voice down, but Dai simply shook his head, noting that raw combat power was never their main problem. After all, these were top-tier prodigies, elite warriors he had forged with his own 2 hands. He wanted the crushing weight of this apocalyptic tide to be the catalyst that forced their evolution. It was time for them to break their limits and ascend to the legendary 5-star rank. Their voices boomed in perfect unison, swearing they would never let him down. Suddenly, Roya shifted the topic, wondering if the almighty Chu planned to step into this war. Dai firmly believed that Chu wouldn't just sit this one out. Meanwhile, at Chu's sanctuary, a sharp ring echoed at the door. He was busy observing Qianqian and Lang Yu honing their deadly skills. His sharp eyes missed nothing. They were adapting to their newly awakened powers with terrifying speed. The maid approached, announcing the arrival of a mysterious female guest. Standing at the threshold was a striking figure wearing a tilted fox mask, her eyes sparkling with absolute joy the second she saw him. Chu's memory clicked instantly. It was the enigmatic woman from the notorious Yaki faction. She bowed gracefully, introducing herself as Inaba Yuko, better known in the underworld by her fierce codename, Inari. Chu remembered exactly who this fox goddess was, a peerless genius in intelligence analysis. Yuko's voice softened with gratitude. She confessed that if he hadn't pulled her from the jaws of death back then, she would be nothing but bones by now. She admitted trying to dig into his background after surviving, only to be completely blown away by his god-tier reputation in the Awakener world. Armed with that shocking truth, she managed to track down his hidden fortress. Chu let out a sigh, realizing his low-profile days were officially over. He narrowed his eyes, questioning her true motive for coming so far. Without missing a beat, Yuko boldly declared that she was here to swear her absolute loyalty to him. Chu quickly brought his team up to speed. He introduced the masked beauty as the survivor he had snatched from hell during the bloodbath on Ochotown Island. Putting on a pitiful expression, Yuko added that she was utterly broke and starving back home, basically begging for him to take her in. The tragic tale of a starving girl struck a chord. Qianqian and Lang Yu instantly felt their hearts melt with sympathy for the poor newcomer. But Yuko wasn't just playing the victim. Her eyes flared as she activated her exclusive skill, the legendary Foxlight Divine Sight. In a flash, she read their core stats perfectly. She calmly deduced that one was a mid-4-star fire element controller, while the other was a high 3-star weapon master. Furthermore, when fully armed, that 3-star warrior surged right into the high 4-star realm. Chu smirked, praising her terrifyingly sharp analytical eyes. He confidently announced that their all-girl elite squad was missing just one vital piece, a top-tier intelligence officer. Yuko flashed a mesmerizing smile, humbly claiming her parlor tricks were nothing compared to his godlike power. Meanwhile, Qianqian observed this exchange in dead silence. She noted the effortless way this half-mature fox buttered up their leader, but Qianqian just smirked inwardly. In the battle of true womanly charm, she held the ultimate high ground. Chu's tone suddenly grew serious, officially assigning the three ladies their first joint mission. Dropping her formal codename, he addressed her simply as Yuko. With her supreme tactical mind guiding them, he was absolutely certain they would conquer this doomsday wave without a single casualty. Qianqian gripped her weapon, asking if their role was to hold the fort against the incoming monster swarm. Chu's eyes darkened as he revealed he had a far more critical objective to crush. Suddenly, the system blared, the apocalyptic gate had ripped open. Lang Yu's breath caught in her throat. Having only just broken through their evolution limits, the crushing weight of saving the city felt like a mountain on her shoulders. But Chu's unwavering voice pierced her doubt. He reminded them that as a trinity of power, they had more than enough strength to save the world if they just believed in their own limitless potential. Yuko smiled brightly, asking her new sisters to watch her back in the coming war. Meanwhile, at the bustling People's Square, a massive skyscraper suddenly erupted in a deafening explosion. Concrete rained from the heavens like lethal meteors. Civilians shrieked in pure terror, fleeing for their lives as a nightmarish shadow stepped out from the boiling smoke. The local military forces didn't hesitate for a second. No matter what kind of hellspawn it was, they were prepared to die holding the absolute defense line. But a frontline soldier's blood ran ice cold as a legendary terror demon descended. Assault rifles roared to protect the fleeing masses, but the barrage of bullets simply bounced off its iron-hard flesh. Human weaponry was utterly useless. The terror demon let out a spine-chilling roar, morphing its massive arm into jagged spikes before launching a deadly barrage straight at the helpless squad. Just as death closed in, an awoken evolver blasted onto the scene and threw up a radiant energy shield. The cavalry had arrived, and it was Loon. The spikes violently crashed against his barrier. Loon roared at the grunts to fall back immediately, declaring that this monstrosity was official hero squad business. Recognizing the elite insignias of the Special Affairs Bureau, the sweating commanders finally exhaled and completely surrendered the chaotic battlefield to the superhumans. Zhong Wen rapidly scanned his tactical gauge, his face paling at the skyrocketing contamination levels. The dark energy signature proved there was a secondary doomsday gate lurking right under their noses. He barked orders into his comms, urgently alerting headquarters that a catastrophic 4-star terror demon had just turned People's Square into a lethal war zone. The commander's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. The hero squad had one absolute mission: purge the contamination and seal that secondary gate shut. The team scattered like lightning. Hao's blood was boiling with adrenaline. Channeling his aura into his weapon, he launched himself forward, bringing his spear crashing down on the terror demon's massive arm. But his fierce grin vanished in an absolute instant. The monster's hide was like impenetrable steel. His spirit lance could not even scratch the surface. With a casual flick, the demonic beast swatted him away like a mere insect. But Captain Zongwen was already moving. Activating his spirit-weaving art, he cast a massive web of energy, snatching Hao right out of the sky. Hao let out a heavy breath, shouting his profound thanks to the captain. Suddenly, a voice screamed for the idiot to get down. It was Kay, her heavy rifle already locked on target. A devastating beam of pure energy ripped through the air, narrowly missing the magical webs and slamming dead center into the beast's skull. A massive cloud of smoke erupted on impact. When the dust finally cleared, one of its demonic eyes was completely vaporized. Hao's eyes widened in realization. Kay's high-powered sniper rifle actually possessed enough firepower to pierce its supreme armor. Wasting no time, Kay pulled the trigger again, aiming right for the newly exposed weak spot. But this time, the terror demon shifted its massive arm, effortlessly deflecting the deadly beam into the sky. The ricochet tore straight into a neighboring skyscraper, engulfing the structure in blazing flames. Zongwen immediately barked through the comms. If she kept blowing up public property, the massive repair bills were coming straight out of her paycheck. Kay clicked her tongue in sheer annoyance, snapping at her captain to shut his mouth and focus. She was absolutely locked in, aiming perfectly at the monster's only vulnerability. Zongwen's gaze darkened with sudden realization. The terror demon was manipulating the very space around it. Any attack relying on a predictable, straight trajectory was being completely countered by its absolute defense. A dangerous spark ignited in Kay's eyes at that exact moment. She proposed a wild new tactic. Overwhelm the creature with a relentless barrage from completely unpredictable angles. If they flooded the battlefield with absolute chaos, its spatial deflection wouldn't be able to keep up with the sheer volume of attacks. Zongwen sternly ordered her to stick to the actual plan for once in her life. He quickly reminded the entire squad about the chief's recent blistering lecture regarding their reckless lack of teamwork. Until they could expose the demon's true, hidden vulnerability, absolute patience was required. No solo assaults allowed. Reluctantly, Kay lowered her weapon and agreed. She promised to hold her overwhelming fire until Lune successfully pulled the beast's massive aggression. Then, she would close the distance and execute it at point-blank range. And if a single blast wasn't enough to finish the job, she would ruthlessly double-tap. Nodding in approval, Zongwen assigned Roya to be Kay's ultimate rear guard. The target was the nape of its neck. A massive detonation right at that exact point would completely shatter its true core. Roya drew her glowing blade, silently accepting the vital mission. Turning to the heavy vanguard, he ordered Lune and Hao to take the absolute front line. Their mission was terrifyingly simple. Become the ultimate bait. The shield duo readied their weapons without a second of hesitation. Finally, Zongwen took his ultimate stance. He would channel his pure spirit force to completely paralyze the towering abomination. The hero squad's ultimate formation was officially set. The terror demon unleashed an earth-shattering roar, charging like a derailed freight train. In perfect sync, Kay and Roya launched their daring counteroffensive. From the rear, Zongwen's fingers danced in a flawless flurry of motion. Glowing magical threads erupted from the earth, executing the strangling vines technique right around the demon's colossal legs. With a vicious yank, he pulled the glowing threads taut. The titanic beast ground to a violent halt. The squad's lethal trap was perfectly sprung. Zongwen's lips curled into a confident smirk. His masterful spirit force threads possessed the absolute versatility to morph into any binding form imaginable. But the cornered beast wasn't finished. Deadly bone spikes suddenly erupted from its giant arms. Roya and Kay danced through the lethal barrage, while Lune slammed his massive barrier into the ground, shielding their completely immobile captain from certain death. That was the exact opening Hao needed. Blazing aura exploded around his weapon. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the Spirit Force Spear Throw. The gleaming projectile streaked toward the monster's skull with devastating intent. But its trajectory was off by a mere fraction of an inch. The terror demon reacted with terrifying, unnatural speed. Its massive hand snatched the energized weapon right out of the air, stopping its lethal momentum entirely. But Hao just screamed in pure triumph. It was a trap. Lune exploded from his defensive stance. The vanguard had been waiting for this exact second. A blinding, impenetrable shield of pure light manifested around his heavily armored arm. Using the radiant shield as a devastating battering ram, Lune slammed directly into the stalled spear's hilt. The immense kinetic force drove the blade straight through the demon's throat, tearing entirely through the back of its skull. Lune held his breath, waiting for the nightmare to fall. But the true horror was just beginning. Slowly, mockingly, the monster reached up and yanked the spear from its own ruined flesh. Zongwen's blood ran absolutely cold. The head was nothing but a decoy. Blind to the terrifying truth, Kay took brutal advantage of the beast's distraction, unleashing her devastating spirit force scattershot. Zongwen screamed through the comms to abort the headshot, but the desperate warning came a second too late. The lethal trigger was already pulled. A blinding flash of destruction grazed the demon's massive shoulder, instantly erupting into a colossal shockwave. The sheer concussive force completely shattered Hao's trapped spear into countless fragments. Hao stood frozen in sheer disbelief. However, the absolute shockwave had succeeded in blowing the monster's entire head into a bloody mist. Black blood gazered into the sky like a grotesque fountain. Kay lowered her smoking barrel, flashing a triumphant, arrogant grin as she declared absolute victory. Her ultimate firepower had ended the battle. "Fall back!" Zhongwen's panicked, desperate scream tore through her earpiece. He frantically ordered her to retreat and put maximum distance between herself and the corpse. All the color instantly drained from Kay's confident face. A horrifying shadow crept over her trembling form. Right behind her, the headless, mangled torso of the terror demon was rising back to its feet. It was preparing a lethal, point-blank counterattack. Moving on pure, absolute instinct, Roya dashed directly in front of the stunned sniper, raising her heavy shield to block the incoming strike. A sickening crunch echoed across the silent battlefield. Warm blood splattered across Kay's utterly terrified face. Roya's unbreakable shield was completely pulverized as a monstrous arm punched a horrific hole straight through the swordswoman's stomach. The beast had abruptly mutated a twisted, thorny appendage from its stump. It had skewered Roya like a fragile rag doll, hoisting her bleeding, lifeless body high into the air. Hot tears instantly spilled down Kay's cheeks at the devastating, soul-crushing sight. Anguished screams of Roya's name tore from their throats. A volcanic, world-ending fury erupted from deep within Lun's soul. Pushing his towering aura past its absolute limits, he violently activated his spirit shield impact, but his blazing rage instantly turned to sickening horror. The demon mercilessly hurled Roya's broken body straight at him. The heavy, tragic impact sent Lun violently tumbling backward with his bleeding comrade clutched in his arms. Zhongwen shook off his paralyzing, ice-cold shock. With lightning-fast hand seals, he wove a massive net of magical threads, catching the two falling vanguards mere inches from the concrete. A momentary, trembling wave of immense relief washed over the captain. He had narrowly saved them from a fatal fall, but that brief distraction came with a catastrophic price. The magical vines restraining the terror demon's feet were rapidly beginning to snap. Cold dread washed over Zhongwen. They had stared directly into the abyss. Beside him, Kay completely shattered, tears streaming down her face as she took all the blame for Roya's tragic fate. Her agonizing wails pierced the battlefield. Refusing to let another comrade fall, Zhongwen's voice roared over the chaos. He ordered her to evacuate before it was too late. He barked at Hao to grab Kay and run. He would hold back this nightmarish terror demon with his own two hands. But Hao just stood there, his expression contorted in absolute despair. Stripped of his spirit force spear, stepping forward was nothing short of a suicide mission. His voice trembled as he confessed his sheer terror. Hearing this, Zhongwen gritted his teeth in silent fury. This abominable creature was merely one tier higher than them. Yet the so-called elite hero squad had completely shattered, their fighting spirit crushed into dust within seconds. A gap in sheer strength could always be bridged with flawless teamwork, but once the fire of determination burns out, they were nothing but walking corpses waiting for the slaughter. Director Dai's harsh reprimands violently echoed in his head. He was the tactician, information and deployment rested entirely on his shoulders. But whenever the scent of death filled the air, his body turned to stone. He was supposed to be the master strategist, a soldier forged in the flames of duty. If he continued to cower behind the front lines like a helpless spectator, he was basically digging the graves for his own comrades, lurking in the shadows, shouting empty commands while his team bled out in the vanguard. The bitter truth struck him like a physical blow. He was an absolute failure of a captain. But the curtains hadn't closed on them just yet. A fierce light ignited in his eyes, and his dormant aura violently flared to life. The beast raised its massive claw, intent on turning Kay into mist. In a flash, razor-sharp threads snared its limb. Zhongwen had already manifested a heavy layer of spiritual armor across his body. He mocked the beast, declaring that humans knew how to play the puppet master too. With a vicious tug, he brutally wrenched the demon's arm off course. He charged straight into the jaws of death. The creature faltered for just a fraction of a second. Capitalizing on the opening, Zhongwen delivered a devastating uppercut that launched its colossal frame into the air. Mana strings coiled around his legs like tightened springs. They propelled him skyward with explosive velocity. In his hands, the threads solidified into a massive, menacing battle axe. With a deafening roar, he cleaved the enormous weapon down, burying the monster deep into the shattered earth. Zhongwen descended gracefully using his wires, while the abomination lay motionless in the crater. Had his desperate strike finally crushed its demonic plating? But to his absolute horror, the nightmare slowly rose from the rubble, advancing with terrifying intent. The air hitched in his throat. The carapace was entirely intact. Even worse, the hairline fractures were regenerating right before his eyes. With an earth-shattering screech, the beast lunged for his throat. Standard attacks were completely useless here. He needed absolute, unadulterated carnage. His strings erupted like a web, entirely cocooning the demon's massive form. Channeling every ounce of his life force into his fist, he unleashed a devastating meteor strike. The beast was blown backward, but Zongwen roared out like a madman, refusing to let his prey escape. Black blood sprayed across the ruined battlefield. Enraged, the abomination counterattacked. A lethal tempest of bone spikes erupted from its grotesque flesh. But as the creature contorted to attack, there it was, the ultimate weakness. A pulsating, grotesque heart protruded right from its open chest cavity. If he took even a single step backward, this golden window of opportunity would vanish forever. Retreat was no longer an option. Fleeing now meant plunging straight back into the cowardly abyss he swore to leave behind. This was do or die, a true captain's final stand. He thrust himself into the storm of spikes, driving a lethal, precise strike directly into the demon's exposed core. The monstrous titan finally collapsed in a fountain of dark blood. A wave of intoxicating relief washed over his exhausted soul. He had actually pulled off a miracle, even though his own body was torn to absolute shreds. Kay's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, but awe was instantly replaced by paralyzing terror. She shrieked her captain's name, a trembling finger pointing into the shadowy mist. A massive horde of demonic signatures was rapidly approaching. As the horrifying silhouettes pierced through the fog, absolute despair suffocated Zongwen's heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing the heavens for playing such a cruel, twisted joke on them. It was as if destiny itself was laughing at their pathetic struggle. Anguish painted the faces of the fallen squad. In that agonizing moment, Hao fully grasped the insignificance of their strength. Despite boasting the power of 4-star elites, a single foe just one realm higher had brought them to the brink of annihilation. And hiding within the apocalyptic mist, 5-star nightmare creatures swarmed like locusts. Zongwen forced the words out. He commanded Kay to grab Roya and Lan and run like hell. The Special Affairs Bureau was their only sanctuary left. Under their banner, his team might just survive this apocalyptic wasteland. Deep down, he desperately clung to the hope that he could still awaken greater power. But Kay viciously shook her head. Tears rained down her face as she refused to abandon her captain to the slaughter. His voice tore through his bleeding throat, commanding her to vanish. His life was already forfeit, and throwing theirs away was an insult to his sacrifice. But before she could move, her blood ran completely cold. A towering shadow eclipsed the sky, crashing down right before their eyes. A demonic claw shot forward, viciously clamping around Zongwen's skull like a vice. Through the agonizing pressure, he gasped his final lesson. Shielding your comrades is the absolute duty of a hero. The sacred vow that Director Dai had carved into their very souls. The golden rule was simple. We dive into hell together, and we walk out alive together. He screamed for them to run, just as the monstrous fingers began to crush his skull. Crimson fluid spewed from his lips. But against all odds, a lone figure stepped into the absolute carnage. Chu had arrived, and he had heard every single word. The entire squad locked their eyes on his imposing silhouette. With chilling calmness, he stated that funeral speeches were a bit premature. Zongwen gaped at the newcomer in utter shock. Our main character had just descended onto the battlefield like an absolute god of war. The sheer intensity of his overwhelming aura left Kay completely breathless, pinning her to the ground with its majestic weight. Zongwen gritted his teeth, muttering that destiny brought him the one man he absolutely despised. Yet, salvation had finally arrived. Without missing a beat, Chu locked eyes with the beast, declaring himself as its true executioner. The abomination roared and launched itself at the intruder. For a fleeting second, Chu anticipated a decent warm-up, until his sensory perception confirmed it was merely a pathetic 5-star entity. Unsheathing the legendary heavenly tyrant blade for this trash would be a supreme insult to his weapon. He opted to banish this demonic filth back to the underworld, using absolutely nothing but his bare hands. Zongwen's mind short-circuited seeing Chu abandon his combat stance. But before the monster could even process its own demise, boom! A casual, dismissive flick of Chu's wrist generated a shockwave so devastating it instantly pulverized the demon's upper half into a rain of bloody mist. Dusting off his pristine hands, Chu coldly sneered. These absolute bottom feeders weren't even worthy of being in his line of sight. Cracking his knuckles, he casually announced that he was on a tight schedule. He taunted the entire horde to rush him simultaneously. The shadows writhed, and an ocean of bloodthirsty nightmares completely enveloped our overpowered king. Hao stood absolutely paralyzed, his mind shattering at the sight before him. Their elite squad of 5 4-star awakeners had been pushed to the brink of total annihilation. Yet there was Chu, slaughtering 5-star terror demons like he was simply taking a stroll in the park. Kay violently snapped Hao out of his daze, screaming at him to snap out of it. She desperately tried to drag Zongwen to his feet, but he shoved her away. He ordered her to abandon him and save Lun and Roya while she still could. Meanwhile, a chilling silence fell over the battlefield. The bloodthirsty beasts were actually hesitating to attack our main character. Chu sensed their primal fear. The predators had become the prey, and seizing their moment of weakness, he unleashed his wrath. He completely vanished from plain sight. In a single heartbeat, his afterimages painted the entire battlefield, carving through demonic flesh with absolute, merciless precision. The color completely drained from Zongwen's face. He stammered that Chu's overwhelming power was like watching someone use reality-breaking cheat codes. The very concept of human limits meant absolutely nothing to this monster. Zongwen collapsed to his knees, utterly terrified but intensely grateful that this godlike being was on their side. Hao could only tremble, muttering that their savior was infinitely more terrifying than the demons. As the final beast fell, Chu materialized right before Zongwen like a phantom. He casually tossed a glowing demon core into the dust. Chu coldly instructed him to feed it to Roya, declaring it was the only miracle left that could pull her from death's door. Zongwen was left completely speechless. He stared down at the radiant crystal, absolutely dumbfounded. Watching Chu throw away a priceless treasure like absolute garbage completely shattered his pride. Humiliation turned into furious rage. Zongwen screamed at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why this overpowered powerhouse suddenly cared about their pathetic squad's survival. But his words fell on empty air. Chu had already vanished into the shadows, his mind focused entirely on assessing the catastrophic state of the burning city. An endless tide of nightmares was spilling from every corner of the metropolis. Now all Chu could do was pray that his allies possessed the strength to hold the line against this overwhelming disaster. He desperately needed them to buy him just a little more time. Meanwhile, far across the war zone, Xian was tearing through the ruined streets on her roaring motorcycle. A towering, bloodthirsty wolf beast had breached the mountain villa sector. What was supposed to be a simple food delivery to her junior had instantly morphed into a frantic race for survival. Death was breathing right down her neck. She shrieked for the monstrous canine to stay away, but the beast lunged with terrifying speed. Her bike was violently ripped to shreds. Xian was launched through the air, crashing mercilessly into the unforgiving concrete. Looming above her, the giant wolf slowly stalked over the shattered debris. Ignoring the agonizing pain, Xian scrambled backward in pure terror. In this living nightmare, she knew her only shred of hope was Chu's overwhelming strength. Her father's frantic warning echoed in her mind. They had spent a massive fortune to relocate here for one single reason. A supreme powerhouse lived nearby, a savior who could shield them when doomsday finally struck. But when the sky finally fell and hell opened up, their supposed guardian was absolutely nowhere to be found. Her father had completely lost his mind with rage. The streets were swarming with demonic horrors, yet he was still desperately searching for our main character in the endless chaos. Back in that desperate moment, she fiercely defended Chu, swearing to her father that he would never just abandon them to die. He had given his word, and a man like him never went back on a promise. But her cynical father bitterly sneered, claiming she was hopelessly blinded by her foolish trust. When the world was ending, her father swore Chu would only ever protect his own neck. Determined to prove him wrong, she had risked her life by rushing out into the hellscape to find him. And now, that reckless choice had led her straight into the jaws of a monstrous wolf. As she sobbed out a desperate prayer for salvation, a devastating pillar of roaring flames suddenly engulfed the terrifying beast. Trembling, Xian slowly peeled her eyes open in absolute shock. The blazing inferno burned so intensely she had to throw her hands up to shield her face from the blinding light. Her heart leapt, convinced her hero had arrived. She cried out Chu's name, but as the smoke cleared, it was Qian standing triumphantly over the monster's charred remains. Xian stared at the girl, completely dumbfounded. She demanded to know when on Earth Qian had awakened as an evolver. Qian just brushed off her burning questions, declaring that this brutal battlefield was no place for story time. Instead, Qian revealed her true mission. She had deployed alongside Ling Yu and Yuko to completely purge this sector of the vile monster infestation. Chu had personally commanded them to secure the perimeter around the Mountain Villa fortress. Hearing that familiar name drop, an intense wave of suspicion and curiosity washed over Xian. Stepping from the shadows, Ling Yu adjusted her glasses and coldly introduced herself as the boss's personal secretary. Then, Yuko bowed gracefully, explaining she had crossed oceans just to repay Chu for saving her life. To top it all off, Qian's cheeks turned bright red as she proudly claimed the title of his girlfriend. Xian's brain was practically short-circuiting from the romantic drama. But then, little Shiki popped up out of absolutely nowhere, cheerfully announcing that Chu was her papa. A massive migraine pulsed behind Xian's temples. This tangled web of relationships was way too chaotic to comprehend. But beneath the madness, one singular truth tied them all together. Every single one of these overpowered girls belonged to Chu. Narrowing her eyes, Qian immediately interrogated Xian about why she dared to call their man her junior. The sharp demand about their relationship made Xian totally freeze up. Flashbacks bombarded her mind, remembering how she had sneaked into his home, cooked for him, and shamelessly tried to seduce the man. Her entire face ignited like a blazing fire at the embarrassing memories. She scrambled for words, desperately trying to formulate a proper introduction. But instead, she puffed out her chest and proudly declared herself as Chu's one and only exclusive delivery girl. Meanwhile, back with the decimated hero squad, Hao slowly approached Lun, who was desperately clutching the dying Roya. He grimly asked if the young warrior was holding up. Lun forced out that he was fine, but his voice cracked as he revealed the devastating, lethal wounds covering Roya's body. Absolute panic consumed him. He begged Hao to radio the Special Affairs Bureau and summon an emergency medical team, but Kay's voice trembled as she delivered the crushing reality. The communications were completely dead. Zongwen let out a hollow, defeated laugh. It was utterly pointless. From the exact second the apocalyptic bell tolled, an ocean of demons had swallowed every inch of their beloved city. The military and rescue forces were completely overwhelmed, drowning in their own blood across countless war zones. Nobody was coming to save them from this hell. The bitter truth hung heavy in the air. The survival of this shattered squad lay entirely in their own blood-soaked hands. Lun's heart hammered against his ribs as Roya's lifeblood continued pooling on the shattered concrete. The Grim Reaper was circling them. Roya's flawless skin had taken on the sickening pallor of a corpse, and a horrifying fit of bloody coughs racked her broken frame. Clenching his fists, Zongwen revealed Chu's insane gamble. If they could force Roya to break her limits and awaken as a 5-star, the explosive surge of leveling up would miraculously regenerate her mortal wounds. But saving her meant using the demon core. Their eyes widened in pure dread as they stared at it. This wasn't a normal core. It was a heavily contaminated magic crystal. The foul taint of monster contamination still pulsed deep within its glowing facets. A raw magic crystal, one untouched by the Bureau's purification department, was strictly forbidden absolute contraband. Hao desperately asked if Zongwen had any other way to save Roya, but silence was his only answer. Frustrated, Zongwen roared at them to wake up and look at the brutal reality. What mattered more right now? Blindly following regulations or pulling a comrade back from the brink of death? Heavy silence choked the room. He pressed them harder, asking what the true purpose of their hero squad even was. He demanded an answer from Hao. Hao stammered out their solemn oath: to uphold the law, shield the innocent, and protect their own. Zongwen immediately fired back. What good were the laws if following them meant watching innocent civilians and their own teammates die in vain? His piercing gaze locked onto Hao. So, how exactly did he plan to handle this? Hao nervously argued that Chu was the one who handed them this cursed crystal. He knew Zongwen despised Chu, and Hao firmly believed this power was tainted and illegitimate. Surprisingly, Zongwen agreed. He was absolutely right. Illegitimate power carried terrible risks. Once unleashed, the catastrophic consequences could never be predicted. He loathed Chu with every fiber of his being, simply because the man did whatever he pleased, completely crushing anyone else's opinions underfoot. But here was the bitter truth. Whether Chu stole that overwhelming power, robbed it, or gained it through forbidden means, he had used that exact power to save their lives. Without that man's intervention, they would all be corpses right now. A suffocating silence fell over the squad until Kay quietly admitted that he was right. Lun's eyes darted back and forth, completely torn. If they force-fed this crystal to Roya and it caused a mutation, the Special Affairs Bureau would immediately purge her from the hero squad. But Zongwen's voice turned ice cold. She wasn't going to mutate. Because he wasn't going to use the cursed red crystal on her at all. He was going to shoulder this unforgivable sin all by himself. Without a second thought, he absorbed the crystal. A system alert instantly rang out. His evolver level had shattered the limits, reaching 5-star. Terrifying power surged violently through his veins. But then came the deadly red warning. His human DNA simply could not withstand the apocalyptic contamination. His very genetic code was tearing itself apart. Panic struck the squad as they desperately rushed forward, but he roared at them to stay back. A horrifying aura violently exploded from his core, engulfing the entire room. The system chimed with a chilling finality. His evolver status was now marked as critically abnormal. He had officially rebooted as a 5-star mutant. Kay's hands shook violently as she aimed her weapon straight at his chest. Their captain was now a mutant. A fallen soul who walked the darkest path, completely opposite to the righteous way of an evolver. Mutants were monsters who craved the sickening contamination from the doomsday gates, beings destined to become mindless servants of the abyss. Pure terror gripped her heart. But Zongwen simply raised his hand and activated his signature skill, Weave. Having broken through to the 5-star realm, his spirit thread technique had evolved to a godly level. The ethereal strings he wove gently caressed Roya's fatal wounds. Kay froze in absolute shock. A miracle was happening right before their eyes. Roya's torn abdomen rapidly stitched itself closed, flawlessly restoring her body back to perfect health. Kay cried out for their beloved captain. But Zongwen's voice remained incredibly calm. He declared that from this moment forward, he had lost the right to lead them. His only goal now was to chase down Chu's overwhelming shadow, to become an existence powerful enough to replace that arrogant man. He turned back one last time, telling his squad to grow stronger. They could no longer hide behind his back. With a sonic boom, he shot straight into the heavens, moving at the speed of light. A suffocating wave of sorrow crashed down upon Hao's chest. The captain they admired had sacrificed his humanity to become a mutant. The hero squad would never stand by his side again. The crushing truth finally slammed into Hao's mind. Zongwen was right all along. In this hellish world, clinging to empty principles without the power to enforce them meant absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Xian watched the three women with wide eyes. And honestly speaking, our main character was quietly assembling an incredibly overpowered squad. She curiously asked if they had all awakened as evolvers through Chu's divine intervention. A slight pout formed on her lips, feeling a little jealous that only his inner circle got the best power-ups first. Tian smiled warmly and nodded yes, playfully asking if Xian wanted a taste of evolution too. Flustered, Xian quickly waved her hands, insisting that wasn't what she meant at all. She was just desperate to ask Chu for a massive favor. The mountain villa fortress was under a brutal siege. A massive horde had completely surrounded her family's estate. A dangerous, bloodthirsty smile crept across Long Yu's face. Deep beneath her skin, her hidden dragon scales were practically buzzing with endless hunger. It was finally time for a grand feast, but Xian's anxiety spiked when she realized only the three of them were heading out. Junqian confidently explained that Chu had left to take care of his own mysterious business. The absolute defense of the fortress had been entirely entrusted to them. Yuko calmly added that while the local contamination levels had crashed after they slaughtered the Hellhound, something far worse was brewing. The dark energy concentration in another sector was violently spiking. The readings pointed to the sudden birth of a brand new doomsday rift. Without hesitation, the girls decided to march out and annihilate every single monster in their path. Xian's heart raced with worry as she stubbornly insisted on joining the vanguard, but Junqian immediately shut her down. Xian was still just a fragile, ordinary human. One wrong step in a monster zone would mean instant death. But Xian stood her ground with fiery determination. Evolver or not, this was still her home they were talking about. Her own father was trapped in the crossfire. There was absolutely no way she could just sit back and watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the outer sector had already descended into absolute chaos, completely engulfed in roaring flames. A squad of suit-wearing guards unleashed a desperate storm of machine gun fire. Tracers lit up the night as they frantically aimed at the incoming shadow wolves. Despite knowing their mortal bullets were practically useless against these demonic beasts, they bravely held the line to protect the manor. One guard screamed, firing blindly as a towering wolf monster charged straight through the hail of lead. They just kept pulling the triggers in sheer desperation. Pure horror washed over a guard's face as his assault rifle clicked totally empty. The relentless beast didn't even slow down, its jaws snapping open for the kill. The beast opened its rotting jaws, ready to consume its prey. Suddenly, a chilling, killing intent flared from the shadows. The helpless man squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable end. But the Reaper never came. A blinding flash of steel painted the air red as Lang Yu cleanly severed the creature's neck. The survivor collapsed in terror, screaming as the decapitated head dropped right into his lap. Pure panic took over. He let out a blood-curdling shriek and hurled the gruesome trophy away like a hot coal. His coworker caught it by mistake, shrieked in absolute horror, and tossed it right at another teammate. Amidst the bloody carnage, it looked like the most twisted game of hot potato ever played. A relentless tide of demonic beasts surged toward the stronghold. Watching from afar, Futai gritted his teeth in fury. He was utterly convinced that Chu had set them up to die. A bystander spat on the ground, muttering that if Chu was just some trash-tier evolver, they would have been better off begging his son, the mighty Zongwen, for protection. Suddenly, the blood drained from their faces. Futai watched in absolute horror as his own daughter Xian sprinted straight toward the death zone with a horde of monsters snapping at her heels. Why was she throwing her life away? Before the beasts could tear her apart, Lang Yu became a blur of motion, sweeping through the demonic horde like a hurricane of blades. Fountains of crimson painted the sky as monster heads rolled across the dirt. In perfect synchronization, Qian summoned a spiraling tempest of raging flames, slamming it into the earth and reducing the entire swarm to falling ash. A confident smirk crossed her lips. The divine artifact Master Chu had bestowed upon her resonated perfectly with her soul. Out of the smoke, a rogue beast lunged straight for Xian's throat. But Yuko materialized like a phantom, her short sword flashing as she cleaved the monster in twain. Xian could only stare, completely awestruck by the overwhelming display. These two were merely rookies, yet their combat prowess was already approaching the realm of Master Chu. A burning wave of intense jealousy washed over the young girl. She craved that heaven-defying power for herself. Yuko shot her a cold glare, ordering her to retreat immediately. This purgatory was no place for the weak, and nobody had the luxury of babysitting dead weight. Leaving the warning hanging in the air, the swordswoman turned her back and dove straight back into the sea of carnage. The panic-stricken family guards finally caught up, desperately asking what on earth she was thinking. Her answer was chillingly simple. She wanted to witness the apex of true strength with her own eyes. Her phone erupted with the raging screams of Fu Tai. He cursed her as a worthless, unfilial child, demanding she drag herself back to the safety of the fortress this instant. His furious wrath then shifted to the guards. He roared through the speaker, ordering them to drag his daughter back by force, even if they had to sacrifice their own lives to do it. Boom. A massive demonic wolf crashed into a nearby vehicle, crumpling solid steel like cheap paper. As it unleashed a soul-shaking roar, an icy terror paralyzed Xion and her escorts. Fu Tai continued to shriek through the device, verbally thrashing the guards as incompetent fools, screaming at them to form a human shield for his precious heir. But survival instincts kicked in. The terrified guards sobbed a pathetic apology, turned on their heels, and abandoned her without a second thought. Xion was left entirely alone, staring into the glowing red eyes of the beast. Instead of cowering, she ground her teeth together. The fire of rebellion ignited in her heart. She was done being the helpless victim everyone trampled over. Snatching a heavy steel pipe from the rubble, she leveled it at the towering predator, daring it to make a move. With a feral battle cry, she charged forward and brought the weapon crashing down. The impact echoed through the streets as the massive creature crumbled to the ground. On the other end of the line, Fu Tai was screaming himself hoarse, begging to know what had just happened. His jaw dropped to the floor. His delicate daughter had just laid out a hellish beast, but Xion lost all restraint. She mounted the fallen monster and drove the jagged pipe into its flesh over and over again. Watching the monitors, the father of Zhongwen narrowed his eyes. With a grim tone, he muttered that the girl was no ordinary mortal. The truth was undeniable. She was a natural-born evolver. The revelation hit Fu Tai like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The older man explained the phenomenon. These rare geniuses awaken their latent power in an instant, usually triggered by a life-or-death crisis or extreme emotional trauma. Simply put, they violently shattered the genetic locks placed upon humanity. And standing on the edge of death, Xion had perfectly triggered her evolution. With one final, merciless thrust, she drove the steel pipe straight through the beast's skull, sending a fountain of black blood erupting into the air. Staring at her blood-soaked hands, the realization washed over her. A manic, exhilarating laughter burst from her lungs, drunk on her newfound might. It took several moments for the battle high to fade. Stepping out from the shadows, Yuko observed the brutal aftermath. She calmly noted that the girl's evolver powers had awakened just in the nick of time. Xion puffed out her chest, pointing a triumphant finger at her kill. She boasted about her explosive surge in strength, her eyes shining with absolute euphoria. Slaughtering a demon so effortlessly made her feel like an invincible goddess. Overflowing with arrogance, she eagerly asked if she had jumped straight to a 4-star, or perhaps even a legendary 5-star evolver. Yuko simply paused, activating her appraisal skill to check the girl's status. With a cold gaze, she told Xion to back away. Confused, the young girl demanded an explanation. Hadn't she just slaughtered a demonic hellhound with nothing but a rusted pipe and pure grit? Unfazed, Yuko shattered her delusions, revealing that Xion had merely awakened a pathetic, 1-star support skill. The truth was humiliating. That hellhound had already been clinging to its last breath, so severely wounded that even a sickly commoner could have put it out of its misery. Her so-called awakening offered 0 combat buffs. On a battlefield ruled by raw power, she was still as helpless as a newborn lamb. Xion furiously shook her head, refusing to accept reality. She desperately argued that the surging mana in her veins was proof of her immense power. But the voice of Yuko remained mercilessly flat. She explained that the ability was called lifelink, a cursed skill that forced the user to absorb the fatal injuries of others into their own body. With a stern warning never to activate it unless she had a death wish, Yuko dismissed her and walked away. The arrogant heiress was left frozen in place, her grand illusions shattered into dust. She had finally broken her genetic lock, only to receive a suicidal power she could never touch. The sheer injustice of it all ignited a venomous rage within her soul. Around her, the symphony of destruction played on. Deafening explosions rocked the earth. Lang Yu danced through the slaughter like an elegant Grim Reaper, while Qian transformed the battlefield into a literal purgatory with tsunamis of blazing hellfire. Biting her lip until it bled, Xion clenched her trembling fists, refusing to be cast aside. She was going to fight, no matter the cost. But suddenly, strange, glowing marks began manifesting across the young girl's face. Previously, these searing stigmas were the exact backlash the flame wielder suffered for dominating tyrannical fire. Back when the pyromancer first awakened, channeling that devastating heat would leave those exact scorching brands upon her palms. The cursed marks spread like wildfire. First her hands, then her arms, crawling all the way up her back. She remembered Chu holding her hand, his voice pleading with her to just wait. He promised that if she gave it time, the scorching scars would fade. Only then could she safely command the flames once more. She had asked him the fatal question. What if she pushed her limits while her body was already scarred? Chu's warning still echoed in her mind. If those blazing marks ever reached her heart, it would be the absolute end of her life. Even with her legendary affinity for the fire element, her mortal vessel simply could not withstand the devastating backlash of her own equipment. He had begged her to cherish her own life, to never throw herself into unnecessary danger. But right now, the battlefield was pushing her past the breaking point. She desperately tried to heed his warning, biting her lip, suppressing her raging aura, and praying for the marks to recede. Finally, the last of the savage wolf beasts crumbled into dust. Lang Yu brushed off her blade, calmly noting her 16 hellhound kills. Meanwhile, Jung Qian had completely lost track after 26, or maybe 27 crushed skulls. But Yuko's voice cut through the silence, warning them to stay sharp. A catastrophic doomsday rift was tearing the sky nearby, yet they had only faced low-level hellhound packs. Something was terribly wrong. By the laws of the system, every hellgate was guarded by a terrifying boss, a nightmare entity exactly 2 star ranks higher than its minions. If these hellhounds were 3-star threats, then the shadow lurking within the doomsday rift had to be a horrifying 5-star overlord. Lang Yu gripped her weapon tight. She was confident the 3 of them could take down a 5-star beast if they fought together. Suddenly, apocalyptic lightning shattered the heavens. A sickening red rain began to pour from the dark clouds above. Junqian looked up, wiping her cheek as pure dread paralyzed her soul. This was not rain. It was a torrential downpour of fresh, warm blood. Out of nowhere, a massive shadow plummeted from the sky like a fallen meteor. The earth-shattering impact sent violent shockwaves tearing through the ruined city. When the dust cleared, a demonic wolf fiend stood towering over them. Its crimson eyes burned with unholy light, bearing jagged fangs that hungered for mortal flesh. An ancient blood-red sigil ignited across the sky. It pulsed with blinding intensity, unleashing razor-sharp waves of pure destructive energy. The very air grew thick, as if a primordial god of death had just opened its eyes. Lang Yu dropped to her knees, violently gagging under the suffocating pressure. Blood violently spilled from her lips. Beside her, Junqian hacked up blood as well, her mind screaming in terror. Just looking at this entity was tearing their bodies apart. The nightmare creature stood atop a crumbling skyscraper, bathed in a colossal pillar of crimson light that pierced the very heavens. Yuko desperately snapped her mask into place and unleashed her divine gaze. Through the spiritual lens, she saw the demonic wolf. Its terrifying red eyes were utterly calm, yet completely devoid of mercy. A cursed blood mark burned fiercely upon its forehead. It looked down with chilling arrogance, fully aware that these pitiful humans were nothing but dust beneath its feet. Yuko screamed for them to avert their eyes. The sheer terrifying aura radiating from this beast was unmistakably Emperor level. Any mortal foolish enough to step into its domain would have their internal organs instantly crushed to paste by the atmospheric pressure alone. That explained the devastating internal damage the girls suffered just by breathing its air. This was no 5-star boss. This was the legendary slaughtering horned demon. A true 7-star emperor. Utter despair crashed over the team. How could mere 3- and 4-star evolvers ever hope to survive a confrontation with a walking god of death? The power gap was absolute. It eclipsed their combined strength by 3 entire, insurmountable realms of existence. In a normal world, neutralizing a 7-star emperor would demand the apocalyptic firepower of a tactical nuclear strike. Even if they miraculously broke through to the next realm right now, it would be utterly meaningless. They were nothing but ants facing a hurricane. The only existence on Earth capable of slaying a 7-star emperor was Chu, but Chu was miles away. That left them with one singular option: run for their lives. Challenging an apex predator 3 realms above them was a suicide mission. It was like throwing a fragile egg against an indestructible boulder. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Xian's communicator buzzed frantically. It was her father. Dragging her battered body across the blood-soaked rubble, she answered the call. Futai's voice roared through the speaker, begging her to sprint back to the family fortress before he sealed the indestructible steel gates forever. He had been monitoring the satellite feed of her sector, and his soul was trembling. An impossible anomaly had just descended upon her coordinates, an entity that no mortal evolver could ever dream of defeating. Xian fully understood the catastrophic danger, yet the fire in her eyes refused to let her turn her back and flee. Futai screamed through the comms, cursing her stubborn foolishness. The raw, desperate terror of a father about to lose his daughter shattered his usual composure. But Xian simply tightened her grip on a shattered steel pipe. She marched directly toward the abyss. This was her home, and she would not yield. With a deafening boom, the demonic emperor landed dead in her path. The slaughtering horned demon towered like a mountain of nightmares. Its massive antlers pierced the sky, its muscles rippling with dark power, and its crimson eyes locked onto her soul. Volatile dark energy crackled off its body, violently warping the very fabric of reality around it. Surrounded by rising smoke and shattered concrete, Xian planted her feet in the ruined street. She stared death straight in the face, refusing to give up a single inch of ground. Her voice rang out with absolute resolve. She would not let this beast take a single step into the Hongfu family domain. Through the monitor, Futai completely lost his mind, screaming at his elite bodyguards to intervene. He roared that he would throw 2 million credits at them if they just dragged his daughter back alive. He was ready to empty his entire fortune to save her life. The captain of the guard roared back. For 10 million, they would march into hell itself to retrieve the young miss. Heavy military tanks roared to life, charging recklessly into the apocalyptic battlefield. In that exact moment, Xian let out a war cry and launched herself directly at the ungodly emperor. An elite guard in a sharp suit screamed at the top of his lungs, pulling the trigger on a devastating heavy rocket launcher. But the slaughtering horned demon merely raised a single hand, calmly condensing a sphere of apocalyptic energy to wipe them all from existence. A devastating beam of energy erupted, obliterating the bodyguard in a single strike. The survivors froze, their blood running cold in absolute terror. Desperation took over as they unleashed a hail of bullets. But the slaughtering horned demon merely summoned a sinister magic circle. In a flash, it felt like their very souls were violently ripped from their bodies. The monstrous entity slowly shifted its deadly gaze toward the armored tank. Qian watched the slaughter unfold, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs in sheer paralyzing dread. Xian stood rooted to the spot, completely paralyzed. A chilling warning echoed in their minds. The catastrophic skill, Finger of Death, had been triggered. Against such an apocalyptic attack, low-tier evolvers would be instantly wiped from existence. This terrifying truth was delivered by Yuko, her voice echoing directly inside their heads through telepathic heart speech. Qian frantically tried to reply, but Yuko immediately shut her down. The psychic explained that words were unnecessary. She could seamlessly project tactical data straight into their consciousness and read their very thoughts. Her orders were absolute. Everyone was to follow her lead and slowly back away, minimizing any sudden movements. But Xian couldn't accept this. Was running away really their only option? Every time they faced a beast with overwhelming aura, were they destined to just turn their backs and run for their lives? She vehemently rejected that pathetic fate, because there was nowhere left to run. Out of nowhere, a sudden impact smashed directly into the demon's grotesque face. Xian had hurled a massive steel pipe with everything she had. The desperate strike successfully drew the furious gaze of the slaughtering beast. She screamed at the grotesque, deer-headed monstrosity, daring the bastard to make a move. The raging demon instantly locked onto Xian, preparing a lethal strike. Yuko's eyes widened in horror. Annihilation gathered at the very tip of its monstrous finger. The sheer, suffocating pressure of its aura crashed down on Xian, entirely crushing her lungs. An invisible force violently dragged her trembling body toward the beast. Just as the demon prepared to unleash absolute destruction, Futai screamed his daughter's name in pure agony. Yuko closed her eyes in despair, knowing it was far too late. The Finger of Death was absolute. No mortal power could possibly interrupt its execution. But in that split second, a blur moved past her. It was Lung Yu. Her blade danced through the air, completely severing the horrific demon's arm in a single, flawless strike. The sudden release sent Xian plummeting. She coughed up mouthfuls of crimson blood midair, crashing brutally into the earth before her vision faded to black. In response, Qian conjured a blazing inferno between her palms, the heat warping the air around her. In that moment of ignition, absolute clarity struck her. Xian was entirely right. Chu's sanctuary was right behind them. The man had entrusted them with the survival of the mountain villa fortress. She would rather die than let this foul beast reduce it to ashes. With a fierce battle cry, she hurled the colossal sphere of scorching flames straight at the demon's skull. Lung Yu instantly capitalized on the fiery distraction, her blade slicing a deadly arc across the monster's throat. Touching down gracefully, the swordswoman steadied her stance and calmly analyzed the lethal damage. Yuko watched the entire sequence unfold, her mind utterly paralyzed by disbelief. A mere 3-star warrior had just mutilated a terrifying 7-star emperor beast. It defied all laws of evolution. Channeling mana into her psychic eyes, Yuko finally uncovered the shocking truth. The anomaly wasn't Lung Yu's physical strength at all. It was her legendary blade, Hidden Dragon. The weapon possessed an unnatural, terrifying sharpness. Yuko questioned if this was the work of a divine tier enhancement. As the battle raged, a hidden memory surfaced from the depths of her mind. Chu had once arrogantly declared to Lung Yu that his monstrous physical defense was absolute. Even a blade 100 times sharper, swung with killing intent, would shatter upon his skin. Yet, he still challenged her to strike him with her seemingly fragile dagger. The impossible happened. Lung Yu's tiny blade effortlessly drew blood from the invincible main character's finger. Panic flooded her features as she frantically apologized for injuring him. But Chu simply smiled, completely unfazed. He revealed that he had intentionally taken the hit, all to prove just how God-defying her unique power truly was. He promised her that as long as a weapon rested in her grasp, the scales of victory would always remain tipped in her favor. Those words had left her entirely breathless. And now, amidst this bloody slaughter, Lung Yu fully grasped their weight. As long as she gripped the hilt of her blade, even a descent of gods from the heavens couldn't easily strike her down. The puzzle pieces snapped together in Yuko's mind. Lung Yu's awakened talent wasn't some basic weapon reinforcement at all. It was an exceptionally rare, reality-severing law. It unconditionally bypassed absolute defense. Every single swing inflicted devastating true damage. With ruthless precision, Lung Yu severed the towering monster's knee. Following up with another flawless arc, she brought down its remaining arm. But the nightmare was far from over. The slaughtering horn demon's mutilated flesh began regenerating at an impossible, terrifying pace. A fierce smirk crossed Qian's face as she boldly declared a challenge. They were about to find out if this bastard could heal faster than she could burn it to ashes. A devastating storm of flames erupted, completely engulfing the demon. She unleashed a barrage of explosive attacks, pushing past her limits as a blazing magical crest spread rapidly across her own skin. Enraged by the scorching pain, the colossal monster immediately shifted its murderous intent and locked its sights entirely on Qian. Lung Yu screamed a desperate warning, but Qian's eyes were already tracking the beast's explosive movements. The monstrous demon raised its massive arm for a fatal blow. By a hair's breadth, Qian propelled herself backward through the air, dodging death by mere millimeters. The colossal strike obliterated the earth beneath them, violently shattering the terrain in a shockwave of absolute destruction. She managed to stick the landing as thick, suffocating dust violently rolled across the battlefield. But as the smoke cleared, her heart violently plummeted. Emerging from the shadows, the demon's cursed finger was pointed directly at her chest. A chilling realization washed over her. If that beam fired, her story ended right here. With a terrifying roar, the massive beast violently lunged straight for Qian. Through blurry, blood-stained vision, a barely conscious Xion watched her comrade helplessly falling. In that devastating second, the Grim Reaper seemed inevitable. Her fading mind drifted back to a simpler time, remembering those absurdly late-night deliveries she used to make for Chu. He had calmly promised that if she ever found herself in deep trouble, she only needed to ask. She remembered cheekily replying that she didn't want any favors. She just thought he was charming and fully intended to win his heart. His cold, blunt response was that his heart was already taken. Undeterred, she confidently declared that it didn't matter in the slightest. Even if his private affairs were a complete disaster, she was fully prepared to relentlessly pursue him. Chu had sarcastically threatened to sue her for defamation if she kept spouting nonsense. With a gentle smile, she had simply asked if he knew the real reason she was so drawn to him. With his typical dry humor, he stated he absolutely needed to know, just so he could fix that terrible flaw immediately. Her gentle reply echoed in the present. She loved him, simply because he was the bravest man she had ever known. He never once trembled before the unknown future. Instead, he forced the world to bend to his absolute will. Realizing she understood him perfectly, he scoffed. Why on earth would anyone admire a self-centered, infuriating bastard like himself? But she simply smiled. That arrogant confidence was exactly what she saw in him, and it was precisely where his brilliance burned the brightest. He honestly thought she was out of her mind. Unfazed, she asked him a profound question. Had he ever heard that those bathed in a blinding light eventually dream of becoming the light themselves? Meeting a force of nature like him ignited a spark in her soul. She craved the overwhelming power to forge her own destiny. Memories flashed back to a furious argument with her father. As the heiress of the prestigious Huangfu clan, her entire life was already mapped out to rule their empire. Yet, her rebellious actions were dragging their honorable name through the mud, bringing deep shame to their ancestors and her late mother. He demanded she stay in her golden cage as a pampered princess, but she fiercely rejected that hollow fate. She wanted to shake the heavens and force the world to remember her name, even if just for a single heartbeat. She refused to walk the safe, paved road of privilege. Her heart yearned to conquer the perilous peaks of the unknown. She needed her father to finally look at her and admit her existence had true meaning. Snapping back to her fateful conversation with our main character, Chu stared at her in confusion, demanding to know her actual endgame. Her answer left him utterly stunned. She had zero desire to be his girlfriend, his lover, or a trophy wife. Chu was completely baffled by her true intentions. With a deep flush spreading across her cheeks, she confessed the raw truth. She wanted to become him. She called him a clueless idiot, clarifying that this was not some cheap romantic pursuit. Her ultimate goal was to match his towering presence and completely shatter the gap between them. The closer she flew to the sun, the more radiantly she would burn. And in this crucial moment, That impossible dream of wielding such a blinding brilliance was finally within her grasp. During the chaos of the earlier battlefield, Yuko had made a terrifying discovery. She had awakened the legendary lifelink, a forbidden art that absorbs another person's lethal damage directly into her own flesh. Yuko had desperately warned her to keep it sealed, knowing the backlash meant certain death. But right now, staring into the abyss, she realized this was her one and only chance to blaze with absolute glory. Without a single second of hesitation, she unleashed lifelink directly onto Chengyan. A mesmerizing surge of emerald aura completely engulfed Chengyan's figure. The ethereal tethers shot out like lightning, violently binding their souls together as Yuko watched in absolute horror. A chilling scream caught in Yuko's throat. Zine had actually triggered the forbidden awakening, chaining her fragile body to the devastating incoming destruction. This meant the apocalyptic power of the slaughtering horned demon's finger of death would entirely bypass its target and utterly obliterate Zine. The monstrous entity fired its catastrophic beam. The death ray swallowed Chengyan whole, but the agonizing devastation manifested solely on Xian's body. A sickening spray of crimson erupted from her lips. The right side of her chest was violently blown apart, raining a devastating torrent of blood upon the battlefield. Plummeting into the darkness, her final thoughts drifted to that blinding warmth she had always chased. Her father's blood-curdling scream echoed through the sky as the emerald tether finally shattered. As the suffocating shadows claimed her fading consciousness, a serene smile graced her lips. She had finally unleashed her own blazing sun, for the first and absolute last time. Witnessing this horrific sacrifice shattered Yuko's very soul. Roaring in pure, unadulterated agony, she forcefully activated Ignite, manifesting a titanic sphere of raging flames as if she wielded the sun itself. Her blazing wrath demanded the complete and total annihilation of that hellish abomination. And with that heart-stopping climax, we wrap up today's epic recap. If your blood is pumping and you need the weekly chapter updates for this masterpiece, head straight over to my second channel, Manhwa Updater. Do not miss out on the incredible fallout of this tragedy. Go check it out right now and become part of the update gang. Thank you all for watching. Stay legendary, keep reading, and I will catch you in the next epic video.